It's impossible, right? Why did Yi Yuan's god of war points suddenly increase so much? This Yi Yuan wouldn't be that fool who was comprehending time law, right? He has never entered the god of war golden list before. Heard that this kid's cultivation realm isn't high, but his combat strength is extremely formidable, having comprehended two kinds of power of laws. Just that only focusing on strength now, doesn't he feel that it's too late? In Cloudade City, everyone was discussing the Yi Yuan who just entered the God of War Golden List. There was no choice. He was the focal point to begin with. Now that he appeared in everyone's field of vision again, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Reaching the last 10 years, those ranked towards the back basically all did not have hope anymore. Each and every one of them was bored out of their minds, and they naturally had to look for topics of discussion. How is he earning God of War points? It's simply snatching. Zhang Lian had a look of righteous indignation on his face, feeling that Yi Yuan's way of operating was very disgraceful. Amidst the sea of beasts, Yi Yuan relied on his powerful sword formation to kill his way in and out. The outcome was the place being akin to a no-man's land. Under the intertwining of time law and spatial law, it was very hard for the attacks of these fierce beasts to hurt Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's sword formation could cause a fatal blow to these fierce beasts. Therefore, this scene seemed like a grand sight, but actually Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. But Wan Zhen's gaze was very solemn, and he said, although his realm isn't high, his strength is too formidable. Being able to control 1,000 peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures, his soul force is simply fearsomely powerful. Also, the application of various laws is utterly brilliant too. This guy simply has no weaknesses to exploit. Zhang Lian looked toward Wan Zhen in surprise. He did not expect that the proud Wan Zhen actually had such a high appraisal of a person. But hearing Wan Zhen's analysis, he also felt that this guy was too monstrous. Ignoring other things, just controlling 1,000 swords, the might of his soul force could be rated as terrifying. Zhang Lian suddenly gave Wan Zhen a glance, his eye shimmering with water as he said, at his rate, the two of our positions aren't safe. When Wan Zhen heard that, his expression could not help stiffening up. Leave. Wan Zhen's expression turned solemn, and he directly left. Who among these geniuses was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Even if Yi Yuan's talent was stronger than theirs, they did not want to lose to Yi Yuan too. Before this, Wan Zhen two people were still relatively relaxed, because there was already no one who could pose any threat to them. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan hunting fierce beasts with such high efficiency, the pressure increased sharply. After Yi Yuan finished dealing with this wave of fierce beasts, he would get thousands of God of War points no matter what. Another year passed in a twinkle. It reached the day where the God of War Golden List was released again. Cloudade City immediately became lively. Early in the morning, it was already packed with people in front of Cloudade City's central square. Jiangzhe was shockingly there. Action. Jiangzhe, do you think Yi Yuan, that brat, will enter the top 2,000 this time? Or not? Lin Zhan asked Jiangzhe. Hehe, do you really think that God of War points are cabbages? The higher the rank, the less the God of War points obtained from hunting fierce beasts. He already entered the ranks of 2,000 plus. Wanting to obtain a large batch of God of War points again, he'll have to hunt even more formidable fierce beasts. With his fourth firmament heavenly emperor strength. Heh. Jiangzhe said firmly. Indeed, just a fool. Originally he was pretty talented. Why did he have to go and comprehend whatever time law? Now there are just the last few years left. Then he came out wanting to compete for it again. How could there be such an easy thing? Yeah, if he succeeds like this, then wouldn't the primeval war realms, millions of geniuses, become a joke? There were many people who agreed with Jiangzhe in the crowd. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things made many people feel inconceivable. He naturally became the object of ridicule too. Suddenly, A rift fissured apart in the void. An enormous golden book broke out. A thin air. The book slowly unfolded. Everyone was brimming with expectations. Very soon, the page of the book revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wan Zhen, 3,157,321 God of War points. Seeing this name, everyone had a look that it was only to be expected. Really impressive. 1 year's time, Wan Zhen gained tens of thousands of God of War points again. Reaching his ranking, he can still rise several tens of thousands in 1 year. His strength is really formidable. His position of first place really doesn't have anyone who can shake it anymore. Zhang Lian won't cut it either. Although they had already been amazed many times when they saw Wan Zhen's ranking and God of War points, everyone still could not resist exclaiming with amazement once more. For 1,000 years, Wan Zhen already became a benchmark, becoming a phenomenon. From the first time the God of War Golden List was released, Wan Zhen had firmly occupied the first place. One had to know, the first time that the God of War Golden List was released, Wan Zhen spent several decades' time to go and comprehend time law. Later, when the God of War Golden List was released the second time, Wan Zhen already left people far behind in the dust, gradually shaking Zhang Lian off. Later, the gap between the two became wider and wider. The pages unfolded again, revealing the second place Zhang Lian. His God of War points also rose to more than 2.5 million. Further down, the third place dropped to 1.7 million all of a sudden. The gap grew wider and wider. Li Jin actually dropped out of the top 10. The competition for the top 10 is really getting more and more fierce. There's also Zhu Tian, he's already squeezed to 10th place. Those at the back are hot in pursuit. 8th place to 15th place, the gap isn't very big. If anyone breaks through, in terms of comprehension, they will probably surpass very quickly. As the pages slowly unfolded, everyone's discussion became more and more heated. The golden names of the top 10 shone brilliantly and were many sizes larger than the other people's names. Further back, there was actually not much viewing value anymore. Even though there were some fluctuations in ranking not entering the top 10, everything was futile. However, there was another name that everyone was very concerned about, which was Yi Yuan. The last time the God of War Golden List was released, Yi Yuan entered the God of War Golden List for the first time, which already caused a great sensation. This time, everyone wanted to see whether Yi Yuan's ranking dropped out or moved forward again. After that, the speed at which the pages unfolded slowly increased until it was fanned out in the end. Everyone habitually searched from behind. But after looking for half a day, they could not find Yi Yuan's name either. Anybody saw Yi Yuan's name? I already read until 1,500th place from the back. And didn't see it. Most likely fell out of the top 3,000, right? Or maybe he already died and we just weren't aware. I found it. This. What's wrong? What place is it? 553rd place. How is this possible? What? 500 plus ranking. The crowd exploded all at once. Everyone looked in the direction of ranks around 500 and saw that Yi Yuan's name was surprisingly in the 553rd position. Promoting 2,000 over places in a year? This was also too freakish, right? 553rd place. 634,365 God of War points. He obtained 500,000 God of War points in this 1 year. This God of War Golden List wouldn't have made a mistake, right? When the God of War Golden List was released the first time, Wan Zhen used 30 years' time and only obtained 500,000 God of War points. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and achieved it. In the crowd, Zhang Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Over 500,000 God of War points in 1 year, this force of explosion was simply like a sledgehammer, stunning his entire person. He was already prepared to taunt Yi Yuan, but this value of 500,000 shocked him. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't even Wan Zhen's position be threatened? In the next 8 years, 500,000 in a year, that was 4 million God of War points. This was a heaven-defying tempo. No, wait. The higher his ranking, the lesser the God of War points obtained. When hunting fierce beasts. Now, even Wan Zhen's speed of getting God of War points had dropped. Let alone Yi Yuan. He must have gone to the myriad beast battle plane. Otherwise, it's impossible to get so many God of War points within a year. Bullshit. Don't you know that Wan Zhen is in the myriad beast battle plane? 2. He only obtained several tens of thousands of points. That can only mean that Yi Yuan's efficiency is too high. Could it be that he really comprehended time law? That's impossible. Even Wan Zhen couldn't comprehend it. So what right does he have? Over 500,000 God of War points in a year. This number shocked all of the unpredictable children in the city. Hence, Yi Yuan was speculating how Yi Yuan obtained so many God of War points. Everyone had different opinions about this matter. No matter who, they could not explain it either. Because apart from Yi Yuan, no one could achieve this. Wan Zhen could not as well. Hence, everyone waited to see, waiting for the update of the God of War Golden List next year. A year's time was merely a snap of a finger. The day when the God of War Golden List was announced again arrived very quickly. I don't believe that this guy can really overturn the heavens. His ranking is so high now. The God of War points obtained will be greatly reduced. If he can get 200,000 this time, it will already be very impressive. Jiang Zhe predicted very confidently. Everyone deeply felt that way too. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but that this was an inevitable trend. Along with the increase in ranking, getting God of War points would become harder and harder. Even if your combat strength surpassed all others, you would always run into the upper limits of your own strength. In a short 1,000 years' time, how could it be possible to continuously be improving and challenging high-level fierce beasts endlessly? This was illogical. I also feel that the God of War points he obtained this time should be between 200,000 to 300,000. This time next year it will definitely be even lesser, between 100,000 to 200,000. It should be like this. He hasn't taken action for so many years. Having an outbreak period is a very normal phenomenon. But it also ends here. Later, it will get slower and slower. Top 10 is definitely enough to choke on, but within top 30 shouldn't be an issue anymore. Everyone was all discussing the limits of Yi Yuan's strength and calculated that Yi Yuan's final result would be between 1.2 million to 1.4 million. At the rate of the current trend, this God of War points was already sufficient to rank into the top 30. But wanting to rank in the top 10, there was basically no chance. Very soon, the Golden Book pages unfurled once more. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. The first place impressively still was Wan Zhen without the slightest suspense. But what surprised people was that Wan Zhen actually obtained a lump sum of 130,000 God of War points this time, reaching more than 3.28 million. This was a very horrifying number for his rank. And the second place, Zhang Lian, actually increased more than 110,000 God of War points too. This chance made everyone rather surprised. How did Wan Zhen gain so many God of War points in this 1 year? Even if he casually hunted some fierce beasts now, it's also impossible for Zhang Lian to catch up to him too, right? There's also Zhang Lian. These two people are suddenly struggling fiercely. What in the world are they afraid of? Maybe they know about Yi Yuan's sudden emergence. It's also not impossible that they are afraid of him catching up. Ha ha ha. How is that possible? Even if give him another 100 years, he can't catch up too. These words, everyone naturally just treated it as a joke. No one would really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan just started, while Wan Zhen's God of War points was 6 times of Yi Yuan's. How could this gap possibly be caught up to within a short 7 years? According to everyone's guesses, the greatest likelihood was still that these two people were going all out. How could they know that Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian's pressure came from Precisely Yi Yuan. Ever since they saw that Yi Yuan comprehended time law, the two of them seem to have gone crazy, desperately hunting fierce beasts. They continuously challenged their limits, carrying out a slaughter. Frenziedly. In this 1 year, the two people's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, increasing significantly. However, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, because there was someone chasing from behind. Looking further down, the top 30 was followed with close interest. But, when the pages opened to the 30th place, everyone was shocked. Only to see that, on the 3rd place from the bottom of the page, a golden name was written impressively, Yi Yuan. 28th place, Yi Yuan. God of War points, 1,239,804. In this instant, the unpredictable children in the entire square felt that their breathing became somewhat labored. Those people who predicted Yi Yuan's God of War points previously all collectively lost their voices now. The originally noisy square instantly quietened down. Suddenly, someone said rather uncertainly, he entered the top 30. Already, my eyes aren't failing me, right? Action. 1 year, 600,000 God of War points really blinded my eyes, rising so many places in the ranking. His God of War points actually didn't drop, but increased instead. How did he do it? In the crowd, Jiangzhe suddenly yelled hysterically, "The God of War golden list must have made a mistake. There absolutely must be a mistake. 1 year, 600,000. How can someone possibly achieve it?" Not knowing why, he suddenly rather a little flustered. 1 year, 600,000 God of War points, this kind of thing simply subverted his understanding. Right. There must be a mistake. This guy must have found this world's loophole. Otherwise, how can this year be even more than last year? Someone immediately agreed. It must be like this. See his ranking next year then. When the matter exceeded everyone's understanding, they habitually let their imaginations run wild, finding all sorts of reasons to deny this phenomenon. Especially for these geniuses, they did not want to acknowledge that someone was so much stronger than them. In the 4th year, everyone already did not care about Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian anymore. Everyone's attention was all on Yi Yuan. After a year's time, what place would Yi Yuan charge to this time? When the Golden Book pages slowly opened, everyone's expressions solidified. Once more, 13th place, over 1.7 million God of War points. A year's time, Yi Yuan increased by another 500,000. Although it was a little less than last year, Yi Yuan still maintained the rapid growth momentum. He was only a step away from the top 10. As a result, the idea of a loophole in the rules caused a huge clamor once more. Jiangzhe already did not know how to describe his feelings. A few years ago, he ridiculed Yi Yuan over and over again, saying that it was laughable for Yi Yuan to make a frantic last-minute effort. But now, he already became the most laughable person. Yi Yuan used a rocket-like speed of rising to prove his ridiculousness. So what if there were only 10 years left? Insane, insane, insane. Really too crazy. In the last 10 years, could it be that Yi Yuan is going to make a major comeback? This guy wouldn't be aiming for first place, right? My God, close to 3.5 million God of War points, and it's still growing. If it's surpassed by him, wouldn't the heavens change? At this time, some people thought of this possibility. They could not help being filled with fear. Could Wang Zhen's throne of first place be protected in the final 6 years? In the 5th year, Yi Yuan's God of War points grew by another 450,000, reaching 2.15 million. This way, Yi Yuan used 5 years' time and rose to the top 3 at a rocket speed. The entire city was shocked. No one could have thought that in the last 10 years the God of War golden list actually changed heavens. After close to 1,000 years, more than 12,000 unpredictable children fought hard before they had today's results. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used a short 5 years and climbed to 3rd place? The questioning voices grew louder and louder. The questioning of a loophole in the rules grew more and more. Clearly, everyone was very unconvinced by this result. But now, an even bigger question was placed in front of everyone. That was, could Yi Yuan surpass the top two on the ranking list? Could he make a heaven-defying comeback at the last moment? These two shook the rest off far behind them. Wang Jun and Zhang Lian suddenly making a determined effort. It wouldn't really be because of Yi Yuan, right? Suddenly, someone said weakly. There had been this argument previously, but everyone felt that this argument was too ridiculous. But today, when Yi Yuan climbed to third place, this notion suddenly popped up in everyone's heads once more. This time, everyone did not find it ludicrous anymore. Although this argument was still a little preposterous, Yi Yuan's speed of ascending was already sufficient to make the top two take it seriously. That's impossible. How would Wang Jun and Zhang Lian know that Yi Yuan's god of war points will suddenly balloon? It can basically be confirmed now that regardless of whether it is Yi Yuan, Wang Jun or Zhang Lian, they are all at the Myriad Beast battle plane. Maybe they met. It's also not entirely impossible. Previously, Wang Jun and Zhang Lian's god of war points clearly slowed down. These few years they've made new heights, year after year. Clearly, they are going all out. If there's no sense of pressure, how can they possibly work so hard? With drive and without drive, those were two completely different things. Wang Jun and Zhang Lian already swept away all opponents 5 years ago. For 10 years, there was no one who could catch up to them at all. Hence, even if they worked hard, it was also just a challenge to themselves, and would not push themselves to the limit. But if they ran into Yi Yuan and witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength, that would be totally different. This kind of situation was very likely. For a moment, everyone fell into shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan really relied on his strength and obtained so many God of War points? The following few years completely became these three people's tussles. In the 6th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 points, reaching 2.55 million. That was only a step away from Zhang Lian's 2.8 million. Everyone's nerves were wound up tightly. In the 7th year, Yi Yuan still obtained over 400,000 God of War points, reaching more than 2.97 million. This year, Yi Yuan was still ranked 3rd. However, he was merely just a few thousand God of War points away from the 2nd place action. Without any doubt, this time next year, Yi Yuan would replace Zhang Lian, who was at the 2nd place, becoming the God of War Golden List's 2nd place. No one could have thought that Zhang Lian, who was as steady as Mount Tai, would actually be surpassed by someone one day. Sure enough, in the 8th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 God of War points, surpassing Zhang Lian in one stroke, becoming the God of War Golden List's 2nd place. On this day, the entire Cloudade City was seething with excitement. Damn it, even though I've been mentally prepared for a long time, when this day really arrived, it still feels unthinkable. What the F***ck? I can't figure it out. Even Wang Jun and Zhang Lian can only obtain over 100,000 God of War points in a year. So how did he achieve 400,000 a year? Zhang Lian has already been pulled down. Right now, there's only Wang Jun left. Zhang Lian had already been surpassed. Yi Yuan was only left with a final opponent, Wang Jun. This person was Cloudade City's insurmountable existence. He was a powerful opponent that made everyone not dare to look directly at him. Starting from roughly the 200th year, there was already no one who dared to have the thought of surpassing him anymore. This notion became increasingly stronger towards the end. But no one could have thought that in the last 10 years, a guy who had never entered the God of War Golden List before, suddenly skyrocketed heaven, defyingly, arriving at the position of 2nd place. And now, Wang Jun's God of War points was 3.98 million. Yi Yuan's God of War points was currently 3.42 million. There was a difference of 560,000 God of War points between the two. Could it be surpassed? Staying in the primeval war realm for close to 1,000 years, these unpredictable children had never discovered that they would get so nervous. Was it Wang Jun narrowly defending his throne of number 1, or Yi Yuan making a heaven-defying comeback, rising up amidst insignificance, and climbing to the summit? This suspense would not be revealed until the final year. It was another year in a blink. On this day, the God of War Golden List was released. When Wang Zhen's name appeared, everyone immediately seethed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, 170,000. This year, Wang Zhen actually obtained 170,000. With this, the number 1 throne is secured. For 0.15 million. This was Wang Zhen's current God of War points. Following that, it was Yi Yuan, 3.83 million. This year, Yi Yuan obtained 410,000 God of War points. Now, the difference between the two was 320,000. Ha ha ha. Indeed still couldn't make it. Wang Zhen finally showed his stuff at the final juncture. At the rate of this speed, Wang Zhen just has to obtain 150,000 God of War points next year and he'll surely win. When Jiangzhe saw this result, he could not resist laughing out loud. Finally, Yi Yuan still failed. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's current performance was already sufficiently heaven-defying. Even though he knew that it was only because Yi Yuan lacked time. But, for Yi Yuan to fail to get first place, he just felt happy. As long as Wang Zhen got more than 150,000, that would be a gap of 470,000. According to Yi Yuan's current rate of speed, it was roughly a little more than 400,000 every year. It was impossible to defy the heavens next year. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Seeing this result, many people also let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, still unable to surpass. Wang Zhen is so strong. He has always been sitting firmly at first place but was surpassed by Yi Yuan using 10 years. I'm really unable to accept this. There must be something fishy. He must have grasped a loophole in the rules. Otherwise, how can he possibly be so heaven-defying? Those present were all unpredictable children, all rare geniuses. Wang Zhen being strong, that was having proceeded steadily step by step, and, through 1,000 years of hard work, they could accept it. But Yi Yuan used 1,000 years to gain enlightenment on Tao, and suddenly jumped out in the last 10 years to compete for the rankings. Furthermore, he only used 10 years' time and reached second place. They were unable to accept such a thing emotionally. Maybe they just did not hope to be crushed. 10th year, apart from the top 30, practically everyone returned to Cloud8 City. There was already no point in continuing to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the last release of the God of War Golden List. The release this time would determine who could get the final 10 spots. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed. There were suddenly several dozen additional people at the rebirth point. Clearly, the hour had arrived, and everyone was transported back. These roughly over 30 people still had blank faces when they returned to the city. Clearly, they still had not recovered to their senses. Just earlier, each one of them was still in a bloody battle. But in a blink, they were transported back. Especially Yi Yuan, Wang Zhen, and Zhang Lian, 3 people, they were clearly somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. Just earlier, Yi Yuan was still narrowly escaping death under the pincer attacks of a large group of fierce beasts. Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian were the same. Wang Zhen's gaze adjusted to the present very quickly and saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd. He was just about to go over to greet when he was surrounded by a large group of people. Wang Zhen, how many God of War points do you have right now? Powerhouse. Ranked 40 plus immediately moved closer to ask. Wang Zhen was taken aback and said, for 0.34 million, why? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces immediately revealed wild ecstasy. Ha ha ha. That despicable brat has completely no chance now. A gap of 510,000. It's impossible for that punk to catch up. That powerhouse said in great joy. Wang Zhen frowned and said, what gap of 510,000? What are you guys talking about? When he said so, there were immediately many people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation, especially Jiangzhe. Wang Zhen, we really feel too unjust for you. There's a punk who resorted to trickery and he could actually attain 400 to 500,000 God of War points. In 1 year, forcefully climbing to second place from behind. Action. Yeah, lucky you stood firm and exerted your strength at the last moment, overwhelming him ruthlessly. First place is first place. His strength indeed isn't simply for show to actually be able to obtain 190,000 God of War points in a year. How clever was Wanjin? He discerned what the problem was from these people's words very quickly. You guys are talking about Yi Yuan, right? He didn't use trickery. Turns out that he's already in second place. Indeed terrifying. Wanjin also looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise again as he said. Everyone was stunned, suddenly falling into silence. Wanjin actually personally defended Yi Yuan. This guy did not eat the wrong medicine, right? Didn't use trickery? How is that possible? With your strength, you only got over 100,000 God of War points every year. He's far worse than you but actually got 400 to 500,000 points in a year. This is too illogical, Jiang Zhe said with a look of disbelief. But Wanjin shook his head and said, when Yi Yuan was fighting in the myriad beast battle plane, Zhang Lian and I saw it with our own eyes. He already comprehended time law, laws of time and space being unleashed together, coupled with sword Dao source and formation Dao source. His strength is already not beneath mine. Furthermore, the power of his sword formation can deal with hundreds and thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. The efficiency of obtaining God of War points is far stronger than us. Even though 400 to 500,000 in a year is a little exaggerated, he absolutely didn't resort to trickery. At the same time, a hint of ridicule flashed across Zhang Lian's beautiful face and he said disdainfully, you can't imagine it, doesn't mean that. Others can't do it. If not for Yi Yuan's encouragement, the two of us also wouldn't have hunted fierce beasts without heed for our lives. Of course, we also wouldn't have obtained tremendous benefits. Ever since seeing Yi Yuan's battle, the two of them started a crazy hunting mode. Although it was impossible to be like Yi Yuan, they frequently pushed themselves to their limits, narrowly escaping death several times. In these 10 years, the two of them similarly made great progress. With motivation and without motivation, those were two totally different states. The over 10,000 people in the square were shocked by these two people's words until they were staring dumbfoundedly. Firstly, Yi Yuan really comprehended time law. Secondly, Yi Yuan's 400 to 500,000 God of War points every year, that was actually really obtained by him hunting fierce beasts himself. Thirdly, his strength could actually rival Wanjin and Zhang Lian already. This news was too soul-stirring. In these 10 years, they had always judged based on the numbers. It was far less shocking than Wanjin and Zhang Lian personally explaining it. It turned out that Wanjin and Zhang Lian suddenly erupting was really because of Yi Yuan. All of this was simply like a dream. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? 10 years. Yi Yuan used 10 years' time and instantly obliterated their 1,000 years of hard work. They were all unpredictable children, existences that even heaven was jealous of. But if they were existences that even heaven was jealous of, then what was Yi Yuan? When they were mocking Yi Yuan for comprehending time law, when they were questioning that Yi Yuan resorted to trickery, when they were mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability, heaven was watching them and laughing. Not that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability, he really had the talent to comprehend time law. Wanjin could not be bothered to care about everyone's shock. Dividing the crowd, he came before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, younger brother Yi is truly an unrivaled talent. You don't know how shocked the two of us were when we saw you execute time law on that day. Time law was known as the #1 law in the world. Although it was on par with spatial law, the difficulty of comprehension was several times harder than spatial law. Even a peerless genius like Wanjin was unable to comprehend it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that day, I sensed the two of you fellow Taoists. But at that time it was trapped in a heavy encirclement and was too busy to say hello. I hope that fellow Taoist doesn't blame. Yi Yuan's impression of Wang Zhen was pretty good. This was someone capable of shouldering great responsibility. Wang Zhen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "What's younger brother Yi saying? I won't ask about your God of War points either. Let's await the release of the God of War Golden List together then." Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded his head. Right then, there was a tremor in the void. A volume of pages flew out for the last time. Everyone's breathing became ragged. Impossible! Impossible! Even if these God of War points were derived from his true strength, it's also impossible for him to obtain 510,000 God of War points with his ranking. Jiang Zhe cried out frantically in his heart. Judging from Yi Yuan's situation in previous years, it was impossible for him to surpass 500,000. The pages slowly unfurled, affecting the hearts of each unpredictable children. Very soon, the pages revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. Buzz! There was immediately a burst of exclamation in the square. First place Yi Yuan. Surpassed. He really surpassed Wang Zhen. Too inconceivable. In this last year, he actually obtained 540,000 God of War points. How did he do it? Too crazy. Too shocking. 10 years, he only used 10 years. He then reached the top of the God of War Golden List. A nuke seemed to have detonated in the square. Everyone exploded. The first name that appeared on the page was precisely Yi Yuan's. In the last year, Yi Yuan miraculously gained 540,000 God of War points, and finally reached a horrifying 4.37 million, suppressing the Wang Zhen who had maintained first place for 1,000 years with the edge of 30,000 points. The shock that this scene brought to everyone was seriously too strong. Jiang Zhe looked at the name on the page, feeling battered out of his senses. As he muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Without cheating, how can he possibly get 540,000 God of War points in a year?" Second place, Wang Zhen, for 0.34 million God of War points. Third place, Zhang Lian, 3.21 million God of War points. Fourth place, Gu Tianjin, 2.12 million God of War points. The God of War Golden List slowly unfolded, one name after another displaying. In front of everybody, the top 10 names were finally decided as well. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. With Yi Yuan climbing to the top, there were naturally people who were eliminated. In the crowd, several murderous gazes shot toward him. Of course, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Seeing this result, Wang Zhen himself was very surprised too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan never made it onto the God of War Golden List. A gap of more than 4 million was caught up just like that. Honestly speaking, he was still a little sour in his heart. Younger brother Yi, you actually obtained 540 God of War points in this last year. Wang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed. Even though several 100,000 a year was very impressive, this sudden eruption in the last year clearly still exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Yuan said, "I had some new insights during this year again, and so I made a trip to the Celestial Beast Plane. That's how I gained more than 500,000 God of War points." Wang Zhen's entire body trembled, and he sucked in a cold breath as he said, "You went to the Celestial Beast Plane? What? He actually went to the Celestial Beast Plane. He's really a madman." The Celestial Beast Plane is the central region of the Myriad Beast Battle Plane. Each one of the fierce beasts is incomparably powerful. He could actually come back alive from there. Not that no one dares to go to the Celestial Beast Plane, but that no one can go there. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed extremely shocked expressions. The Myriad Beast Battle Plains area was extremely vast. But the more towards the central region, the stronger the strength of the fierce beasts. Furthermore, the fierce beasts of the central region were very densely packed. Wanting to rush to the central region from the periphery of the Myriad Beast Battle Plain was simply an impossible task. Even Wan Zhen could not do it either. He and Zhang Lian also continuously went deep into the central region but failed to reach the celestial beast plane in the end too. But Yi Yuan reached it. In reality, before being transported back just now, he was still undergoing a life and death battle in the celestial beast plane. Everyone suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan was able to soar at a rate of 400 to 500,000 God of War points every year. Being able to rush into the celestial beast plane, this in itself already illustrated many problems. In reality, Yi Yuan had made great improvements in these 10 years' time too. Regardless of whether it was Sword Dao Source or Formation Dao Source or whether spatial law, time law, he had an extremely deep understanding. Under this kind of high-intensity battle, his potential was excavated once again. Furthermore, after he finished taking care of a swarm, he would continue advancing forward all the way until he reached the celestial beast plane. However, the strength of the fierce beasts in the celestial beast plane was also indeed extraordinary. Even he felt extremely strained too. If not for his spatial law breaking through to rank 8 at the final juncture, it would also not have been impossible that he would fall in battle and return to Cloudade City. You this fellow, really a freak. I really want to know what kind of boundary you've reached currently, Wan Zhen said with a bitter smile. There will be an opportunity, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Everyone looked with gazes as if looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy simply was not a human. Just as everyone was exclaiming with admiration, there was suddenly a tremor. In the void, a huge cage broke out of the sky and suspended in the air. At this moment, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm could see this enormous cage distinctly. For a moment, there was shock all around. What's this playing at again? Could it be that the genius competition this time hasn't ended yet? Isn't it said that as long as people entered the top 10, they can all obtain the inheritances? Could it be that it isn't like this? Just as everyone was shocked, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest gradually became illusory. When they appeared again, they had already arrived in the cage. There were also many strangers who appeared at the same time. Sweeping a glance over, there were just 1,000 people. The top 10 of each city all gathered in the cage. Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath. Gathering the top 1,000 people together, this was going to be a melee. Suddenly, a voice came out of the void. It was precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice. This is your final test. A caged battle. This time there are no restrictions. Bring out all of your means and kill the people around you. The last person alive shall obtain a supreme inheritance. The next 10 people will obtain a top inheritance. The rest of the people will obtain an ordinary inheritance. Now, the killing begins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice was akin to rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. However, those unpredictable children were clearly all not prepared. Even Yi Yuan had a stunned look too. He heard Jian Yunxin say before that there were 10 top inheritances, but he did not know that there was still a supreme inheritance. Wonder what kind of terrifying legacy this so-called supreme inheritance was. However, 1,000 of the top-notch unpredictable children were all gathered in one cage now. This would really be a terrifying bloody battle. To think that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could come up with such a perverse idea. However, Yi Yuan understood very well. Because in the future, these unpredictable children would definitely encounter this kind of scenario. At that time, they might encounter even more and even stronger divine race powerhouses. This kind of melee, just treat it as a preview in advance. Dying in this caged battle now, they could still come back to life. But in the future, when they faced divine race powerhouses, they would not be able to come back to life. A little more preparation was considered to have a process of adapting in advance, right? Yi Yuan turned to look at Wan Zhen beside him and could not help laughing as he said, "You see, I said that there will be an opportunity, right?" Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect that it came so quickly. Okay, Let me experience what right you have to walk in the celestial beast. Plain. At this instant, Wan Jin brimmed with fighting spirit. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong and also knew that Yi Yuan had many trump cards, he had his own pride. He also had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, he did not think that he would lose to Yi Yuan. Who was stronger and who was weaker, got to fight before one would know. By the side, Zhang Lian rolled his eyes and said, "The two of you fight then. I'm not getting involved. I'm not Wan Zhen's match. If you lose, the two of us. Fight then." Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from beside them. There was actually someone who was killed already. Action. The battle came suddenly. In an instant, the flames of war started burning in the cage. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of terrifying energy undulation exploded in the cage. This cage was clearly specially made. Even if 1,000 unpredictable children fought frenziedly, they were unable to break this cage too. At this time, several unpredictable children not far away saw that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low. They immediately rushed over toward him. "Brat, really don't know how you came in. Your city is too weak. Sending you on your way then." An unpredictable child grinned sinisterly and rushed over towards Yi Yuan. However, he discovered to his horror that his speed of advancement became slower and slower, increasingly slower. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Tea time law!" Suddenly, a cold light appeared around Yi Yuan. Poochie. Yi Yuan did not look at that guy at all, and his body was already pierced into a sieve, kicking the bucket. Opposite, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan killed a top 10 powerhouse so effortlessly. Really very strong. In Cloudade City, people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. So strong. That's a powerhouse ranked in the top 10. He killed the other person without even giving him a look. Is that time law? Indeed well deserving of being a supreme law. It's really too strong. Just how strong is Yi Yuan's current strength? From his appearance, it seems like he's going to fight with Wan Zhen. Everyone had looks of anticipation. They really wanted to take a look at just who was stronger and who was weaker between the former number 1 and the current number 1. While time law was powerful, Wan Zhen had experienced these few years of training. Just how strong he was, they were unable to judge as well. Everything would only be known after fighting. After all, Wan Zhen was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Time law is indeed impressive. Wan Zhen laughed loudly, causing the pressure of an 8th firmament heavenly emperor to suddenly bloom. During these 10 years' time, Yi Yuan fought crazily. Currently, his realm improved further and was already comparable to 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Among the unpredictable children, especially among these top 1,000, even half a minor realm lower was fatal too. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge the 8th firmament heavenly emperor Wan Zhen with a 5th firmament heavenly emperor cultivation realm. But no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too many. All of a sudden, 5 kinds of power of laws suddenly descended, forming a perfect closed loop around Wan Zhen. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Fusing the 5 element laws. Brother Wan indeed kept to your own counsel. Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "It's not that I kept to my own counsel. It's just that I didn't have a chance to display it. 5 element laws, just comprehending one was nothing. This was the most basic power of law, what the vast majority of martial artists comprehended was 1 or 2 of the 5 element laws. Those with stronger talents would comprehend 3 kinds. In fact, the Lu Zi whom Yi Yuan had once seen before, she was extremely talented, comprehending all of the 5 element laws. But comprehending was easy, while fusion was hard. Wanting to fuse the 5 element laws into one, this was something harder than ascending to heaven. The difficulty was no less than Yi Yuan's comprehension of the 2 great supreme laws. 5 elements fusing into one, the power would not be the slightest bit inferior to the supreme laws. 5 elements mutually promoting and restraining each other. If it could be fused into one, it would be able to continue in an endless cycle. One thought, one world. It was exceedingly powerful. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that Wan Zhen's 5 power of laws was extremely balanced. These 5 kinds of power of laws, there was you in me, me in you, nothing the least bit superfluous. This kind of 5 elements fusion could be rated as perfect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Brother Wan's 5 element laws is probably more than this, right? Wan Zhen smiled and said, That's right. My water law, fire law, and wood law already reached the level of source. It's just that once the 5 elements balance is broken, the power will be inferior to now instead. Hence, these 3 laws are almost useless to me. Even Yi Yuan also sucked in a breath of cold air. He originally thought that Wan Zhen comprehended 1 or 2 source powers. Did not expect that he actually already comprehended 3 kinds. One day, if he comprehended 5 great source powers at the same time and achieved the balance of the 5 element laws once more, that would be too terrifying. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, It was this Yi who underestimated the heroes of the world. Brother Wan's talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. What's even rarer is that Brother Wan's considerations are huge and can take a broad view of the world. Truly hard to come by. Wan Zhen smiled and said, Younger brother Yi, stop overselling me. In terms of talent, who can compare to you? Oh, time law. This one tried for a long time, but I still gave up in the end. Now, with younger brother Yi, synchronizing time and space, your combat power is unparalleled under the heavens. Enough talk. Let's fight. Yi Yuan was also filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, Ha ha ha! Come and fight! At this time it already became a mess in the cage. It was incomparably chaotic everywhere. But these two only had the other in their eyes. A treasure pagoda suddenly appeared in Wan Zhen's hand. Only to see his expression turn solemn, the aura of the treasure pagoda, billowing to the sky, and suddenly slamming over towards Yi Yuan. The speed was unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the sword formation suddenly rising, meeting the treasure pagoda. Boom! 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 The two people's battle gave off a loud noise. One massive energy undulation after another rippled out between the two of them. No one dared to approach them at all. Inside the cage, those unpredictable children were all shuddering with fear, choosing to stay away from these two people very consciously. An unpredictable child could not resist cursing. Damn! These two fellows are really strong. Similarly, top 10, the disparity isn't just a little bit. That one who's using the sword formation still thought that he was easy to bully just now, didn't expect that he's so strong. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Time law coupled with 2 great source powers. This kid is simply a freak. Also, there's the other guy. He actually achieved the perfect balance of the 5 elements. These two aren't human at all. Regardless of which city it was, the gap between the top 10 was very large. 2. Under normal circumstances, the top 3 or top 2 was an echelon. It was even be divided into 2 or 3 echelons at the back. As for how strong each city's number 1 was, it would only be known after competing. But Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight made them realize the disparity. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a black figure stood in the air, with the power of lightning on his body surging crazily. No one dared to approach this person at all. The power of lightning on his body was too strong. Even a fool could also guess that this person was the successor of Tao. Ancestor Lightning, Pang Zhen. His gaze was already drawn by Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's gazes. Heh, I really didn't expect that. Besides us, another guy who can rival Wan Zhen actually popped out. This kid is very strong. Looks like the supreme position this time is very troublesome. A youth dressed in ink-black long robes fanned his fan, arriving beside Pang Zhen. Others were afraid of Pang Zhen, but he did not seem to care at all. This youth fanning his fan was noble carefree Yutanji, who was as famous as Pang Zhen and Wan Jin. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "The supreme position is mine. Nobody can snatch it away. Wan Jin can't, you likewise can't." Yutanji laughed and said, "Pang Zhen, you're always like this. Who can get the final position of supremacy? Not reaching the end? Who will know?" Pang Zhen's gaze turned cold, the aura on his body surging as he said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you want to have a go at me?" Yutanji put away his fan and said smilingly, "Fighting naturally got to fight, but before this, shouldn't we clean up these trash first? Also those two. Isn't it good to let them fight first?" Pang Zhen withdrew his aura and said coolly, "Emin, what you said makes sense." Swoosh. Finished talking, his figure suddenly disappeared, his speed being inconceivably swift. Inside the cage, lightning ran rampant. Places that it passed through, wailing sounded out. Pang Zhen was well deserving of being Ancestor Lightning's successor. To be able to cultivate lightning source to such a level, it was truly seldomly seen. Laws had distinctions in superiority, but at the same time it also depended on how a person utilized it. People who cultivated supreme laws might not be stronger than those who cultivated ordinary laws. But Pang Zhen had clearly gained the essence of Ancestor Lightning's true legacy, applying lightning source to a transcendent realm. However, they were all top 10 powerhouses at any rate. Especially the various cities' top 3, those were all existences with extremely fearsome strength. Pang Zhen being so overbearing also aroused the dislike of some powerhouses. The temptation of this legacy was too great. Who did not want to get the supreme inheritance? Even if they did not get the supreme inheritance, obtaining the 10 major legacies was also pretty good. Hence, some powerhouses discovered that something was wrong and established an offensive and defensive alliance very quickly. In short, inside the enormous cage fell into an extremely chaotic situation. But as the numbers decreased more and more, the battle situation also grew more intense. Because those who remained were all experts among experts. Even Pang Zhen also felt overwhelmed facing several great powerhouses at the same time. "Ha ha ha, awesome. Younger brother Yi, you should also bring out your true ability already," Wan Zhen said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Brother Wan is indeed formidable. Since that's the case, this Yi won't conceal my abilities anymore." Over here, the two people fought earth-shatteringly. But up to this point, they both did not bring out their true strength and were both testing each other. Even so, their combat power already surpassed the vast majority of the people present. In Cloudade City, Jiangzhe was dumbstruck with amazement long ago. Only seeing Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. The current Yi Yuan was more than 10 times stronger than the Yi Yuan back then, let alone that Yi Yuan had not used the law of time and space yet. Only then did he understand how laughable these few years of questioning were. In the crowd, Qin, whose expression was also very ugly as he said, "Really? Blinded my dog eyes. How was it blinded by obsession back then to go and provoke this freak?" She gave him a glance and said crossly, "If you know that you're blind, change your temper in the future and stop making trouble everywhere. This is inside the primeval war realm. If it was outside, you'd had long died 10 times over." Qin, who deeply felt that way too, and nodded repeatedly and said, "You're right. I mustn't simply posture anymore in the future and keep a low profile. Damn, you really can't judge a book by its cover, and the sea cannot be measured with a bushel. Some people really can't be provoked." Only then did he know what kind of freak Yi Yuan was. 1,000 years was neither long nor short. Yi Yuan's improvement in these 1,000 years could simply be described with the word terrifying. Forget that his realm increased quickly, his power of laws even advanced at a tremendous pace, and he had not showcased his real skills yet. His move, Wan Zhen is going to use his ultimate move, 5 Chi de origin. Really don't know what kind of realm his move already reached. My God, the power of this move is more than 10 times stronger than just now. This pressure, it's simply going to burst through the cage. 5 elemental laws fusing perfectly is really too terrifying. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Wan Zhen's imposing aura suddenly rose several levels. Above his head, a 5-colored flower petal quietly condensed into shape. Wan Zhen controlled the treasure pagoda. The 5-petaled flower rotated. Without resting, the scene looked very gorgeous. But every powerhouse in the cage felt a dangerous aura. Many powerhouses, even those powerhouses ranked in the top 3, all gave a wide berth, consciously distancing themselves from the two. Even Pang Zhen's eyes also flickered slightly, clearly very shocked. Over the past 1,000 years, Wan Zhen's strength did not just improve by a little bit. His major 5 elemental fusion became even more powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also shrunk. This Wan Zhen was really too strong. This move had not been unleashed yet, but there were no flaws at all. This battle was a tough fight. There was no chance to gain any advantage by trickery. His thoughts stirred and the sword formation suddenly changed. It was just that this change did not have any major changes in the eyes of others. Did the formation change? Doesn't look very impressive. This bit of change, can it survive under the attack of the 5 Qi? Day origin. Is this Yi Yuan's final trump card? Doesn't look like much, even if he used time law. It's also impossible to be very strong, right? The power of the sword formation was not so intuitive. But once one got caught in the sword formation, that would be terrifying. Bystanders could not understand Yi Yuan's action at all. They just instinctively felt that he could defend against Wan Zhen's move. True Nirvana sword formation. This was Yi Yuan's newest comprehended sword formation. It was also by relying on precisely the set of sword formation that Yi Yuan could kill into the celestial beast plane and obtained more than 500,000 God of War points. At the final moment, making a heaven-defying comeback. One could imagine how strong this sword formation was. Over the past 1,000 years, especially the recent 10 years, Yi Yuan's sword Dao source and formation Dao source improved significantly again. During a battle, Yi Yuan fused these two great powers of source and the law of time and space fully, creating this set of true Nirvana sword formation. The power was extremely terrifying. Wan Zhen similarly did not understand, but he instinctively felt that Yi Yuan's change seemed to be even more profound. How profound, he could not explain it. But he understood that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to rely on an ordinary move to deal with his 5 Qi Day origin. He would know how strong after he gave it a try. At once, he no longer hesitated as well, urging the treasure pagoda. 5 flower petals rolled like a wheel and flew over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, everyone felt like heaven and earth were pressing down. The 5 elements developed myriad things in the world. Wan Zhen perfectly used the 5 elemental laws. Didn't it represent the entire world? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. True Nirvana sword formation. Suddenly operating, forming a world of its own. Rumble. As soon as they collided, it was as if the world started shaking. The entire cage started trembling violently. Many unpredictable children were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Even though they already avoided far away, they were still affected by this tremor. They did not have time to resist in the slightest and were directly drowned by the horrifying energy, dying until they could not be deader. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. He did not expect that this unremarkable sword formation was actually so strong, evenly matched. At once, he did not dare to be neglectful. Divine essence surging crazily once more. Action. That 5 elements spinning will actually started disintegrating after this collision. Deriving myriad Dao. Wan Zhen roared explosively. That 5 enormous flower petals immediately decomposed into thousands of miniature petals. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. The power of this move was several times stronger than earlier. These decomposed petals seemed disorderly and unsystematic, but actually, Every 5 petals formed a miniature closed loop. And between each closed loop, there was a magical kind of power attracting. This was deriving myriad Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark, his figure moving. He actually directly took a step out and entered among those countless flower petals. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan was drowned by the 5 petals. In fact, even his sword formation was submerged too. Everyone opened their mouths wide and had shocked faces. Could be played like this still? Wasn't this courting death? Deriving myriad Tao, it could only be overcome by strength. If Wan Zhan's move had flaws, Yi Yuan could naturally break them through. Ingenuity. But Wan Zhan's move did not have flaws at all. It was perfect until there were no weaknesses to exploit. Then, how terrifying was the power of the core area of this move. Slightly using one's brain to think and one would understand. Boom! 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 Amidst the petal rain that filled the sky, a series of detonating sounds came. Over. People could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all, they only saw one streak of sword light after another appearing and disappearing again inside. But when Pang Zhen saw this scene, his gaze turned sharp. What a formidable brat to actually see through where the problem lies at a glance. Wan Zhan, this move derives myriad Tao, wanting to crack it. There's only from the inside. Although doing it like this, the danger is also several times greater. But this is the only chance, Pang Zhen said in shock. 5 elements developing Tao, continuous reproduction in an endless succession. That was the power of Tao, even if it was Tao that had shrunk countless times smaller. Wan Zhan's strength did not lie in how strong his offensive power was, but precisely that he had no chinks in his armor. No matter how you raged like a storm, how could you break my Tao? Among these top-notch, unpredictable children, to talk about whose offensive power was number 1, that was definitely Pang Zhen. But to talk about who was the most difficult to deal with, that was definitely Wan Zhen. Even Pang Zhen also did not dare to easily make a move against Wan Zhen. Wanting to defeat Wan Zhen, either break through with strength such as a Deva realm martial artist forcefully using cultivation realm to suppress him firmly, or it was collapsing from within. Very clearly, Yi Yuan saw through where the problem lay at a glance. But seeing through was one thing, whether he dared to enter was another thing. The core of this move was not a glass bottle that broke at a touch, but was powerful until it made people despair instead. Several powerful, unpredictable children were all paying attention to the battle situation over here. Seeing this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan is definitely dead this time, evolving myriad Tao to form its own world. Isn't it seeking death for him to enter inside the world? Heh. It's indeed still Wan Zhen who's a level stronger. Looks like him. Being able to obtain so many God of War points was purely due to the sword formation. Something's not quite right. Why do I see that Wan Zhen's expression is becoming more and more serious? The crowd that was eating melons and who did not understand the truth naturally felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very foolish. Strength determined the horizon. Although they were all unpredictable children, the gap between these powerhouses in the city and the powerhouses inside the cage was too great. Boom! 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 The explosion sounds became more and more intense and increasingly horrifying. That earth-shaking sound seemed to be one sledgehammer blow after another, striking onto people's hearts. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. Those countless petals actually suddenly exploded at this time, shattering into pieces. The horrifying energy undulation actually seeped out of the cage and reached the primeval war realm. Immediately, mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. This was the power of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. The power was seriously too horrifying. Wan Zhen spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, letting out a muffled groan, his figure flying out backward, while at this time 10,000 streaks of sword light poured out, blinding everyone's eyes. That was Yi Yuan's sword formation. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. Yi Yuan, he won? Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yu Tanji also had astonished expressions on their faces. No one could have thought that Wan Zhen actually really lost. Furthermore, he was defeated so quickly. The current Yi Yuan appeared somewhat tousled, the wounds on his body shocking to behold. Among his peers, those able to push him to this extent, Wan Zhen was still the first. What a terrifying sword formation! You already perfectly fused two great sources and the laws of time and space. This sword formation will definitely radiate with splendor in the future. What's its name? Wan Zhen clutched his wound and looked at Yi Yuan as he said in shock. Just earlier he already went all out wanting to kill Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation was too powerful. Regardless of whether it was defense or offense, it was ridiculously strong. Sword Dao Source was a law that was among one of the few with top offensive power to begin with. The laws of time and space were also perfectly fused inside, as well as the enhancement of formation Dao Source. This move was too vague and too swift and fierce. Such a move that no rivals in the same rank at all. If not for him being 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he would have long lost. He would not have been able to receive even one of Yi Yuan's strikes. One had to know 3 minor realms of Heavenly Emperor realm. How big a gap was that? Not talking about 3, just 1 was an insurmountable chasm to ordinary people. But Yi Yuan leapfrogged 3 minor realms and defeated the top genius, Wan Zhen. How could they not be shocked by this scene? The sword light converged and hovered quietly around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This formation is called True Nirvana." Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "Haha, True Nirvana sword formation. A good name. I hope that this set of sword formation can defend the dignity of our human race." Yi Yuan's expression turned somber, and he nodded his head seriously and said, "This Yi will do my best. Brother Yi, our battle ends here. How about it?" Clearly, the two of them did not really determine the victor. This move earlier, Yi Yuan did defeat Wan Zhen. But Wan Zhen was notoriously difficult to deal with. It was not that easy of a matter for Yi Yuan to want to kill Wan Zhen. The two of them appreciated each other and naturally were not willing to determine life and death right now. That way they would miss the legacies. Haha, it should be that way. If we die now, wouldn't it become a great tragedy in life? Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said. At this time, there were still roughly close to half of the powerhouses left inside the cage. The death rate also became lower and lower. The powerhouses from all areas were mostly in a melee. Those weaker ones had basically already been eliminated in one round. Those remaining were all powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan turn around, those powerhouses close to him changed expressions. One after another, hurriedly backing away. Clearly, they were afraid. The commotion caused by the two people's showdown earlier was seriously too great. Even though they examined their own conscience and felt that they were very strong, they were also not strong to such a degree. Furthermore, they were extremely apprehensive of the true Nirvana sword formation. The true Nirvana sword formation was strong, but strong to what extent only Wan Zhen, who experienced it personally, would know. How could the rest dare to go and touch Yi Yuan? Seeing the others' cowering appearances, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. Yi Yuan did not like this kind of feeling. Even though he killed these people, they would not truly die. He could challenge the strong, but with regards to the weak, as long as they did not come and provoke him, he really could not quite make his move. After all, this was also their hope. It was the hope of obtaining an inheritance. Action. Otherwise, why would they need to fight fervently here? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You guys continue. I'll rest for a while. If anyone wants to come and kill me, you are most welcome to come over." Finished talking, he actually sat cross-legged and recovered his vitality on the spot. The others exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. This guy was posturing too hard, right? But did they dare to go up and provoke Yi Yuan? They did not dare. I'm Jingnan City's Tao Hani, seeking guidance from Brother Ye's brilliant moves. Just as everyone was wavering and not advancing, a figure arrived not far in front of Yi Yuan and challenged Yi Yuan. He was open and above board and did not suddenly sneak attack. He looked very much like an upright gentleman. But Yu Tanji had a disdainful look as he said, "This hypocrite still made a move in the end, but it's good like this as well. We can see this kid's depths." Again. Many people who knew Tao Hani all had disdainful looks on their faces. Making a move at this time was clearly wanting to take advantage of people's predicament. However, under this kind of life-and-death battle, it also did not seem to fail to conform with the rules. Either way, this was a battle without any rules. As long as one put the opponent to death, it would do, regardless of whether you sneak attacked or took advantage of others' difficulties. Yi Yuan opened his eyes, glanced at the other party, and slowly stood up. "Okay, please condescend to teach," Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Tao Hani had a well-mannered appearance as he clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Ye's sword formation is transcendent, you have to show leniency." But in his heart he sneered coldly to no end. Tao Hani thought in his heart, he caused such a huge commotion just now. This kid's divine essence expenditure must be huge. Dealing with him at this time, the timing is just right. As long as I kill him, I'll be the genius who towers above Wanjin. Yi Yuan was taken aback, feeling a little baffled. Show leniency? Are you joking? Right now, this was a life-and-death battle. But seeing the other party's kind appearance, he could only smile and said, "Life and death are up to fate. Each relies on one's own abilities then." He did not kill Wanjin. Firstly, because they appreciated each other. Secondly, killing Wanjin needed to expend huge amounts of energy. The losses outweighed the gains. But this did not mean that he would also do the same to the others. Since he came to challenge, then he would have to be prepared to die. Yi Yuan was also considered to have reminded the other party tactfully. But in Tao Hani's eyes it became sarcasm. However, he still maintained his demeanor and said smilingly, "Haha, that's okay." A moment ago he was still talking in a jovial manner. The next second, he already dealt a devastating blow. Virtually instantly, Tao Hani's tempest-like attack already arrived. As Jingnan City's #1, Tao Hani's strength naturally did not need to be elaborated.
100 Samsara Saber.
Tao Hani's power of law was the fusion of the law of saber and samsara law. The power tremendous. Heavenly Tao Samsara, want you to live, you'll live. Want you to die, you'll die. The terrifying saber light instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire person was submerged in the sea of blades. Yi Yuan was naturally not some rookie. The true Nirvana sword formation was already in operation long ago. The four great power of laws transformed into thousands of light, clashing head-on with Tao Hani's endless blade lights. For a moment, saber lights and sword images, laws intertwined. The terrifying energy undulation swept across the entire cage in virtually an instant. But the more they fought, the more alarmed Tao Hani became. Although his power of law was not as strong as Wanjin's, among the top geniuses it was very formidable already as well. This guy battled with Wanjin and was clearly in a difficult position. So how did he still have such thick divine essence? His saber images seemed to have fallen into a quagmire when being inside the true Nirvana sword formation, unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan at all. Only at this moment did he deeply understand how powerful the guy who broke Wanjin's development of myriad Dao was. Pang Zhen and the rest had been paying attention to the battle here all this while. Seeing Tao Hani gradually losing ground, they could not help being incomparably shocked in their hearts. He was sure that when Wanjin and Yi Yuan fought just now, they did not hold back at all. That battle could be said to be the top-level battle in the cage already. The consumption of this level of battle could be described using horrifying. Pang Zhen naturally would not think that Yi Yuan was not able to fight anymore, but he never thought that Yi Yuan's combat power could actually still maintain so vigorously. One had to know Tao Hani was not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Each city's first place, Each one of them was an extremely powerful genius. Although Yutanji and the rest were very scornful of Tao Hani's behavior, this did not prevent them from acknowledging Tao Hani's talent. Prior to this, he did not experience any great battle either. But now, he wanted to take advantage of Yi Yuan's battle and let himself fall into passiveness instead. Very soon, his saber lights were suppressed to the extreme by Yi Yuan. From his limitless suppression in the beginning, to the current feebleness and dead luster, it did not last too long. Life and death were already just on the line. The shock in Tao Hani's heart grew greater and greater, and he shouted loudly, "Brother Yi has excellent means. This Tao admits defeat. Brother Yi, please show mercy." But Yi Yuan did not buy it in the slightest and said coolly, "Sorry. In a life and death battle, whence the mercy? Moreover, the moment your esteemed self made your move, it was already a life and death showdown. Now pleading for me to show leniency, don't you find it too late?" Yi Yuan was also not a fool. Could sparring and wanting your life be the same? This guy had that pose of risking his life the moment he came up. He clearly wanted his life. Yi Yuan's thoughts were meticulous. How could he not tell that this guy came to take advantage of others' difficulties? He thought that he had just experienced a great battle and felt that he was easy to bully. How could there be such a bargain? Tao Hani yelled out, "Brother Yi, this Tao is..." How could Yi Yuan listen to him talk nonsense? Urging the true Nirvana sword formation, he directly annihilated this guy. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's true combat strength. His divine essence is too thick. After going through that kind of great battle, he actually still had such terrifying strength. I know Tao Hani, even though he isn't as strong as Wan Zhen, for Wan Zhen to want to beat him, it absolutely won't be so effortless either. Yi Yuan is really too strong. I finally understand how he surpassed Wan Zhen in 10 years. With thick, divine essence like his, coupled with his sword formation, it's simply a killing machine. There was a shock in Cloud8 City. Only after experienced this great battle did they finally fully believed that Yi Yuan relied on his own strength to surpass Wan Zhen. This number one person was fully deserving. And this battle also truly shocked all of the geniuses in the cage. Now, who still dared to be blind and come forward and attempt to take advantage? Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yutanji also did not dare to easily step forward. They were confident that they would not lose to Yi Yuan. But what if they lost? Their objective was the final supreme inheritance, and it was not to show off momentary bravery. Therefore, everyone chose to ignore Yi Yuan with a very tacit understanding. This time, Yi Yuan was really able to recover his vitality with peace of mind. Along with the passing of time, the battle situation inside the cage also became fiercer and fiercer. The numbers continuously decreased. From 500 to 400, then to 100. Finally, there were only several dozen people left. These remaining several dozen people were all the top-notch group of geniuses. Each person's strength was extremely powerful. Of course, of the people remaining, the vast majority were all people who ranked first place in their respective cities. However, there were also upsets. Some people were ambushed by someone and then they died due to fatigue. But of those who remained, there were clearly none who were weak. All of a sudden, it became quiet inside the cage. People suddenly discovered that the huge cage was only left with a few people. Counting carefully, there were only 19 people left within the cage. These 19 people were, without a doubt, the strongest 19 people. Among them, many fought one versus many, then slew their opponents. Inside the cage where the strong gathered, it could be seen how strong their strength was. And just earlier, the last battle ended. Everyone tacitly stopped taking any more action. A great battle until now, their consumption was huge too. Making a move in this state was not secure. They needed to compete for the throne of first place under their strongest state. Pang Zhen's gaze swept across everyone and said in a solemn voice, "Those who remain are all old acquaintances already. Half a day of rest. After half a day, regardless of to what degree you recover, it will be the final battle. Wonder if everyone has any objections. Everyone nodded their heads one after another. Clearly, they agreed with this suggestion very much. I have an objection, Yutanji suddenly said. Pang Zhen's brows furrowed and he said, What objection do you have? But Yutanji looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said smilingly, Somebody rested 3 whole days more than us? How to calculate this? The moment these words came out, everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, each and every one revealing very wary looks. Clearly, this person was referring to Yi Yuan. Even Wang Zhen also had many powerhouses who went to provoke him. But Yi Yuan did not have a single one. Half a day's time, it was impossible to recover to their peak state. How much they could recover would depend on their own ability. However, Yi Yuan already had not taken action for a full 3 days. The current Yi Yuan had swept away the decadence after fighting with Wang Zhen, his entire person in great form. Clearly, his state had already reached its peak. Yi Yuan was troublesome in the first place, now he was also in better shape than them. How to resolve? Pang Zhen's brows furrowed even harder. He really overlooked this problem. Kid, you explain it yourself. What should be done? Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan did not expect that he suddenly became the public target of scorn. Hearing Pang Zhen's question, he just spread his hands out and said smilingly, Anything goes for me. It's up to you guys. He really did not care. Moreover, this sentence clearly already had the intention of targeting him. After all, if they really wanted to put forward a complaint, they could have. Everyone all rest well, then get to fighting again. But Yutanji very clearly pointed all of the spearheads at him. Yi Yuan's indifferent attitude made Pang Zhen very displeased. It was like these so-called proud children of heaven, did not exist in Yi Yuan's eyes at all. That appearance was like he was saying, do as you all see fit, either way you all will lose in the end. Sure enough, seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, these proud children of heaven all furrowed their brows, feeling like they were being underestimated. Hehe, I have an idea, why don't everyone attack together first and finish him off? The rest will be easier, Yutanji said with a laugh. An unpredictable child said with a smile, Oh, this is a good idea. Although they all were disdainful to team up with the others, to be honest, they were really quite fearful of Yi Yuan. A guy who defeated even Wang Zhen. How could they not dread? Of course, they still had a small thought, that was to force Yi Yuan to withdraw. Weren't you very cocky? Didn't you leave it up to us? Then we'll take care of you. Even though each and every one of them was currently not in their peak state. The strongest dozen over unpredictable children joining forces, what kind of horrifying lineup was that? Here, no one dared to face so many people at the same time, even if they were at their peak state. Hoo-hoo, kid, since you said that anything goes for you, then we shall do so. What do you think? Pang Zhen also had a mocking look as he said with a smile. Others looked at him, all having fear and respect in their eyes. Action. Even these unpredictable children were fearful of his identity too. But Yi Yuan was not. He could not see the slightest trace of awe from Yi Yuan's eyes. That was not just showing contempt for him. It was looking down on his ancestor lightning. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan grinned and lightly spat a word out? All right. He knew that these people were all afraid of him. But so what? All the heavens chosen were stunned when they heard it. It was as if they could not quite believe their own ears. All right. Was this guy stupid? He was going to challenge the strongest 18 people by himself? Even Yutanji was also dumbstruck with shock by Yi Yuan's answer. Even though he had this intention, deliberately leading everyone in this direction. But for Yi Yuan to actually fall for it so easily, he was still very surprised. At this moment, the entire primeval war realm was in a stir. What did he say? Did I hear wrong? No, you didn't hear wrongly. He said, all right. Haha. Awesome. Domineering. It's just, does he have the strength? Those are the strongest 18 people. Everyone seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, all jeering at Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. They thought about 10,000 possibilities of the final great battle, but only never thought of this. One person challenging 18 people. Among these 18 people, there were at least no fewer than 5 whose strength was not inferior to Wang Jun's, even surpassing by a thread, while the rest was also merely marginally weaker than Wang Jun. These 18 people joining forces was roughly equivalent to 18 people similar to Wang Jun's power teaming up. Too terrifying. Younger brother Yi, don't act based on emotions, Wang Jun also said with a frown. Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look and said with a smile, "Relax, brother Wan. It will be fine." Wang Jun was rendered speechless. This kid was really stubborn. Even if he backed out, there were still 17 people. Forget about facing 17 people, even facing the teaming up of Pang Jin and Yu Tanji, he was absolutely not a match either. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge 17 people. This was too crazy. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Ever since I first made my appearance in the world, I've never been underestimated so much before. Forget it. I'll witness today how confident you are to dare say such conceited words. Kid, hope that you don't let me down too much. Pang Jin laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan did not know Pang Jin, although he was surprised by his lightning source. He did not know that he was Ancestor Lightning's successor. However, even if he knew, he would not care either. Hearing that, he just nodded his head indifferently and said, shouldn't disappoint you." Pang Jun's gaze was gloomy, having a look of fury on his face. Yi Yuan's attitude was a form of humiliation in his view. The successor of a Dao ancestor, what kind of venerated status was that? This guy was actually so condescending. Hoo-hoo, good. Since that's the case, everyone attacks together then, Pang Jun said with a cold smile. Wait, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Pang Jun smiled coldly and said, "What? Scared? It's too late." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand me. It's impossible for you guys to win me like this. You all recuperate first. It isn't too late to attack again after recovering your strength." The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this kid stupid? He actually took the initiative to want Pang Jin they all to rest up. Rest. He actually took the initiative to have Pang Jin and the others rest up. Did this kid knock his head silly when fighting Wang Jin previously? What time is it? Is he still talking about whatever broad-mindedness? Everyone exploded. They were completely unable to understand Yi Yuan's way of doing things. At this kind of moment when the smallest details had to be argued over, this guy became generous and took the initiative to let the others rest up. Even Pang Jin, Yu Tanji, and the rest were taken aback too, only coming back to their senses after a while. These people were proud by nature. When had they been underestimated like this by someone before? Boy, are you sure? Yu Tanji said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "To me, one person or a dozen over people, it's all the same. Hence, you guys had better recover your strength first. Otherwise, this fight will be boring." Done talking, he sat down cross-legged and continued resting. The 18 geniuses exchanged glances, all having a feeling of being looked down on. They were actually being underestimated by someone. Very good. I want to take a look today, just how strong this punk is. Pang Jin sneered coldly and immediately started to adjust his breathing. Waves of loud laughter came from above the void. This kid is really overbearing. He's actually challenging 18 people alone. This breadth of spirit, even this old man can't compare to his spirit. Lightning, you said that he couldn't even enter the God of War golden list. How about now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a big laugh. All of the big shots, including Ancestor Lightning, each and every one of their faces were very ugly. In these past 10 years in the outside world, they had been mocking Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets all the way, saying that the person he chose could not even enter the God of War golden list. But who could have expected that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually came roaring into being, rising all the way until he charged to first place? In the caged battle, Yi Yuan even shocked the world with 2 battles, scaring the group of geniuses to not dare to make a move against him. In the final battle, he even challenged 18 of the strongest geniuses proudly. On his own. This unexpected way of doing things not only shocked the geniuses in the primeval war realm, it similarly shocked the progenitors who were spying. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Ancestor Lightning had a sullen look as he said, "What are you showing off for? Fighting 1 versus 18, do you think that he can win?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "So what, even if he loses? A genuine major power needs to be capable of doing what others can't and what others don't dare to do. Not crushing geniuses of the same generation. How will one corroborate their Tao? In this epoch, didn't only the few of us old fellows emerge? Moreover, this kid dares to be so arrogant. How do you know that he doesn't have any reliance?" The others were immediately rendered speechless. What Profound Secrets said was right. These ancestors who corroborated their Tao, which one did not crush geniuses in their same generation before they had today? But, even back then, they also did not dare to say that they would fight 1 versus 18. A progenitor said with a cold snort, "Profound Secrets, don't you get cocky too early. Even if he has something to rely on, it's also absolutely impossible to win. Be careful that your face gets slapped when the time comes." Profound Secrets' gaze swept across everyone's faces, shaking his head, and could not help laughing as he said, "Your eyesight are too narrow. When all races are facing danger, there will be a hero who rises to the sky. The stronger Yi Yuan is, the more hope the human race has. At this time, you all are still playing your little schemes. Why is there such a need?" Everyone was speechless. Profound Secrets' words made sense, but people were all selfish. Who could truly be selfless? 3 days passed in a flash. What these top geniuses cultivated were all the top-notch cultivation methods. Recovery was also very fast. At this time, the 18 people have all reached their peak states already. With power in hand, it was as if strong self-confidence returned to them. Pangjin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, "Kid, confidence is a good thing, but you'll discover very soon that yours isn't called confidence, but it is called conceit." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then hope that you can prove it to me." Pangjin's face turned black. This punk smile was so annoying. But Yu Tanji suddenly said, "Wan Zhan, which side are you prepared to stand on?" Wan Zhan said coolly, "I choose to withdraw." Yu Tanji sneered and said, "Withdraw? Heh, what a nice plan you have. If we really fought until both sides sustained heavy injuries, wouldn't you reap the spoils of victory without lifting a finger?" But Wan Zhan said, "Actually, I want to help younger brother Yi, but he definitely doesn't want me to intervene. Therefore, I can only withdraw. Of course, if you guys feel uneasy, you can also divert a few to come and deal with me." Yi Yuan smiled slightly. This Wan Zhan was a sensible person. Yu Tanji's gaze also turned dark and he said, "Since that's the case, gentlemen, after we kill this punk, we'll join forces again to kill Wan Zhan." Everyone nodded their heads. Clearly, everyone did not have objections. Suddenly, a series of powerful to the extreme source power of law lit up inside the cage. Before even making a move, that powerful aura already passed through the cage and engulfed the entire primeval war realm. This was the power of 17 people joining forces. Just feeling this aura made people feel asphyxiated. With 17 people, several dozen kinds of source power could be seen. Some had an overwhelming momentum, some had a majestic air, some were illusory. Each person's characteristic was different. Each person's forte was different. These 17 people joining forces could be said to be without any weaknesses to exploit. So strong, really so strong. If I were to stand there, probably before even waiting for them to make a move, I'd have directly been crushed into minced meat. Forget about you, if Wanjun was standing in the middle, he would likely have already collapsed as well. I really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks. Can such an opponent be what one person can deal with? Wanjun felt this terrifying power, his complexion turning pale too. It was a one-on-one battle previously. But now these auras were all aimed at a single person. But now, everyone was targeting Yi Yuan alone at the same time. The feeling was completely different. The superimposition of 17 powers was akin to 17 big mountains. It was truly, incomparably heavy. Above the void, Yi Yuan was surrounded tightly in the middle by 17 people. Around him, a series of sword lights glimmered and faded indeterminately. The sword formation operating on its own, no joy nor sorrow on his face. To him, this was similarly a huge challenge. After all, these opponents were not some Tom, Dick, or Harry, but the heaven-span world's top geniuses. Especially Pang Zhen, the power of lightning on his body seemed to represent the heavenly punishment of heavenly Tao. Unbelievably terrifying. Kill! It was only to hear Pang Zhen roar angrily. His entire person already turned into a bolt of lightning, smiting toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, a sea of lightning completely surrounded Yi Yuan. That horrifying power of lightning virtually wanted to destroy the world. Ancestor lightning represented the power of heaven's punishment in the first place. Pang Zhen obtained his true inheritance. How horrifying his strength was could be imagined. At the same time, the other 16 people made a move at the same time. One horrifying to the extreme energy undulation after another smashed toward that lightning sea, the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was drowned by the brightly colored energy fluctuations. People only saw that the place Yi Yuan stood practically already became a black hole. The horrifying attack turned that side into a vacuum zone. The combined attack of 17 peak unpredictable children. It's too terrifying. That kid is probably already blown into flying ashes. Right? To think that he still bragged, saying to challenge 1 versus 17. Now his face is slapped swollen, right? Feeling the horrifying undulations coming from inside the cage, the million unpredictable children were all shocked. This kind of horrifying power, dealing with one person at the same time, even if he was a bastion of iron, he would also have to be blasted to smithereens. Before taking action, the aura already billowed to the clouds. Attacking at this time that was truly startling heaven and earth and making gods and ghosts wept. The 17 children displayed their strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They had the intention of embarrassing Yi Yuan and naturally did not show the least bit of mercy. An unpredictable child said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha. Really awesome. Who asked you to be arrogant? See if you still don't die." Even for them, this was also similarly the first time joining forces to deal with one person. They did not imagine that 17 people joining forces could actually erupt with such terrifying power. That torrential and grandiose scene made their blood seethe with excitement. Too. At this time, they felt like they could smash the sky. That pleasant sensation of being filled with power made them feel intoxicated. Pang Zhen sneered and said, "A fool who overestimated his own ability. You don't know how terrifying our power is at all. You are merely a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. That's all." Yutanji burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha! Brother Pang is right. This kid is merely a frog at the bottom of a well." After a bout of wanton bombardment, everyone also felt rather drained, only then each pulling back their cultivation method. But that region of space was still being blanketed by all kinds of violent energies, as if everything was being annihilated. That place was already a dead place. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to survive. "All right. Finished off this punk. Now it's your turn, Wanjun," Pang Zhen said with a cold smile. Wanjun was also dumbfounded with shock by the scene before his eyes. Under such an intense attack, even if he comprehended 5 great sources, it was also impossible to survive. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. At this time, inside Cloud8 City, Zhang Lian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Yi Yuan died, he should be revived here. Has he come back?" A word woke up the dreamer. In the city, tens of thousands of people looked around. "Nope. Didn't see. There doesn't seem to be Yi Yuan. Could it be that he didn't die? How is that possible?" Everyone was extremely shocked, discovering that Yi Yuan did not appear in Cloud8 City. They did not dare to believe that under such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually still not dead. All in such a hurry for what? The fighting's not over at my side yet. Leisurely voice came out from the vacuum zone over there. At the same time, the faces of the million unpredictable children changed at the same time.
Impossible.
Like this, and he's not even dead. It's too ridiculous, right? That area of space is already shattered. How did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's figure gradually appeared, and the faces of each and every one of the 17 children all became incomparably ugly. At this time, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was somewhat disorderly. But he did not receive a fatal blow. Pang Zhan's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "This is impossible. You're actually not dead yet." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I said it, there's no difference dealing with one of you or 17 people. Since you all have already tested the waters, then now, it's my turn." As Yi Yuan said it casually, his fingers lifted lightly and he said, "Sword, come." As if hearing Yi Yuan summon, a mysterious power of law reverberated between heaven and earth, buzzing. My sword. What's going on here? My sword isn't listening to orders anymore. Where do you think you're running? Stay with me. Ah! Countless sword cries sounded out. Of the 1 million unpredictable children, as long as it was someone who used the swords on them all lost control at this moment, breaking free. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless streams of flowing light tore across the horizon, flying into the cage. The cage was an independent space. It could be said to be a realm within a realm of the primeval war realm. But at this moment, it was as if the barrier of the cage did not exist, allowing those flying swords to pass through freely. The sword was the leader of 100 weapons. There were many swordsmen to begin with. The swords flying over at this time numbered in the hundreds of thousands. When the 17 children saw such a scene, each and every one of them was shocked, until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This turn of events was too ruthless, right? Rank 2 sword source. He gained enlightenment on it. Pang Zhan's expression became incomparably solemn. Yutanji's mouth opened wide and he said in shock. Prior to this he was clearly still rank 1. Was it him who concealed his strength or did he break through just now? Pang Zhan's expression flickered incessantly and he said, "Must have broken through just now. If he concealed his strength, he didn't have the need to forcefully resist our attacks." Yutanji stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied and said, "This talent is also too terrifying, right? Gaining enlightenment on Tao at the last moment. Furthermore, it's even the power of Source." The so-called power of Source was actually to borrow a portion of the power of rules. Above the laws were rules. When a certain Tao was comprehended after reaching a certain realm, they would faintly produce a hint of understanding of the power of rules, called the power of Source. This process was divided into 5 levels, corresponding respectively to the Deva 5 blights. Rules were the foundation that made up the world. They were the source of all power of laws. But even these unpredictable children with outstanding talents also mostly stopped at the level of rank 1 in the comprehension of power of Source. Those able to reach rank 2 were in the minority. Among the unpredictable children present, only Pang Zhan's lightning law reached the level of rank 2 Source. This was also why he could rely on one law to forcefully resist other geniuses. Presently, Yi Yuan also reached this level in Sword Dao. Just now, under the frenzied bombardment of the 17 children, Yi Yuan urged the true nirvana sword formation to the limit. Two great sources coupled with laws of time and space pushed him to the limit. Under this state, it was the easiest for Yi Yuan to break through. And this was the fundamental reason why he challenged the 17 children. Only by pushing himself to the limit could he make progress. Clearly, he succeeded. Sword Dao Law was all-conquering and the sharpest. In terms of power, it was even above Lightning Law. It was just that those able to comprehend Sword Dao to this level were very few. Sword Dao was easy to learn, but it was hard to master. Therefore, there were many who cultivated Sword Dao Law to law, but comprehending Sword Dao source was extremely rare. All along, what Yi Yuan was most proficient in, apart from Alchemy Dao, was Sword Dao. Even spatial law was only comprehended by drawing parallels from inference. After he cultivated Sword Dao to the extreme, this time, under the powerful pressure, he broke through once again, comprehending rank 2 sword source. As long as one's comprehension of laws was not as good as his, they would not be able to control their swords. Therefore, those unpredictable children who used the sword, their swords all flew toward Yi Yuan for Yi Yuan's use. From today onward, they would not be able to even draw their swords in front of Yi Yuan. Inside the cage, there were sword images covering the sky. Waves of Sword Dao source aura made the expressions of the 17 children become extremely solemn. Just this lineup made people almost want to collapse. Suddenly, Yutanji smiled strangely and said, "Hoo-hoo! Summoning so many swords. Out bluffing people? Rank 2 sword source is very scary. But your sword, Dao Law advanced, will it break the balance of the sword formation?" The moment these words came out, the eyes of Pang Zhen and the rest lit up. Definitely, with so many swords, the balance of Yi Yuan's true nirvana sword formation would surely be broken. Just like Wan Zhen's 5-element laws, once there was one kind that broke through, it would affect the balance of the entire 5 elements, and the power would be much lower than before instead. With Yi Yuan summoning so many words, it looked intimidating. But actually, the power might not be stronger than before. Without the augmentation of the sword formation, could Yi Yuan still deal with 17 people? One had to know it was not that there were none who reached rank 2 source. Among the 17 children, Pang Zhen reached rank 2 lightning source. Just relying on a sword Dao that did not have structure, it was impossible to win all of the 17 children. Ha ha ha! Almost got hoodwinked by you. This punk, isn't it just second? Firmament sword source? My lightning source won't lose to you either. Let alone that there are still so many people. Pang Zhen said with a big laugh. It's still Yutanji who is impressive. Seeing through this kid at a glance, the others could not help but exclaim. They were really intimidated by Yi Yuan's formation momentum earlier. Scared out of their wits. These flying swords that covered the sky were seriously frightening. Action. Now, hearing Yutanji's reminder, only then did everyone suddenly realize that this guy was merely a paper tiger. Pang Zhen's mind also shook, and he said in a clear voice, "Don't get bluffed by this kid. Everyone, bring out your true ability. This time we must annihilate this punk." As he said, he reached his hand out. A lightning source aura that was not inferior to Yi Yuan's surged once more. Electric snakes danced wildly, spreading inside the entire cage. In terms of momentum, it was actually not the least bit inferior to Yi Yuan. This time, the power of lightning source was even stronger than before. Only then did everyone come to realize the truth. Turns out that this guy still had a card up his sleeves. However, who did not hold back some skills? How could these people really exert their best effort and not leave any room for maneuver for themselves? There was an even more horrifying great battle later. However, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent made these unpredictable children finally become serious too. Eternal damnation, true martial heavenly blade, 8 desolates true saint spear. One terrifying power of source after another superimposed together, and actually completely overshadowed Yi Yuan's limelight all at once. This time, the 17 children were really going all out. Inside the cage, terrifying pressure spread everywhere. They were several times more terrifying than before. It's over this time. It's really over. In the end, he isn't the 17 children's match either. What a shame. However, even though Yi Yuan died a glorious death, he indeed has the capital to challenge 17 children. Too self-damning. If not for provoking 17 children, he could have definitely entered the top 10. Now it's good. He can't even enter the top 10 now. A wave of lamenting came from the various major cities. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent indeed made everyone sigh with amazement. It was just that sadly he did not know life from death, choosing to deal with 17 people with his power alone. While at this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Are you all misunderstanding something? When did I say that I only broke through in Sword Dao?" One sentence made the faces of the unpredictable children who were currently casting spells change wildly, only to see Yi Yuan slowly raise both hands, nonchalantly saying, "Formation, arise." All of a sudden, the originally disorderly and unsystematic flying swords became orderly and traceable. Formation Dao Source, Rank 2. With this, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm exploded once more. Mel. Really insane. Sword Dao and Formation Dao both breaking through. Is he still a human? Monster? Freak? Brute? How can there be such a person in this world? How to make us live if it is like this? The power of Source, the further up, the harder it is to comprehend. He actually comprehended two great source laws at the same time. I might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions spread among the million unpredictable children. Who were they? They were all one in a million peerless geniuses, prodigious martial artists that everyone admired. But these so-called geniuses were simply worthless in front of Yi Yuan. Nothing at all. You were talented, but could you be like him, comprehending the power of Source like drinking and eating? You were gifted, but could you be like him, contending against 17 children? With the cultivation realm of Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor? They could not. This kind of person simply made people despair. Above the void, the group of progenitors was shocked. How can this kid be so monstrous? Sword Dao Law and Formation Dao Law are both powerful laws second only to supreme laws. Being able to comprehend a single rank 2 source is already extremely hard to come by. He actually broke through both at the same time. Too frightening. Could it be that he's really going to challenge 17 people by himself? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly without ceasing and said, "Haha. This boy always surprises people. Lightning, now do you still feel that Pang Zhen can get first place?" Ancestor Lightning's expression became extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's talent greatly exceeded his imagination. Seen before freaks, never seen before such a freakish one. Facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's mockery, he could only choose to keep quiet, but he secretly prayed in his heart, praying that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao and Formation Dao were incompatible. That way, there was still a glimmer of hope for the 17 children. Of course, if they were compatible, as if specifically in order to slap faces right at this time Yi Yuan's super large-scale true Nirvana sword formation formed. Come on. Let me see if the 17 of you guys are as formidable as the legends say, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He just broke through recently. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak states, his confidence overflowing. Although his opponents brought out their strongest strength this time, he was not the least bit afraid. Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, attack together. Don't give him any chances." The group of unpredictable children also knew that it was impossible to hold back anymore. Each and every one of them pushed their momentum to the maximum.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Inside the cage, heaven-shaking like explosion sounds emitted. That horrifying pressure was practically about to break the cage. But, amidst the endless laws, only to see countless flying swords shuttling back and forth indeterminately, that defense was even more secure than the cage. The entire realm was shocked. At this moment, they truly witnessed what was called impregnable, with 17 children attacking in full force. How astonishing was the momentum. But Yi Yuan just stood proudly. No matter how the storm raged violently. Outside, he stood unmoving. Rank 2 sword source coupled with rank 2 formation Dao source plus space-time law, this set of super large-scale sword formation was simply an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, the over 100,000 swords that Yi Yuan summoned were all heavenly emperor spirit treasures. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. Countless sword lights shuttled through the void, blocking all of the attacks, one by one. However, this was merely just the beginning. Yi Yuan started fighting back. Swift and fierce sword energies were teeming everywhere in the entire cage. Sword energy roamed unobstructed. Under the augmentation of rank 2 formation Dao source, the power of each sword was unimaginably strong. Even the 17 children did not dare to easily clash head-on too. Yi Yuan guarded against everyone's attacks and started to slowly expand the
Sword formation outoire.
His expansion was neither too fast nor too slow. Each step was taken extremely solidly. Can't get wrapped into the sword formation by him. Otherwise we're all finished. Pangjin roared wildly. An unpredictable child said gloomily, I know, but I can't hold on anymore. They fought desperately, unleashing all of their hidden trump cards. But they were still unable to stop the footsteps of Yi Yuan's expansion. Gradually, over 100,000 swords completely occupied the entire cage, enveloping everything into the sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, the pressure on the 17 children increased sharply. They needed to defend against those illusory sword lights at any time. A sword formation was a world. Yi Yuan was the master of this place. From the passive defending in the beginning to taking the initiative to attack now, Yi Yuan already gradually eroded the other side's advantage. Now the killing was about to begin. Getting trapped in the true nirvana sword formation, the unpredictable. Children were each isolated from one another and were unable to organize powerful attacks anymore. Now they could only defend passively. Poochie. Suddenly, countless sword lights pierced through an unpredictable child's body. He was directly pierced into a sieve. The first unpredictable child fell. With the first, there was soon a second, third, and fourth. The 17 children were decreasing one by one, while the sense of fear was also gradually increasing. The oppression that Yi Yuan brought on him was too strong. This sword formation simply had no weakness to exploit. Very soon, Yi Yuan placed most of his efforts on Yutanji. Yutanji's strength was very strong, almost equal to Wan Jin. But this guy deliberately drew aggro for him earlier, wanting to have everyone join hands to get rid of him. This grudge, Yi Yuan would not forget it. Since you wanted to make a move against me, then suffer the consequences of not getting into the top 10. Suddenly, Yutanji felt the pressure increase sharply. How could he not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan was intentionally targeting him. Yi Yuan would rather let the others eke out a meager existence for a period of time than to give him the chance to enter the top 10. Being targeted by Yi Yuan, Yutanji only felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas coming at him head-on. He urged his own power of laws to the extreme, unleashing all of his means. But his domain was still being eaten up bit by bit. At this rate, he would undoubtedly die. Yi Yuan. This young noble acknowledges your strength. I don't ask for anything else, just to be able to enter the top 11, Yutanji said in a clear voice. Him saying these words was equivalent to yielding 1 million unpredictable children all sighed, the proud to the extreme. Yutanji actually opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If it were before, they would not dare to imagine it at all. Of course, they were also unable to imagine that Yutanji was actually unable to even enter the top 11. What these final 19 people were fighting for was the number 1 supreme inheritance. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even give him the opportunity for the 10 top inheritances. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Does my strength need you to acknowledge? Also, are you stupid? My goal is to prevent you from entering the top 11. Such an obvious thing, can't you tell? Just like you, inciting everybody to surround and besiege me together." Yutanji wanted to vomit blood when he heard that. He did not expect that. This guy actually showed such little regard for his face. Could it be that he did not know who he was? Yi Yuan, don't be too ruthless and we can meet on good terms in the future. This young noble is the descendant of the 5th Blight powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit. Give this young noble face, and I'll remember your
Favor.
Yutanji said. Maybe Yi Yuan did not know who Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was, but he should know what a Deva 5th Blight powerhouse signified. He believed that Yi Yuan knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan laughed mockingly and said, "No need. I don't need this favor of yours. You can go and die already." Suddenly, 10,000 swords were unleashed together. Yutanji only had time to scream tragically and then he died. In the end, he stopped at 13th place and was unfaded with the 10 major inheritances. This punk did it on purpose. This punk must have done it on purpose. At the outside world, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit gnashed his teeth in hatred. That look, he wished to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was a demon race's top major power, a Deva 5th Blight sovereign powerhouse. He naturally had the qualification to be here. However, he never thought that after Yutanji brought out his identity, but Yi Yuan actually showed such disregard for his face. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit a glance, wanting to laugh, but he forcefully endured it. Laughing at this time was too unfair, but he also secretly admired it. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too impressive to actually not even give face to a 5th Blight powerhouse. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred and he looked into the cage in astonishment. This boy wouldn't be wanting to kill Pangjin, right? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said in shock in his heart. Action. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was lawless and unbridled to this kind of extent to even dare to kill a Dao ancestor's descendant. He could not resist looking toward Ancestor Lightning and discovered that Ancestor Lightning's expression became darker and darker. A strong killing intent already spread out. Sure enough, inside the cage, Yi Yuan mobilized the majority of his power and swept over toward Pangjin. Very clearly, he did not want to let Pangjin enter the top 11 too. These two people taunted the most enthusiastically, so Yi Yuan intentionally killed them at 13th and 12th place, making them depressed to death. In the sword formation, Pangjin's expression was ashen. He could not quite hold out anymore. His lightning source's offensive power was strong, but Yi Yuan's too great sources were stronger. His attacks could not breach the sword formation's defenses at all. With this, the entire primeval war realm was shocked. He wants to kill Pangjin. Is he crazy? Pangjin is Ancestor Lightning's descendant, disregarding that he's strong. Even if his strength was lacking, nobody dares to not let him enter the top 11. 2. Yi Yuan, this guy is really too impressive. Ha ha ha. Got character I like. I really want to see how Yi Yuan is going to face Ancestor Lightning after going out of the primeval war realm. At this very moment, the million unpredictable children were all seething with excitement. This moment was even more explosive than Yi Yuan obtaining the first place. Originally, any one of these unpredictable children getting the first place was very normal. Pangjin was fine, Wanzhen was also fine, or even Yutanji, no one would say anything. But Yi Yuan was actually going to exclude Pangjin out of the 10 major inheritances. 12th place was essentially the same as 1000th place. He gained enlightenment on Tao in the primeval war realm for 1,000 years. In the end, not even getting the 10 great inheritances, it was simply a joke. Everyone admired Yi Yuan's courage. This scene was too shocking. Young friend Yi, this ancestor is Tao Ancestor Lightning. Can you give this ancestor face and let Pang Zhen enter the top 11? Right then, an explosive-like voice came from above the void, reverberating throughout the entire primeval war realm. Tao Ancestor Lightning finally could not resist speaking up. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Ancestor Lightning a deep look but did not stop him. A Tao ancestor is this world's apex existence. Even the divine race, powerhouses did not dare to easily take action. He had this qualification. Although speaking up at this time, his manner of eating was a little ugly. But who dared to comment about him? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would still give him this bit of face, as long as he did not interfere with the spot of the supreme inheritance. But in the primeval war realm it was already completely boiling over with excitement. Ancestor Lightning. It's Ancestor Lightning who spoke in person. Looks like Ancestor Lightning really regards Pang Zhen highly. This Yi Yuan is really impressive to actually force Ancestor Lightning to personally speak up. He could choose not to give face to Heavenly Emperor, Myriad Spirit, but a Tao ancestor's face. He shouldn't dare to not give, right? Being able to force a Tao ancestor to intercede for a junior, this in itself was a talent of cosmic proportions. At least, among these million unpredictable children, no one could do this, except for Yi Yuan. After all, Pang Zhen was a powerhouse who had a chance to compete for the supreme inheritance. But hearing this, Pang Zhen himself almost wanted to vomit blood. Humiliating. Didn't expect that Pang Zhen, actually fell to the extent of needing ancestor to speak up. Pang Zhen secretly hated it in his heart. When Yi Yuan heard this, he was stunned too. He was still curious why Pang Zhen's lightning law could be so strong. He did not think that he was actually Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Ancestor Lightning speaking up, Yi Yuan also fell into silence. Everyone was watching him, waiting for him to speak. After a long time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Letting him enter the top 11, I can do that. But I need a promise from Ancestor Lightning." Everyone opened their mouths wide, with looks of disbelief. This guy was actually bargaining with a Tao ancestor? His guts were too plucky. This time it was Ancestor Lightning's turn to be silent. "Speak. As long as it's not too overboard, this ancestor can agree to it." Ancestor Lightning said after thinking about it. Yi Yuan said, "I wish to ask Ancestor Lightning to help me retrieve a tear of life." When Ancestor Lightning heard this, he paused distinctly and said, "A tear of life? Heh, brat. What high-sounding sentiments you have. Do you really know what a tear of life is?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know. Hence, that's why I need to request Ancestor Lightning to take action." He was not that ignorant person from long ago anymore and naturally understood about the tear of life. This thing was a product above rules, valuable until it made people's hair stand on end. It would only appear once every 100 million years. And this thing had never flowed out to the outside world before either. There were only legends in the outside world. This thing only existed in the hands of Tao ancestors. Ancestor Lightning's tone was somewhat cold and he said, "This can't be done. Change to another one." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Sorry about it. This he has no other request. I only ask for the tear of life. Since Senior can't do it, then this. You won't show mercy anymore either." As he said, he actually urged the sword formation again, planning on killing Pang Zhen. Everyone was stunned. This guy was really too impressive. That was a Tao ancestor. He actually did not give any face at all. "Brat, you dare." Above the void came Ancestor Lightning's furious voice. "Action." Yi Yuan just said coolly, "These 17 people wanted to kill me. Pang Zhen and you, Tanja, were the instigators. Since the grudges are already formed, why should I let them get the inheritance? Although senior might have a paramount status. You want this Yi to give in with all talk but no promises. Sorry, I can't do it. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Countless sword lights rushed over towards Pangjin. The million unpredictable children watched until they stared dumbfoundedly. With their mouths agape. 9 great Tao ancestors, those were true sovereigns, supreme masters. They were this heavenspan world's apex existences. The population of the heavenspan world was trillions upon trillions, but there were only 9 people who were able to reach this realm. Their words were the imperial decree. It represented heavenly Tao. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to kill Pangjin in front of him. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had a glassy expression on his face. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. The face of a Tao ancestor, not giving face as he pleased. It was really mind-blowing. One had to know, even he had to show Tao ancestors some face. Of course, while surprise was surprise, he also guarded against ancestor lightning. If he dared to make a move, he would be taking action. He started the battle of geniuses this time for the human race's matter of fundamental importance, and not for ancestor lightning alone. Now, Yi Yuan had clearly already obtained the position of the supreme inheritance. He would never allow ancestor lightning to break the rules. Ancestor lightning gave him a glance, seemingly knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly spoke up. Stop! The tear of life might appear again within 1,000 years. This ancestor can promise you that when the time comes, I can help you to take action once. As for whether it succeeds or not, it will depend on your own good fortune. This is already my bottom line. When Yi Yuan heard that, he smiled brilliantly and said, Okay, deal. Senior, please swear a heavenly Tao oath. When taking action this time, you must do your best. Ancestor Lightning's face was black, but he still swore the heavenly Tao oath. After Yi Yuan finished hearing the heavenly Tao oath, he also finally set his mind at ease. In order to revive Mu Lingxue, forget about offending Ancestor Lightning. Even if it was poking a hole in the sky, he would go and do it too. Obtaining Ancestor Lightning's promise, Yi Yuan's sword formation suddenly turned its spearhead around and rushed towards the others. However, after killing one person, he killed Pangjin off without the slightest hesitation. Finally, Pangjin was ranked 11th, obtaining the last inheritance spot. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, his expression was livid with rage. This brat really did not know life from death. Couldn't you let Pangjin lose a little more beautifully? Getting a 2nd place or a 3rd place was good too. The following battles already did not have the least bit of suspense. Yi Yuan rushed over one by one, killing off the 17 children very quickly. Inside the huge cage, there was only Yi Yuan and Wanjin left. Hoo, I didn't expect that in the end. It's still Brother Wan and me facing off, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Wanjin smiled bitterly and said, I also didn't expect that you actually used this kind of method to have a showdown with me in the end. In just a few days, I'm already far from being your match anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, without fighting, who knows? Brother Wan is the most talented person that this Yi has ever seen. Wanjin felt touched. Yi Yuan was giving him face. Actually, at this point, fighting or not was already not important anymore. No one would think that he could win against Yi Yuan. Even he himself did not believe it. But Yi Yuan was giving him face. Yi Yuan did not even give a Tao ancestor face, but Yi Yuan gave him face. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was someone who was extremely principled. What he did not like, even if you pressed a blade against his neck, he would not shrink back to. What he liked, even if you fought against the whole world, he would fight with you too. This friend was worth making. Suddenly, he was filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, Okay, then let's decide the victor. This time, don't hold back anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, As it should be. The two people's great battle lasted for a whole day and night. Yi Yuan did not go easy. Wanjun was well deserving of being the most troublesome character among the unpredictable children. All the way until the end, he whittled away Wanzhen's divine essence. Before he slew him, coming this far, the curtains finally fell on the battle of geniuses. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. In the primeval war realm, 3 towering palaces rose from ground up and slowly flew into the air. The 3 palaces varied in size. The largest one had a circumference of 100,000 feet, while the smallest one was only 1,000 feet. What a powerful aura of law! These are the inheritance palaces. Surprisingly, the smallest one, its law undulation is the scariest. Could it be that that's the one and only supreme inheritance? Really envy them. This is the human race's creme de la creme of inheritances. Each and every one of the 1 million unpredictable children revealed incredibly envious expressions. It's just that those who were able to enter the inheritance divine temples were only a scanty 1,000 people. Of course, who people were most envious of was still the Yi Yuan who could monopolize a temple. They really wanted to know just what kind of inheritance was inside that smallest inheritance divine temple. The battle of geniuses is over. Those who didn't obtain an inheritance can leave. However, the doomsday battle has already begun. No one can stay aloof from the affair. If the human race isn't united, we can only become the divine race's slaves. Everyone, conduct yourselves well. Above the void came Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's warning voice, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Very soon, the figures of 1 million unpredictable children directly dissipated on the spot. They were already transported out of the primeval war realm by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Those who remained in the primeval war realm were only left with those 1,000 people already. Right now, you all enter the palaces respectively according to your rank.
Yeah.
Yuan, you got first place, enter the smallest palace. Wanzhen and the rest of the 10 people enter the second palace. The others enter the third palace. This old man will still give you all 10 years, which is also 1,000 years' time. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourselves. Finish saying, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice disappeared. 1,000 unpredictable children exchanged glances. There was already someone who started flying over in the direction of the inheritance palaces. Yi Yuan assumed his responsibility and flew towards that smallest palace. When Wanzhen and the rest of the 10 saw this scene, they all had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Originally, this spot should have been born among them. In the end, someone threw a wrench in the works, and they were actually intercepted by Yi Yuan. Among their circle of the top-level geniuses, they had never heard of such a person before. Where in the world did this guy pop out from? As for the alchemy world's affairs, they would never pay attention to it at all. The alchemy world was not worth mentioning to them. In the doomsday battle, the alchemy world had a negligible effect on the human race. They naturally held it in contempt too. Stop looking around. Keep looking and your eyeballs will drop out. Time is pressing. Better hurry up and comprehend the Tao. At this time, Wanzhen suddenly smiled, flying toward the second palace with a leap. 1,000 years seemed very long, but with regards to gaining enlightenment, on Tao it was merely a snap of a finger. Otherwise, why would the power of laws of those old monsters who had lived for 1 trillion years be not as good as Yi Yuan? Even if these were all prodigies among geniuses, 1,000 years' time was really not considered long. Stepping into the palace, a source power that was strong until it made people suffocate hit him head-on. It was another space inside the palace. Accurately speaking, it was a vortex composed of time law and spatial law. Hiss! What a powerful space-time law. Even if this power of law didn't reach the power of rules, it's also not far off, right? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help drawing a cold breath. These 2 power of laws were simply too strong. It was strong to the extent that he, this proud son of heaven, was also amazed by it. His attainments in spatial law could be said to be extremely strong already. But compared to the space-time vortex in front of him, it simply paled in comparison. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, these power of laws were all refined by the human race's major powerhouses who died in the last epoch. Doesn't that mean that the human race's major powers back then could actually cultivate these two kinds of supreme laws close to the level of Tao ancestor at the same time? This is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something, the shock in his heart growing even more. It seemed like in the last epoch the human race was really glorious to the extreme. Being able to cultivate two great supreme laws to this kind of level, their strength was likely not inferior to Tao ancestors anymore, right? This kind of powerful existence actually fell in the Doomsday Battle too.
Yeah.
Yuan simply did not dare to imagine how strong the divine race's progenitors were. Most likely what they were able to mobilize was not just the power of laws already, but the power of rules. The more he understood the human race's glorious past, the more Yi Yuan was able to understand the might of the divine race. Of course, he also understood Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' worries more. With the human race's strength currently, there was no chance of winning at all. Whatever divine son, Daymeld, whatever profound lineage's 9 elders, whatever Daymeld, these were all not the most terrifying existences. The most terrifying thing was still the divine race's progenitors. Their might was simply unimaginable. Being able to beat such a glorious human race until their legacies were close to being cut off and not even regain their vitality for an epoch, the divine essence's terror was evident at a glance. Sigh, it's just that, don't know how Lier is currently.
Ye Yuan suddenly
Felt melancholy in his heart. Brat, this ancestor senses the power of space-time law in you. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Are you the number one genius that Profound Secrets that brat picked? Too weak. Suddenly, a faint phantom walked out of the space-time vortex, looking at Yi Yuan with a disappointed look. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression could not help being strange. He annihilated 17 of the Heavenspan world's top geniuses with his power alone. To be standing here, but reaching this old man's mouth, he became too weak. However, he could also understand the old man's thoughts. After all, his power of laws was indeed too weak compared to the space-time vortex in front of him. Yi Yuan gave a bow toward the old man and said, Junior Yi Yuan offers greetings to Senior. Action. This old man perished for the human race. He was worthy of Yi Yuan's bow. He could tell that this old man was not some remnant soul and also not some residual thought. He was merely just a remnant wisp of consciousness that was in the power of laws. That was all. But just a wisp of consciousness already made Yi Yuan have a feeling of being daunted at the sight of him. It could be seen how terrifying an existence he was before his death. The old man waved his hand and said to Yi Yuan, You're too weak to accept this ancestor's inheritance. Leave. Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback when he heard that. This old man was actually not even giving him any chance. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, Senior hasn't tried it. How do you know that Junior can't receive the inheritance? The old man said coolly, Space-time law is the most profound, most mysterious power of law in the world. Especially reaching the level of source, it's not what you can imagine at all. Your spatial law is pretty good, but it's just an accessory to Sword Tao. Wanting to step into the level of source is virtually
impossible.
As for time law, it goes even more without saying. I believe that you also have an idea in your heart, right? Therefore, don't tell me how brilliant you are. You just couldn't do it. You won't do. A mere 3 words showed the old man's disdain and contempt in its entirety. But to Yi Yuan, it was still his first time hearing someone say these 3 words to him like this. Regardless of whether in the Immortal Grove world or in the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's talent had always been frighteningly strong. Even unparalleled talents the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were also crushed by Yi Yuan until they could not even raise their heads. But the old man in front of him actually turned his nose up at him. Even if this junior won't cut it, senior doesn't seem to have a better choice. Either. Because the human race already doesn't have too much time. Senior. Profound secrets only gave us 10 years, which is also 1,000 years. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said smilingly. A major power who could offer his life for the human race, Yi Yuan did not believe that he would watch the human race walk towards destruction. In the primeval war realm, what Yi Yuan was using was not his main body. Hence, the old man was unable to determine skeletal age. In the old man's eyes, Yi Yuan's bit of law comprehension was nothing at all. If he knew that merely a few thousand years had gone by since Yi Yuan cultivated until now, he probably would not think like that anymore. The old man frowned slightly and said, "The human population numbers more than 1 billion. Could it be that even a slightly passable genius can't be found now?" Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that it's really very hard to find. Senior, why don't you make do with it for now and let me try?" The old man heaved a sigh and said, "Profound secrets, that kid is also a disappointment. He studied space-time law for so many years and merely comprehended 1 to 100 ratio. Forget it since you're in the first place, then let you try it also so that you'll give up on it. Go on. As long as you can. Survive 2 hours in the space-time vortex, it will be considered to have made some minor accomplishments. However, that's impossible." Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking towards the space-time vortex. Their 2 power of laws were colliding violently, turning space-time upside down. In that kind of environment, anything that got swept in would be torn to shreds by the 2 kinds of power of laws. Yi Yuan attempted to fire a shot of divine essence into it. In the end, it was swallowed up without even stirring up a wave. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression was slightly austere. Surviving for 2 hours in this space-time vortex was absolutely an extremely difficult thing. When the old man saw Yi Yuan's solemn expression, he said smugly, "Kid, you know how formidable it is now. Profound secrets, that brat can only stay inside for an hour. Touch your heart and ask yourself, do you feel that your talent is even greater than his?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was absolutely the most talented genius since this epoch. Regarding this point, even Tao ancestors had no way of denying it. He was not a Tao ancestor, but his strength was already not inferior to Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior, each person's talent is different. Senior Profound Secrets' talent lies in divining heavenly Tao, and not space-time law. So in space-time law, it's already very impressive that he can reach this step." The old man chuckled and said, "Then your meaning is that your talent is even above his?" Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "I don't dare to say that, so I better try it out then." Done talking, he leaped, jumping into the space-time vortex. Before his figure even entered the core of the vortex, the tearing sensation brought by the 2 kinds of laws already made him feel overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. This region of space was not a complete space but a vortex that was completely ground up by time law and spatial law. Any object, as long as it entered this region, would be torn into shreds. People were no exception either. Yi Yuan just felt as if there were thousands of blades slicing his flesh and blood piece by piece, forcefully being sliced into thousands of pieces. That kind of pain simply could not use words to describe. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was torn to pieces, deader than dead. Yi Yuan felt that his grasp of space-time law was already very deep. But he did not expect that he could not even enter. This was embarrassing. Very soon, Yi Yuan's physical body condensed again. His face did not have any rosiness at all. That feeling of overwhelming pain, to the extent where he wished he was dead, was still seemingly happening to him, unable to disperse. That kind of feeling simply made people despair. The old man said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh, "Haha, kid, this is the talent that you're bragging about? Your understanding of space-time law is too shallow. Yi Yuan's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said with a nod, "What Senior said is true. Looks like my understanding of space-time law is indeed too superficial." Again, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, leaping into the vortex again. It was still that agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces. Each blade passed through the nerves, transmitting to every corner of the body. Too terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the power of space-time law to resist this endless slicing, but everything was futile. He was still unable to enter the vortex and was directly throttled. In the second revival, Yi Yuan's complexion turned a little paler. That taste of being sliced into thousands of pieces was really unbearable. The pain of the nirvanic tribulation was already very terrifying. But compared to this, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a mighty sorcerer. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and came to the edge of the vortex again. But this time he did not jump in again. The old man discovered that Yi Yuan's entire body was trembling. That was his body instinctively feeling scared. In these few thousand years, how many grand battles and how much pain and suffering had Yi Yuan experienced? He had never been afraid before. Action. But this time he got scared. He did not want to be scared, but his body was very honest. "Kid, give up. Your strength is too weak." Profound secrets that Brat relied on. The powerful cultivation realm of Deva Fifth Blight to survive in the space-time vortex. Your law comprehension can't make it, and your cultivation realm also can't make it. There's no possibility of comprehending. Do you think that this ancestor is intentionally making things difficult for you? The old man could not help laughing when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was a present-era genius. Being able to enter this supreme inheritance, it was impossible to be a mediocre person. But he still fell short of his standards. He was not intentionally making things difficult for Yi Yuan. He was just stating a fact, that was all. Yi Yuan did not speak. He extended a foot out tremblingly. A powerful suction force made his body get swept into the vortex. Involuntarily. This time he was passive. But, due to his body being too scared, he did not have time to even utilize the power of space-time law this time and was directly eradicated. When he walked to the edge of the vortex for the fourth time, the trembling of his body became even stronger. Yi Yuan's foot was practically shaking. Could be seen how scared his body was. However, he still extended a foot out tremblingly and was swept into the vortex by the powerful suction force again. Then he was annihilated again. Just like that, over and over again. Each time he would be directly garroted by space-time law. But he still jumped into the vortex without hesitation. The old man's face gradually turned solemn from the scorn at the beginning. The old man said with shock in his heart, "Disregarding talent, the tenacity of this boy's heart isn't beneath this old man's." Just as sacred ancestor high priest said back then, temperament was the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse. For the old man to be able to achieve a supreme position, mastering two supreme laws at the same time, the strength of his temperament naturally went without saying. But he never thought that Yi Yuan actually had such terrifying tenacity. He understood that the agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces was not what ordinary people could endure at all, especially those so-called geniuses. Their hearts were loftier than the sky. So how could they bear this kind of inhumane torture? Action. Furthermore, it was not even one time. It was over and over again. Yi Yuan was clearly already afraid to the extreme, scared until he was unable to even walk normally. But he still forced himself to jump down again and again. In this place, there would not be true death. But this agony was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even scarier than death. What was most terrifying was not death, but clearly knowing that the process of death was extremely terrifying, but had no choice but to face it. Could Yi Yuan choose not to face it? Of course he could. However, he resolutely chose to face it. Would death become numb? No. Each time he went down the space-time vortex, the pain of each blade was reminding Yi Yuan that this was another samsara. He was not able to be numb. Not only would he not be numb, but that sense of fear would also increase, along with the number of times, and grow with each passing day. Yi Yuan's body also went from the starting slight trembling to the spasming, like shaking later on. He did not want to tremble, but he could not control himself. Each time he jumped, he had to exhaust all of his strength. But once he jumped down, he would die. Then it was another samsara. Kid, what is it that supports you to do things to this extent? 3 days later, the old man finally could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood on the edge of the vortex, turned to the old man and said, smilingly, I have a reason that leaves me no choice but to become strong. Some people are still waiting for me to go and save. Of course, I also won't passively watch the human race go extinct. The old man was moved and said, those people must be very important to you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the love of my life. The old man let out a sigh and said, pray ask what is love, guiding people, till death do them apart. Kid, you're very determined. It's just that 1,000 years' time is too short. With your talent, you probably can't comprehend the space-time inheritance. Not that the time was too short, but that space-time law was too hard. Such a supreme inheritance. How could it be comprehended in a short 1,000 years? Forget about comprehending, even standing in the vortex for an hour was harder than ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan ignored the old man's lamentation, and he leaped once more, jumping down. Of course, the conclusion was always surprisingly similar. Along with the passage of time, the time that Yi Yuan stood outside the vortex also became longer and longer. To him, taking the last step required tremendous courage. In this blink of an eye, it was 30 years. During these 30 years, Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he died. But he could never last for long inside the vortex, which was also to say that he did not cross the threshold. Using 30 years' time to make a futile effort, it looked like a very foolish action in the eyes of bystanders, but Yi Yuan did not think so. What he believed in was that as long as time was sunk in, an iron rod could be ground into a needle. Kid, do you really still want to persist? At this rate, your mind won't be able to bear the breakdown. At that time, even though your physical body won't die, you can only be an idiot too. Young man, why be so persistent? The old man could not resist persuading again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can there be a smooth-sailing thing in this world? Want to obtain the supreme inheritance, but not be willing to take the risk? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Senior, you don't need to persuade me again. Finished saying this, he turned around and wanted to jump. His foot had just stepped out but withdrew again. The moment the old man saw, he smiled and said, kid, finally gave up? Not that this ancestor is looking down on you, but it's truly that you don't have this strength. But Yi Yuan smiled radiantly and said, I seem to have understood something. Many thanks, senior. The old man's expression changed, but saw Yi Yuan leap, entering the vortex once more. But this time, Yi Yuan did not employ space-time law. He jumped into the vortex without any obstruction just like that. When Yi Yuan returned to the shore again, the old man had a blank look as he said, what did you understand? He still thought that Yi Yuan comprehended, but in the end, there did not seem to be any changes. Was this kid purposely misleading people by making things look mysterious? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior said that I'm too stubborn. Is indeed the case. I've always been thinking about using my spatial law to resist the space-time vortex here. The two aren't powers on the same level at all, so what comprehension is there to talk about? Furthermore, Senior said before that my spatial law was born because of Sword Tao. It deviated from the power of Source to begin with. I used a deviated path to go and comprehend the right path, so how can it possibly succeed? Therefore, I simply returned my spatial law to zero to go and feel the mighty torrent power in the vortex without the least bit of obstruction. Maybe it will have a miraculous effect. As he said, Yi Yuan walked toward the vortex once more, although this time he was still trembling. While the old man had a look of astonishment, he also had a feeling that Yi Yuan seemed to have found the right path. Even he did not expect that Yi Yuan kept on failing to comprehend spacetime. Was actually because of this reason. But his unintentional words gave Yi Yuan great inspiration. However, the shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger. One had to know Yi Yuan's spatial law was already comprehended to the boundary of rank 8. People all had thinking derived from experience. Reaching rank 8, it was naturally going a step further to go and comprehend source. But Yi Yuan could let go of the obsession in his heart and think of returning to 0. This method. It was absolutely rare in this world. Could it be that this kid is really an extraordinary talent? The old man exclaimed. Hence, Yi Yuan set off anew and fell into the endless cycle of samsara again. Finally, around 100 plus years, Yi Yuan stepped into the spacetime vortex for the first time. However, the power of law in the outer peripherals was already so terrifying. Let alone inside the vortex. Yi Yuan just entered the vortex and was ground to dust by the terrifying spacetime turbulent flow. The old man opened his mouth wide as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. The old man said in shock. He actually really entered it. This has just been only over 100 years. Reviving back at the shore, Yi Yuan had an excited expression. In 100 years of samsara, he had to die countless times every day. This sort of thing, even thinking about it, felt terrifying. But he pulled through. This endless pain, this endless effort, was worth it. Ha ha ha. Finally entered. Senior, I really have to thank you. If not for you, I would have probably never been able to enter the spacetime vortex in this lifetime, Yi Yuan said to the old man excitedly. But the old man's expression was somewhat ugly. What did I do? I did nothing at all. This kid wouldn't be intentionally making a dig at me, right? After opening this gap, everything became a matter of course. Although the comprehension of spacetime law slowed down, Yi Yuan still advanced forward steadily. Only at this time did Yi Yuan understand that this spacetime vortex was simply fragments of law formed under the traction of some kind of great power. The time law that he comprehending in the primeval war realm was likely a tiny fragment inside this spacetime vortex. It could be seen from this how terrifying the power of this spacetime vortex was. If he could comprehend all of the power of law in this spacetime vortex, Yi Yuan would be able to immediately become the heavenspan world's #1 major power. Even the heavenly emperor profound secrets would probably have to respectfully call him as Senior Yi Yuan. However, wanting to reach this step, even if it was Yi Yuan, it was also impossible to easily accomplish it. The road that he had to walk was still long. Just as the old man said, being able to stabilize in the vortex for an hour was considered to have made minor accomplishments already. Along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan also gradually understood that the spatial law he comprehended previously was indeed biased. His spatial law was comprehended through Sword Tao. The things that he comprehended were also used to serve Sword Tao. Therefore, Yi Yuan's spatial law was mostly used to increase the power of Sword Tao. But actually, spatial law itself was superior to Sword Tao. Without space, all power of laws were rootless weeds, and it naturally became empty talk. No law could exist without space. And this was also the reason why spatial law was called a supreme law. Time law was the same. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of spatial law was merely just the application of a certain aspect of spatial law, that was all. Seemed high, but actually it was flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's comprehensions did not touch the foundation of spatial law at all. Therefore, it was virtually impossible to want to comprehend the power of source. Of course, to the geniuses today, this bit of comprehension was enough. Along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan's comprehension of space and time, too, great laws became increasingly deeper. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan comprehending spatial law from the beginning. Again, his foundation was strong to begin with, coupled with his powerful comprehension ability. At the 800th year, he finally comprehended to rank 8 anew, action. And Yi Yuan also made considerable progress in time law. He already went from 1:5 to 130. This change was shocking from beginning to end in the eyes of the old man. How can this kid's talent be so terrifying? Even for the geniuses in my era, it's also impossible to comprehend space-time law to this level in a short 800 years. Only at this time did the old man discover that he seemed to have misjudged Yi Yuan. He previously thought that Yi Yuan was merely a mediocre talent. But having personally witnessed his improvement now, only then did he know how laughable his thoughts were. But he was very perplexed. Why was his law comprehension so lousy? He suddenly thought of a problem. After Yi Yuan revived, he could not resist asking, "Kid, how old are you?" Actually, to Heavenly Emperor Realm Powerhouse, the issue of age was already not an issue. Perhaps even they themselves did not remember clearly how old they were. They took 100,000 years as spring and 100,000 years as summer. This kind of time frame, who would really remember their age every day? But Yi Yuan naturally remembered. Yi Yuan said, "This junior is roughly over 3,000 years old." He knew what the old man thought of, but did not have the intention of showing off. He just said it honestly. But these words shocked the old man. The old man opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, "Over 3,000 years old? You're bluffing this ancestor, right? Do you think that this ancestor is a 3-year-old kid? Would I believe your lousy lie?" Yi Yuan smiled harmlessly and did not explain anything, walking toward the vortex once again. This sort of thing, if they believed, they believed. Not believing, it would be pointless even if he explained it too. Unless his main body arrived here, the old man would be able to see through his skeletal age at a glance. Otherwise, it was useless to say anything. However, the implication of posturing was quite thick when it landed in the old man's eyes. This kid actually ignored this ancestor. The old man billowed his beard and glared in anger. But very soon, he exclaimed again, "If this kid is really only 3,000 years old, then he's even more monstrous than ancient geniuses. With his potential, even reaching this ancestor's peak back then is also not unknown. Hope that this kid wouldn't lie to me." When Yi Yuan returned from the dead again, the old man stopped Yi Yuan and said solemnly, "Kid, let's sit down and talk." Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately nodded his head. This old man finally acknowledged him. One had to know over 800 years had already passed since he came in. He did not even know the old man's name. Clearly, in the old man's eyes, he was disdainful to have Yi Yuan know his name. This old man, Shang Hang, is the leader of the human race's titled Grand Ancestors. Grand Ancestor Spacetime, talking up to hear Shang Hang's face, revealed a proud look. Clearly, he was very proud of this identity. The so-called Grand Ancestors, you can understand it as the strongest people of the All Races Alliance. The Alliance had a total of 18 Grand Ancestors. The Doomsday Battle back then, all 18 of us died in battle. This space-time vortex that you see was left behind by this ancestor and the divine race's heaven lineage's progenitor, Tianqing's ultimate battle. This move is called space-time reversal chaos. This ancestor fought Tianqing alone and eventually severely injured him, finally exiling him into the space-time turbulent flow. The two of us released the ultimate profound intent and fought until the entire heavenspan world was reduced to fragments. Of course, the space-time reversal chaos that you see is less than 1/10,000th of its power back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter inside at all. Shang Hang spoke easily and assuredly, a heroic look on his face. Although he died, he had no regrets. Yi Yuan was filled with a deep veneration when he listened. In a few words, he revealed the horrors of the battle situation back then. Among the Alliance's strongest 18 Grand Ancestors, none actually survived. One had to know these 18 Grand Ancestors were not what these current progenitors could compare to. disregarding other things, just Shanghang alone cultivating space and time. Two paths to such a terrifying boundary. One would know how stronger the 18 grand ancestors back then were. Most likely, his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the present Tao ancestors. These people, each one was a supreme powerhouse at the level of rules. The strength they possessed was unimaginable. But even so, the alliance still only had a Pyrrhic victory. One could say that the heaven-span world's tens of billions of years of stability was exchanged for using these 18 people, as well as the lives of countless powerhouses. No wonder even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had no hope for the human race at all. If the divine race's progenitors all had such strength, then when Heavenly Tao took back the power of Tao ancestors, the collective races would not have the strength to fight back at all. Senior, may Junior be so bold as to ask, back then, couldn't the divine race and collective races coexist? Why must they fight to the extent of extinction? Yi Yuan asked. This was also something that he had always been puzzled about in his heart. Shanghang chuckled coldly and said, if we could coexist, why would the collective races need to do such a thing? Hey, you don't know how arrogant and domineering the divine race was back then. They reared the myriad regions, all lives in pens like pigs and sheep. After they are fattened up, they will be slaughtered in waves. Miracle, panaceas, natural treasures, anything that they took fancy on, most of it is theirs. You don't know what kind of a life of complete darkness that was. The divine race occupied all of the land rich in spiritual energy around the Heavenspan Mountain and drove all of the other races to remote places and sent people to supervise the world called divine envoys. Divine envoys have the power to control the life and death of all races. Even Deva realm powerhouses, they can sentence them to death at will too. In addition, as long as a heaven-defying genius emerged in the various races, they would concoct all kinds of plans to nip these geniuses in the bud. You say, how can we coexist with the divine race? Talking until he was indignant about it, Shanghang almost wanted to slap the table and get up. If not for that, he only had a wisp of remnant consciousness. His current emotions would likely be able to cause huge undulations. Titanic waves also stirred in Yi Yuan's heart. He did not expect that the various races actually had such a dark past. Compared to the previous epoch, the various races' powerhouses in this era were really living in paradise. The divine race regarded all the races as ants, and they cruelly oppressed the world. This kind of humiliation, anyone who had a bit of gut would not sit passively and resign themselves to death too. Now that the divine race had bounced back, if really let them regain control of the heavenspan world, with the divine race's resentment, the various races would probably fall into an even darker life. And the divine race heightening their vigilance, the likelihood of the human race wanting to be liberated in the future was virtually zero. Then, how did Senior you all do it? Yi Yuan looked at Shanghang and asked. Under such strict monitoring from the divine race, the human race actually had major powers. The likes of Shanghang emerged. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan was very curious about how they did it. Shanghang's expression turned solemn, and he revealed a look of admiration as he said, this will have to start talking from Profound Secrets, that brat's father. Before the 18 of us grand ancestors appeared, he was the human race's leader. It was him who united the various races' major powers together. He then used an inconceivable method, sacrificing himself as the price to shield heaven's secrets and send us, this batch, into a secret world. In the end, the 18 of us showed our talents and became titled grand ancestors. Of course, there were still many peerless powerhouses whose strengths were not inferior to ours as well. But for the human race to be able to have today, Profound Secret's father, Jianmi, made the greatest contribution. Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. He did not think that the Jian family still had such a history. Back then, the power that the various races suddenly erupted with probably directly struck the divine race silly. They definitely never dreamed that so many experts would suddenly emerge. And at that time, their power of rules was already taken back by heavenly Tao. They could only unfold a frenzied war with the various races. In the end, they left for the Abyss world in defeat. No wonder the Jian family could become the Heavenspan world's #1 family. It was not just Heavenly Emperor profound secret strength, turns out, that it was also due to his father. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor profound secrets was, it was also impossible to contend with the 9 great Tao ancestors. Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor profound secrets also inherited his father's will and exhausted his mind and body for the human race's future. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt great admiration. He could not help recalling inside the ancient god battlefield the Empyrean, vast universe who imparted him the Bone Sword, as well as the Qilin Emperor. Bone's main body. They probably all perished in that great battle, right? So that's how it is. Senior bent your body and exhausted all your energy for the human race, doing your utmost till death. Junior Yi Yuan will engrave it in my heart. Senior's meaning Junior understands. Senior, rest assured, Junior will definitely follow Senior and stop the divine race, Yi Yuan said. He naturally knew Shanghang's meaning. It was to hand this heavy responsibility onto his shoulders. Not talking about it previously was because Shanghang felt that Yi Yuan could not shoulder it. Assuming a serious attitude now, it was naturally acknowledging Yi Yuan's ability. Shanghang nodded and said, "Good that you understand. Since you learned this ancestor's space-time law, you'll have to inherit this ancestor's will. Human race can die, but we must never be pigs and sheep again." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? This logic Junior understands. Moreover, Junior and the divine race's dead knot can probably never be resolved. Senior, time is limited. Junior won't be talking anymore. These remaining 100+ years, Junior will do my best to comprehend space-time law and not let Senior down." Shanghang nodded his head, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. When Yi Yuan just entered, he did not find him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. But now, he found him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. In terms of talent, in terms of temperament, Yi Yuan was the best choice to inherit his mantle. With just over 100 years remaining, Yi Yuan was still very far away from this gap of an hour. Hence, he jumped into the space-time vortex again. It was still being sliced into thousands of pieces, but his courage grew even stronger. These ancient powerhouses' resolve was still soul-stirring to this day. How could he, Yi Yuan, be willing to be outdone by others? Moreover, without the sacrifice of these ancient powerhouses, there naturally would not be the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove who came later, let alone would there be the current Yi Yuan. This karma, Yi Yuan also had the responsibility to repay it. Time passed quietly. In a blink, it was another 100 over years. The date of 1,000 years was already approaching. During this time, Yi Yuan's space-time law comprehension became smoother and smoother. His spatial law already reached the critical point of comprehending power of source. Time law also reached a level of 1:100. He was merely just a step away from the requirement of an hour too. Seeing Yi Yuan's rapid progress, Shanghang secretly nodded by the side. This kid's talent is really too terrifying. It's a pity that he wasn't born in our era. Otherwise, our human race might not have needed to face such tragic losses, Shanghang said with slight regret. Yi Yuan stood in the space-time vortex. A hint of light gradually flashed across in his eyes. Turns out that this is the profound mysteries of spatial law? Yeah, this is Senior Shanghang's spatial law. While I need to comprehend the spatial law that belongs to me, my spatial law isn't just the Heavenspan world spatial law. I have to create a spatial law that belongs to me. And then there's also time law. These two great laws will be my Yi Yuan world's two great supreme laws in the future. Although Yi Yuan's small world had already opened up, it was still a region of Chaos. There was no heavenly Tao, no power of laws. Everything was in the state of the primitive universe. The next time Yi Yuan wanted to create heavenly Tao laws that belonged to him, making everything operate on its own. Suddenly, a Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated behind Yi Yuan. A powerful great Tao power started revolving in the space-time vortex. The sudden appearance of the Tai Chi diagram completely roiled up the entire space-time vortex all at once. The entire space-time vortex became incomparably berserk all of a sudden. That was Yi Yuan's own power of space-time law, action. His power of space-time law and the power of law in the space-time vortex seemed to have produced some kind of resonance, stirring up the entire space-time vortex all at once. Rumble. Shang Hang's expression changed drastically and he said in horror, "What is this kid going to do? Not good." He triggered space-time reversal chaos. He is going to be swept into the space-time turbulence. Rumble. Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple suddenly emitted violent rumblings, reverberating throughout the clouds. The entire primeval war realm was virtually all trembling. The other two Inheritance Divine Temples were practically shattering under this powerful undulation. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning, this level of existences, were immediately startled. Profound Secrets, what's going on? Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Profound Secrets' expression was very ugly as he said in a deep voice, "I don't know either. This undulation seems to have happened in the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple. Could it be that something happened to Yi Yuan?" The moment Ancestor Lightning and the rest heard, they immediately calmed down. As long as it was not their descendants and disciples meeting with a mishap, it was fine. As for Yi Yuan, what did his life and death have to do with them? In fact, Ancestor Lightning was even somewhat gloating over his misfortune. This kid considered everyone beneath his notice and actually dared to negotiate terms with this ancestor? He deserved to die. Originally, today was the day when the unpredictable children exited seclusion. But no one could have thought that such a huge change suddenly occurred at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed slightly, his figure moving, disappearing on the spot. The rest followed one after another. When they arrived at the Inheritance Divine Temples, the other unpredictable children already came out of the temples, while the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple had long already fallen apart to pieces. A shocking power of space-time law surged to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. In the air, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion was deathly pale as he cried out in surprise, This is space-time reversal chaos. Not good. Yi Yuan is in danger." The unpredictable children were all baffled, completely not knowing what had happened. What a powerful law undulation. I didn't expect that inside the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple is actually space-time law. Yi Yuan should be in the Inheritance Divine Temple, right? Such a powerful undulation. Has he already been killed? Hehe. Best if he died. This is probably Heavenly Tao's punishment to him, this unpredictable child. Yutanji sneered coldly as he watched this scene. Isn't that so? This punk killed me, not letting me enter the top 11 serves him right to die. Someone immediately concurred. He was completely ravaged by Yi Yuan this time and did not even get the 10 great inheritances and could only obtain the most ordinary inheritance. His inheritance was very ordinary. For his strength, it could not improve it too much, making it equivalent to being useless. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan a lot and wished for him to die right away. He did not expect that his dream actually came true. This bunch of guys was already beside themselves with joy. Shut up. Whoever says another word, this emperor will make you regret being born in this world. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets bursted out with a loud roar. His expression was gloomy until it could drip water. Action. The unpredictable children shut their mouths sensibly. They did not have the slightest doubt that if they said another word, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would make them unable to speak again. While at this time, a phantom slowly walked out of the space-time storm. It was precisely Shang. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets as well as Ancestor Lightning saw Shang, they both bowed in salute. Senior, Yi Yuan He. The group of unpredictable children was filled with fear. Who was this, to actually be worthy of these two people's bow? One had to know that one of them was a Tao ancestor. Shang accepted it calmly and said with a sigh, "That kid was swept into the space-time turbulence." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's expression changed wildly and he said, "Senior, just what's going on here?" Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets viewed him as the hope of the human race. But now, this human race's hope was banished into the space-time turbulence, and could no longer come out again. One had to know back then it was Shang who banished Tianqing to the space-time turbulence. Even that kind of terrifying existence was unable to escape from the space-time turbulence, let alone Yi Yuan. Shang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either." He seemed to have comprehended something at the final moment. But right at that time the space-time vortex suddenly became berserk, sweeping him into the space-time turbulence. Later, you all saw it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets only felt that it was preposterous. Space-time reversal chaos was Shang ultimate profound intent. But even he himself did not understand what was going on. But, with Yi Yuan being banished, wasn't it cutting off the human race's last hope? Then what should we do now? Even someone as level-headed as Profound Secrets was also somewhat at a loss on what to do now. Shang smiled bitterly and said, "Forget about now. Even when this ancestor was at my prime back then, I was also unable to bring people back from the space-time turbulence. Now, we can only wait, see if a miracle appears. Oh right, protect his physical body well. I hope that this boy isn't fated to die." When Yi Yuan was being swept into the space-time turbulence, it was his consciousness as well as the physical body that the primeval war realm condensed. If he was unable to return, Yi Yuan's fleshy body would be a living corpse. This was a lush green mountain, endowed with natural spirits. Yi Yuan strolled around, not knowing where he was. Just earlier, he was swept into a turbulent flow and only felt the scenery before his eyes changing non-stop. Then he arrived at this unknown place. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said to himself, "Space-time reversal. Chaos. Am I banished to the Ganges River of Time? But where is this place? Seems pretty good. But how should I go back? Right now, Senior Profound Secrets and Senior Shang they all should be panicking, right?" A series of questions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. When he was swept into the space-time reversal chaos, he faintly heard Shang yell out, "Space-time reversal chaos." Wasn't space-time reversal chaos precisely Shang ultimate profound intent? Him comprehending space-time law actually produced a resonance with the space-time vortex and increased the power of the space-time vortex many times. Then this meant that he sent himself to exile. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that it's unprecedented to be banished like me, right?" He just wanted to comprehend a space-time law that belonged to him. But he did not expect that it triggered this kind of horrifying power, and he banished himself. This sort of thing seemed like a blunder no matter how one looked at it. Forget it. Since I came, might as well make the best out of it. Take a look at what place this is first, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan wandered over and discovered that there were many restrictions on the mountain. But to him, this formation Tao rank 2 source powerhouse, it was naturally nothing. This place looked like a mountain pass gate, but there did not seem to be many human footmarks. Yi Yuan discovered that the spiritual energy here seemed to be a lot more abundant than in his own world. Hence, he followed the trail of spiritual energy and headed to the thickest place. There, it was normally where the core of the mountain pass gates lied. With Yi Yuan's footsteps, his speed was naturally extremely fast. Before long, he arrived at the highest peak. Yi Yuan faintly felt many powerful auras. When he stepped onto the mountain pass gates, he was stunned by the scene. Before his eyes, in front of the vast mountain pass gates, 10,000 people were prostrated. On the ground, trembling away. In front of the 10,000 people, several figures were extremely domineering. Beside them, laid corpses that covered the ground. Bang! A huge energy undulation flashed past. A young man was directly blown to pieces, not having an intact corpse. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking. Divine race. Lord Divine Envoy. Our Ziwei sect really didn't antagonize the divine race. Lord Divine Envoy. Please lift your hand high up in mercy, and let us off. In front of a middle-aged divine race member, Ziwei sect's sect master said, tremblingly. One could tell that he was very scared. This kind of fear came from the soul. Action. Oh, is that so? Looks like the people that this envoy killed isn't enough. Yet, the middle-aged divine envoy smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. Another Ziwei sect disciple was killed. His eyes were full of indifference, as if what he killed was not a person but an animal. Ziwei sect's sect master trembled and choked with sobs as he said, just what does Lord Divine Envoy want before you're willing to let the Ziwei sect off? But the middle-aged divine envoy's eyes landed on a young woman in the crowd. His eyes had indescribable greed. Ziwei has a girl who just grew up and she's known as Sky South's #1 beauty. Mo Qingshan, you understand? The middle-aged divine envoy said with a smile. Ziwei sect master, Mo Qingshan, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes full of resentment as he said in shock and fury, Lord Divine Envoy framed my Ziwei sect for Xiao Qiao. The divine envoy smiled faintly and was indifferent as he said, so what? The middle-aged divine envoy did not bother to hide it at all directly. Admitting it, he came for Mo Xiao Qiao. He fabricated charges and intentionally framed them. What could you do to me? The middle-aged divine envoy was arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Mo Xiao Qiao, Ziwei sect master, Mo Qingshan's beloved daughter. People should not look at how Mo Qingshan was trembling with fear in front of the middle-aged divine envoy. He loved this daughter deeply. In the crowd, Mo Xiaocao's complexion turned pale, her entire body trembling. She had looks that made myriad life fall, but it was hard to resist the coveting of the divine race. In the eyes of the divine race, human girls were merely playthings. Girls who were eyed by the divine race, each one ended in extremely miserable outcomes. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This day still came in the end? Mo Qingshan's expression flickered indeterminately, and he suddenly kowtowed. Dong! 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 Each sound, the entire Ziwei sect could hear it distinctly. Divine Envoy, please let my girl go. Mo Qingshan is willing to die for her. Mo Qingshan said earnestly. But there was no compassion in the middle-aged divine envoy's eyes at all. He just said coolly, you can die. But Mo Xiaoqiao, this envoy is still bringing away. Mo Qingshan suddenly stood up, staring straight at the divine envoy, full of anger. He dared to get angry, but he did not dare to speak. Behind him were 10,000 Ziwei sect disciples. Once he became angry, these 10,000 disciples all had to be buried in death. But that was his most beloved daughter. So how could he watch her jump into the fire pit with his own eyes? Seeing the look in Mo Qingshan's eyes, the middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly, appearing very unhappy. You dare to use this kind of eyes to look at this envoy? Mo Qingshan was startled and gritted his teeth and said, Divine Envoy, please, forgive me. The divine envoy said coolly, death penalty can be spared, but punishment can't be escaped. You cripple your cultivation and demote to a commoner. The position of sect master will be succeeded by Lin Tianhan. Done talking, he turned around again and said to his two subordinates, Go, bring Mo Xiaoqiao away. If anyone dares to stop, kill without mercy. Yes. The two subordinates received the order and went, and were about to bring Mo. Xiao away. Mo Xiaocao's complexion turned a few shades paler. She wanted to struggle, but she did not dare. Mo Qingshan's expression changed wildly, and was about to stop those two subordinates. But the divine envoy said in a solemn voice. This envoy asked, "You to cripple your own cultivation, didn't you hear?" While talking, the two subordinates already arrived in front of Mo Xiaocao, and they wanted to reach their hands out and take her away. Puff, puff. No idea where two streaks of sword light appeared from either the two subordinates fell down softly right in front of Mo Xiaocao. Ah! Mo Xiaocao got a fright and screamed. The middle-aged divine envoy's pupils constricted, and he said with an angry roar, Who did it? Step forward for this envoy." Ziwei sect's disciples exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you, all uncertain about things. The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "No one is coming forward, is it? To dare kill divine envoys, your entire Ziwei sect has to be buried in death." Everyone's faces changed wildly, a look of alarm and anger on their faces. "Who killed them? Why haven't you come forward? Want to cause all of us to God damn it, who was it that wanted to frame our Ziwei sect to be eternally doomed? Damn it, quickly come forward." Ziwei sect's disciples all had ashen expressions, crying out in horror. Just this sentence, the lethality was too great. A divine envoy saying this was not joking with them. He said exterminate the sect. That was really exterminating the sect. To the divine race, exterminating a sect was too easy. "I'm standing in front of you. Haven't you noticed it?" Right then, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded out. It was not loud, but it made everyone's hearts tremble. In front of the divine envoy, a young man was standing with his hands behind his back. What was even scarier was that they actually did not know when he stood there. He was clearly standing there but gave people an extremely unreal feeling. This person was naturally none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Traveling through spacetime, his spatial law already reached the level of source. Furthermore, this was the spatial law that he comprehended, superimposing with the heavenspan world's spatial law. Even for the divine race's powerhouses, it was hard to distinguish two. But just earlier, the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was similarly hard to express in words. He actually followed along the mighty current of spacetime, and he arrived in the previous epoch. The divine race cruelly oppressed myriad races. Originally, it merely existed, in his imagination too, but, seeing this scene before his eyes, he finally knew how Shang Hang's hatred came about. The divine envoy's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who are you, to actually dare kill divine envoys? Are you tired of living?" Yi Yuan had a disapproving look as he said coolly, "Killed then killed, so what?" The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Very good. To dare kill divine envoys after you die, the Ziwei sect will also be buried in death." Yi Yuan had a disdainful look as he said, "Your divine race is really cocky. Do you really take yourself to be the messenger of heaven? You aren't even a fart in front of me." Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. Where did this guy pop out from, to actually dare talk so wildly? Divine envoy, that was naturally the envoy of heaven. The middle-aged envoy laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Where did this lunatic pop out from, to actually dare question my divine race's authority? Today, this envoy is going to execute justice on behalf of heaven, and let you know what's called heaven." Done talking, the middle-aged divine envoy released his aura fully. He was actually at the peak middle-aged 8 marks heavenly Tao realm. This level of strength was absolutely overwhelming to the human race. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely 5th firmament heavenly emperor realm. This bit of cultivation realm was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. He naturally would not really take Yi Yuan seriously. "Pa!" Yi Yuan snapped his fingers and said coolly, "Sword, come!" Clank, clank, clank. Ziwei Sek's swords all flew out involuntarily in an instant, flying over toward the divine envoy. Pucci. The middle-aged divine envoy's move was not unleashed yet, and he was already pierced into a sieve. Dead? He killed a divine envoy. You dare to kill a divine envoy? How dare you kill a divine envoy? It's over. You've doomed us all. Our Ziwei sect is finished this time. With Yi Yuan killing the middle-aged divine envoy, everyone's first reaction was not how strong he was being about to jump realms and kill a member of the divine race, but it was that Yi Yuan had implicated them. Hearing this, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. The might of the divine race had long already penetrated deep into the bones. These people did not dare to resist at all. Yi Yuan was also burning with anxiety from watching at one side. That was why he would make a move. He thought that the Ziwei sect would resist. But in the end, Mo Qingshan did not dare to make a move either. However, he could understand. Under tremendous pressure, the human race could only swallow their pride and endure in silence. The price of resisting was death. How could a puny little Ziwei sect stop the divine race's army? Even ants drag out an ignoble existence, let alone humans? Oh, then why don't you guys kidnap me and send me to the divine race there? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Qingshan's expression changed, and he said with an ugly expression, How can this do? Little brother, don't joke around. It's just that, killing a divine envoy, this is a major crime." He knew that Yi Yuan was mocking him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "I'm being serious. You guys are really not sending?" Mo Qingshan was stunned, but still shook his head and said, "Little brother, did it in order to save us. Even if I, Mo Qingshan, am less than an animal, I also can't do this sort of thing. Little brother, you quickly leave. After the Century Celestial Palace's divine official comes, you won't be able to leave. Divine officials are late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. You're not a match." In the Ziwei sect, the strongest one was also Mo Qingshan, this sect master. His cultivation realm was also merely 6th firmament Heavenly Emperor. There was still a fine line away from a late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. An 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouse coming over could virtually sweep everything away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that I'm joking with you? If you don't kidnap me over, I'll destroy your Ziwei sect today." Mo Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying an unremarkable Ziwei sect was really too easy. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a young man stepped forward. Crisply, the young man said, "Senior, are you thinking of going to destroy the Century Celestial Palace?" Yi Yuan looked at this young man rather surprisedly. He remembered that this young man was precisely one of Ziwei sect's geniuses who was about to be executed. Just now, he even had his hands tied behind his back. But now he was released. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A little interesting. What's your name?" He did not expect that among this bunch of obsequious people, there was actually still one who could see through his thoughts. His thought was not hard to guess. It was just that for these people, wanting to guess correctly was hard, because they never thought of revolting before at all. The young man said respectfully, "Junior is Qin Chao." Yi Yuan said, "Amen, you guessed correctly. I'm precisely going to destroy the Century Celestial Palace." Qin Chao had a solemn look as he said, "I know the path to the Century Celestial Palace. Junior will lead the way for you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You aren't afraid of death?" Qin Chao nodded and said, "Of course I'm scared, but Junior has already had enough of this kind of days. With our human race not resisting, we'll always be treated as pigs and sheep. If they aren't happy, they will slaughter and eat. Moreover, Senior saved this Junior's beloved earlier. Junior is willing to repay with death. Action. Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking in Mo Xiaocao's direction and discovered that she also had a look of surprise. Clearly, this was just Qin Chao's unrequited love. In the Ziwei sect, those who liked Mo Xiaocao, there were also 800 if there weren't 1,000. Qin Chao was merely one of them. However, these two people's conversation made everyone stare dumbfoundedly, with their mouths agape. What the Century Celestial Palace represented was the divine race. Touching the Century Celestial Palace was tantamount to pulling teeth from the tiger maws of the divine race. At that time, the divine race's upper echelons would surely be shaken. Disregarding this, Yi Yuan was merely fifth firmament heavenly emperor. Even if he killed a divine envoy, what right did he have to go and destroy the Century Celestial Palace? Of course, the human race being oppressed for a long time, there would also be people who overestimated their own ability, going to provoke the divine race. The final outcome naturally went without saying. This young man was definitely another one of them. He was seeking death here, and Qin Chao actually wanted to go together with him. Qin Chao, what are you messing around for? Mo Qingshan said angrily. Him not daring to flare up with Yi Yuan did not mean that he did not dare to get angry with Qin Chao. Qin Chao smiled miserably and he said, Master, you turn back and look. That's your daughter. The divine race wanted to violate your daughter and you actually allowed them to take her away freely. Also, you all. How many among you all like junior apprentice sister Xiaoqiao? But did any one of you step forward? Senior saved us and saved your beloved junior apprentice sister Xiaoqiao. But none of you thanked him and even wanted to blame him for being a busybody, implicating our Ziwei sect. We're humans. Proud and dignified humans, not pigs. And dogs. Not fish and meat. The divine race treats us as pigs and dogs. Could it be that we also have to treat ourselves as pigs and dogs? I'm already someone who has died once. What's the harm in going to die again with Senior? Qin Chao's words echoed loudly. Many Ziwei sect disciples lowered their heads in shame. When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help revealing a look of approval. In this era, it was precisely because there were many iron-blooded men like Qin Chao that there was the human race's future. Ziwei sect was merely an epitome of the era. There were many Ziwei sects in the world. Even if each sect only produced one Qin Chao, it was an extremely powerful force as well. Senior, I'll bring you. Qin Chao turned and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded his head smilingly and said, Let's go. Ziwei sect's 10,000 people send these two people away with their eyes. In the crowd, Mo Xiaocao's eyes sparkled, as if knowing this Qin Chao, this senior apprentice brother, for the first time. Along the way, Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought, but Qin Chao's emotions started to change. In the beginning, he had the solemnness and melancholy of the wind howling and the waters turning cold, the brave warriors never returning. But as they got closer and closer to the Century Celestial Palace, his breathing also gradually became ragged. Clearly, he was starting to get nervous and scared. The might of the divine race was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every human, unable to disperse. Qin Chao's hot blood was surging at the beginning. That was why he would disregard everything. But when he really arrived at Century Celestial Palace, he started to get fidgety again. Yi Yuan did not notice his changes but fell into contemplation. I already fell into the chaotic spacetime. Then is this world real or fake? If it's fake, how should I return to my own world? If it's real, then will my actions here change the course of history and let the human race go in another direction? If I really change history, then will I still exist or not? Countless doubts lingered in his heart. He passed through spacetime and arrived. He was just a tiny butterfly. Then would he, this small butterfly, make the experiences of future generations all change? This was really a profound question. Senior, we've arrived. When Qin Chao saw Yi Yuan pondering, he reminded cautiously, Yi Yuan came back to his senses, gave Qin Chao a look, and said with a smile, "You're scared." Qin Chao had a look of embarrassment and said smilingly, "A little scared. We're going all by ourselves, so it's no different from seeking death. I know that Senior is very formidable, but there's more than just one 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse in the Century Celestial Palace. Although I don't fear death, such a meaningless death is indeed somewhat not worth it." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're right. Dying like this doesn't have any meaning at all." Qin Chao was taken aback and said, "Senior's meaning is not going anymore?" He was very perplexed. Could it be that Senior also shrink back? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "But who told you that we're going to court death?" Qin Chao's eyes lit up and he said in wild ecstasy, "Could it be that Senior even hide a large army? Haha, what am I saying? Senior is wise, so how can you possibly do this kind of suicidal stupid thing?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "What army is there? You're thinking too much. Come on." This was a place with extremely rich spiritual energy. A majestic palace was hidden in the clouds, appearing mysterious and having experienced the many vicissitudes of life. This place was the Century Celestial Palace that made all races terrified at the sight of it. "Stop! Who is it to dare trespass the Century Celestial Palace?" Several figures suddenly appeared, stopping Yi Yuan. 2 people. These few people were all middle-stage Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses, except they were all humans. Yi Yuan looked at them, his brows furrowing as he said to Qin Chao, "Why would there be humans in the Century Celestial Palace?" Qin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like looking at a freak and said, "Doesn't Senior know that many human powerhouses will serve the divine race? In fact, they even become the divine race's thugs, acting with utter disregard for human life. They are all the human race's traitors." One of them said in a great rage, "Insolence! The divine race is the messenger of heaven, towering above the myriad races. Serving them is something that each race should do. Brat who's still wet behind your ears just based on this one sentence, you deserve death." Puff! His voice had yet to fade, and he was already killed by countless streaks of sword light. There would always be some who would drag out an ignorable existence. There were always some who would betray their race. Yi Yuan understood, but he was very upset. Some things were bigger than dragging out an ignorable existence. If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die than be the divine race's lackey. When the other heavenly emperors saw Yi Yuan attack so viciously and so powerfully, each and every one of them shuddered with fear. A heavenly emperor powerhouse yelled out at the top of his voice, You dare to kill people in the Century Celestial Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Come, men. Somebody wants to rebel." His voice instantly spread throughout the Century Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm, "Not good! The divine race's powerhouses have all been alarmed. Senior, let's hurry up and go." But Yi Yuan did not leave and said smilingly, "What are you panicking for? I'm looking forward for them to come." Action. It was also just several breaths of time. Qin Chao 2 people were already surrounded by dozens of divine race powerhouses. Naturally, there were more of the various races' heavenly emperor powerhouses. Their numbers reached as many as close to 100. Among them, there were even quite a few who already reached late stage heavenly emperor. Seeing this kind of horrifying lineup, Qin Chao was frightened until his face turned pale. He was merely just a puny little Empyrean. How could he have seen before such a horrifying lineup? Any one of them stepping forward, just moving a little finger, and he would be dead. An 8 marks heavenly Tao realm who was wearing beautiful embroidered clothing slowly stepped out of the ranks. Staring at Yi Yuan, he said coldly, "Where did this impudent brat come from, to dare run to my Century Celestial Palace to cause trouble? Got tired of leaving Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "Cause trouble?"
No, no.
"No, I'm not here to cause trouble." The other party smiled coldly and said, "You killed someone within the confines of the Sentry Celestial Palace, still dare to say that you're not causing trouble? Dared to kill someone? Don't have the guts to admit it now." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and smiled as he said, "I'm really not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace." The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they erupted with a burst of loud laughter. He said, "Destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace. Haha, this joke is really hilarious. Where did this kid pop out from? Did he see that we're bored and specially come to tell us jokes? Destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace. It's really my first time hearing such a funny joke in so many years. Forget about destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace, even killing a divine envoy." The Ziwei sect felt like a hole was poked in the sky. Therefore, the lethality of Yi Yuan's words could be imagined. They seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing non-stop. Suddenly, a human powerhouse in the crowd said, I seem to have seen that kid beside him before. It's the Ziwei sect." When Qin Chao heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly. He thought that he was just a nameless nobody and no one would recognize him at all. But who would have thought that he was still recognized by someone? His feelings toward the Ziwei sect were very deep and did not wish to implicate the Ziwei sect. If it was learned by these Sentry Celestial Palace people that he was part of the Ziwei sect would surely suffer annihilation. The divine race in brocade said in a thunderous rage, "Ziwei sect? What immense gall. After killing these two brats, the Ziwei sect don't have a need to exist in this world anymore as well." Just as Qin Chao was panicking and at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and said smilingly, "Relax, no one will know that you're from the Ziwei sect." Everyone was stunned. Was this kid stupid? Everyone already knew, how could no one know? Space, freeze. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yi Yuan snapped his fingers slightly. Space seemed to be like the surface of water with a layer of ripple oscillating. Immediately, the expressions of all the divine race and human powerhouses changed wildly. "Not good, this is space freeze. We can't traverse through the void anymore." Everyone was immensely shocked. The gazes that looked toward Yi Yuan had horrified looks. They did not think that Yi Yuan actually comprehended spatial law to such a terrifying realm. The gaze of the divine race member in brocade turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "Panicking for? Even if he freezes space, can he deal with so many of us by himself? Looks like this is the newly emerged peerless genius of the human race. Killing him will be a great achievement." "Yes, Palace Lord." The moment everyone heard that this was the case, they immediately put away the looks of alarm and panic. What replaced it was greedy eyes. This divine race member in brocade was Sentry Celestial Palace's Palace Lord, a peak 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse, his strength was already not much weaker than 90 origins. These 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, were all in a mad rush to be the first, rushing over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was indifferent, faintly spitting 2 words out of his mouth again. "Sword. Come." "My sword. Why isn't it listening to orders anymore?" Those powerhouses who used the sword were all horrified. Their swords actually broke out of their hands involuntarily and flew towards
Yi Yuan.
At the same time, the flying swords within the confines of the entire Sentry Celestial Palace all flew toward Yi Yuan. For a moment, the entire sky was full of sword shadows dancing everywhere. ***. Sword Dao Source.
Formation Dao Source.
Spatial Source. Just who the hell is this guy? When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in the human race? Why doesn't the divine race have any news at all? Too terrifying. If such a genius grows up, he'll surely be a mortal calamity to my divine race. Regardless of whether it was the divine race or human race powerhouses, after seeing such a commotion, each and every one of their faces turned ashen. A fifth firmament heavenly emperor brat actually comprehended three great sources. Among them, there was even a supreme law. This kind of talent was simply too terrifying. Sentry Celestial Palace's palace lord's gaze was full of solemnness as he thought to himself, "No way! I've got to kill this brat, otherwise he'll become my divine race's mortal calamity. Attack together. Kill this punk." Sentry Celestial Palace Lord did not hesitate in the slightest as he gave the order. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan put forth was very scary, how could it really scare Sentry Celestial Palace Lord, this kind of existence? With Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's strength, challenging 10 human ninth firmament heavenly emperors alone was also nothing difficult, let alone Yi Yuan, this fifth firmament heavenly emperor. Under his word of command, the numerous powerhouses each displayed their divine abilities. Although they were not able to traverse through the void, it did not affect them from executing their means. Especially late-stage 8 marks powerhouses of the divine race, that kind of power was simply several levels higher. Qin Chao stood beside Yi Yuan, his expression incomparably pale like paste. When had he seen before this kind of terrifying battle? "You don't resist, listen to my arrangements, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety." Yi Yuan's voice came over leisurely, making Qin Chao's heart turn somber. Facing so many powerhouses, he was actually so calm and collected, as if what was in front of him were not divine race powerhouses, but a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. True Nirvana sword formation. Arise. Yi Yuan raised his fingertips. The terrifying sword formation suddenly condenses. In an instant, the entire sky became a brutal battlefield. Ah! 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 The screams were continuous. Those human powerhouses, including late-stage Heavenly Emperor mighty experts, were totally like paper paste inside the sword formation, a swath dying in an instant. One had to know even an unpredictable child like Pang Jin could not last too long inside Yi Yuan's sword formation too. So let alone these people. Those unpredictable children, which one was not a 7th firmament or 8th firmament heavenly emperor super powerhouse? Compared to the unpredictable children, these humans were too ordinary. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's pupils constricted, being shocked by the scene in front of him. He never thought that a human could be so powerful too. This kind of leapfrogging realms to battle, the means to mass kill enemies. Even he, a member of the divine race, could not do it too. The divine race was strong, but could the divine race's geniuses kill so many late-stage heavenly emperor powerhouses with a wave of a hand at Yi Yuan's realm?
Absolutely impossible.
The more he witnessed Yi Yuan's means, the greater the shock in his heart. After the humans finished dying, it was the divine race's turn. The divine race similarly could not hold out for long in the sword formation. Those terrifying means could not unleash their power in the sword formation at all. The present true Nirvana sword formation was integrated into the spatial source by Yi Yuan, its power rising once more. 3 great sources fusing into one, the power was simply unimaginable. The true Nirvana sword formation, after being strengthened, was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. At this moment, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord finally felt the threat of death. He wanted to escape, but space was already frozen. Coupled with the harassment of the sword formation, he had no opportunity to escape at all. Space freezing, it was equivalent to that this region of space was already controlled by Yi Yuan. Being unable to utilize the power of space, just by relying on his own divine essence to fly, there was no way to escape at all. No way. I have to send this news out. Otherwise, there will surely be a catastrophe in the future. Thinking up to here, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord no longer hesitated, taking out a white crystal in his hand.
Instant message cristal.
This was the divine race's most urgent communication method. Once activated, it could send news back to the upper Sentry Celestial Palace within a day. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord muttered under his breath. Sky South has a child, who comprehended 3 great sources. A huge disaster. Quickly send 9 marks. To come and kill. Pa. Finished talking, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord directly crushed the instant message crystal. 1 white rune after another disappeared in a flash. These pieces of information actually passed through Yi Yuan's spatial freeze. Haha, brat. Even if you kill us, you're also dead for sure. After the message reaches the southern Sentry Celestial Palace, your death date will arrive. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord said with a cold laugh. He already no longer had any confidence with regards to Yi Yuan, because he unleashed all of his abilities and was actually unable to break through Yi Yuan's sword formation. Yi Yuan had long noticed Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's activities. Hearing that, he just said with a smile that was not a smile. Oh, is that so? You take a look behind you. Suddenly, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's expression changed wildly, his eyes revealing a look of horror. It was only to see that those runes were currently staying at a distance 1,000 feet behind him, crawling like a tortoise, not flying out of the range of the sword formation at all. His pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, Time Law! Are you still human? It was precisely Time Law. Those runes could pass through spatial law, but could not stop Time Law. Under Time Law, the originally lightning-quick runes became like tortoises. Now, the current Time Law was no longer 130. Action. 130 was unable to stop such a fast instant message crystal too. The localized Time Law in front of them already reached an astonishing 1:100. Yi Yuan being swept into the space-time turbulence was indeed incomparably perilous, but it also let him obtain tremendous benefits. Regardless of whether it was Time Law or spatial law, he had great insights. While in the space-time turbulence, Poochie, more than a dozen streaks of cold light flashed past, slicing the white runes into countless pieces. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's complexion was ashen. He looked toward Yi Yuan in amazement, as if looking at a freak. All right, I can send you all on your way now, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, his words full of indifference. Very soon, a piece of shocking news resounded throughout Sky South. Sky South Sentry Celestial Palace was completely destroyed by someone. Not even fowls and dogs were left. All of the people, including Sentry Celestial Palace Lord, had perished. This news was like a wind, sweeping throughout the entire southern border very quickly. For a moment, everyone from all races, they were discussing this matter. They were shocked by this news, because no one had ever been able to destroy a Sentry Celestial Palace before. What was scarier was that no traces were left behind at all. No one knew who on earth did it. Being able to destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace and not leave behind the slightest hint of traces, it's probably at least a Deva-second blight. Powerhouse, right? Pooh! Can a Deva-second blight stop the instant message crystal? Even 4 Deva-fifth blights, those able to accomplish it, are extremely few too, right? Then, who on earth did it? This matter is truly an epic-making huge incident. The various races were excited. They were just the general public, but they were similarly people who had been oppressed and humiliated. This action of Yi Yuan was simply invigorating. They did not dare to speak out but expressed incomparably joy in private. Finally, the situation gave vent to frustration. However, when this news was spread back to the Ziwei sect, the entire sect was deathly silent. Qin Chao, they really succeeded. How is this possible? The scary thing isn't that they succeeded, but that the Sentry Celestial Palace didn't even send the news out. Just who the hell was that young man? Also, how did he do it? Countless doubts lingered in the hearts of everyone in Ziwei sect. They wished to capture Qin Chao back right now and ask him what in the world was going on. This young man appeared too abruptly. His strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. Too mysterious. In the entire Sky South region, only their Ziwei sect knew what had happened. But they also did not know anything. However, what was fortunate was that as long as the news did not leak out, their Ziwei sect would at least not suffer a catastrophic disaster. This was because the divine race did not know what happened too. They naturally would not associate it with them. But Mo Qingshan was also worried. Concerning the matter of the sentry, Celestial Palace being destroyed, upstairs would know sooner or later. At that time, the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace would surely be furious. Which sect would suffer a disaster would be hard to say. Sect Master, why aren't you speaking? When everyone was discussing fiercely, someone noticed that Mo Qingshan was currently being silent, and could not resist asking. Mo Qingshan's expression flickered slightly, and he said, I was thinking, turns out that the divine race isn't undefeatable too. Suddenly, it was deathly silent inside the Ziwei sect's main hall. Yeah, it turned out that the divine race was not invincible. It was true that they were a powerful race, but they would die too. Mo Qingshan's words were like a plague, spreading in everyone's hearts. But he ignored everyone's surprise and continued saying, These few days, I've been thinking about Qin Chao's words. The more I think, the more inhumane I feel that I am. I didn't even dare to protect my own daughter. Am I still considered human? What he said is right, we're humans, not animals reared by the divine race. We are already numbed until we're without guts anymore. And this is probably what the divine race hopes to see the most, right? Someone immediately retorted. But Sect Master, although that kid can do it, it doesn't mean that we can do it too. The divine race is too strong. Mo Qingshan nodded his head and said, Yes, so we need to become strong. Similar words were playing out in the Sky South's various sects. Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace was like a seed, taking root and sprouting in the hearts of everyone in Sky South. The various races were weak, viewing the divine race as the messengers of heaven. This was the subliminal psychology that the divine race's countless years of great pressure brought to the various races. Action. The divine race was invincible. But when a person came soaring into existence and shattered this myth, it would give people a fierce impact. This was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, bringing a trace of faint light. This light would eventually bloom, returning light to the world. And Yi Yuan was this dawn. In a spirit mountain, Qin Chao already completely transformed into a little fanboy. He looked at the Yi Yuan brandishing his sword, his eyes full of worship. Presently, Yi Yuan was like that unexpected glimpse of a beauty in his eyes, being stunning to the extreme. In that battle, he had a taste of Yi Yuan's calm and collected killing technique inside the sword formation. Yi Yuan was just like a celestial deity. Only then did he know it turns out that humans could be so powerful. The heavenly Tao's messengers in their eyes were totally clay chickens and pottery dogs under Yi Yuan's sword. Who were those that Yi Yuan killed? Peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm super powerhouses. Furthermore, more than one person taking on a group by himself. That sort of heroism, that sort of aura which showed disdain on all under the heavens, was already deeply imprinted in Qin Chao's heart, unable to dispel. What pleasantly surprised him even more was that Yi Yuan was actually willing to teach him sword art. Qin Chao was famous for sword arts in the Ziwei sect, his talent extremely high. Of course, this was relative to the Ziwei sect. When Qin Chao made this request weekly, Yi Yuan agreed without the slightest hesitation, for no reason other than that he could step forward bravely and go to the Sentry Celestial Palace together with him. But after teaching Qin Chao swordsmanship, he discovered that Qin Chao's sword Tao talent was truly astonishing. His previous strength being too weak was because the Ziwei sect's swordsmanship was too lousy. Now Yi Yuan's horizons were extremely high. He helped Qin Chao improve his cultivation method and taught him to comprehend sword Tao. As a result, Qin Chao's swordsmanship advanced at a tremendous pace. Yi Yuan also could not help sighing emotionally when he saw this scene. The talents of ancient geniuses were indeed not what later generations could compare to. However, Yi Yuan also had an idea in his heart. The spiritual energy abundance in this era was also far from what later generations could compare to. The current heavenspan world and the heavenspan world of succeeding generations were also very different in terms of topography. The damage caused to the heavenspan world by the Doomsday Battle was too great. That battle fought until space shattered, causing galaxies in sore straits. Only all the way until tens of billions of years later did it gradually recover back to normal. However, that era that Yi Yuan was born in, things had already recovered a lot. Geniuses such as Wan Zhen also emerged crazily. In terms of talent, Wan Zhen should not lose to any genius of this era. Being able to perfectly fuse 5-element laws, even when placed in this era. He was also a top genius. As long as Wan Zhen was given time, he could definitely grow into an existence. Who could resist progenitor level? Unfortunately, there was already not much time. Senior, it turns out that sword art can still be used this way. You're really too incredible. If Junior can learn 1% of yours, I won't fear those divine race members too, Qin Chao said excitedly. The swordsmanship that Yi Yuan used made him have a feeling of being filled with wisdom. Only at this time did he understand that it turned out so many applications were still hidden in Sword Dao. For some time he drew inferences from one fact, all kinds of wonderful ideas surfacing in his mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The power of laws isn't the more the better. If you specialize in Sword Dao, when you reach the level of rules in the future, even the divine race's ancestors will also somewhat dread you." Qin Chao's hot blood was boiling when he heard that. A look of enrapture was on his face. Yi Yuan's guidance opened up another window for him. "All right, it's almost time we should head out," Yi Yuan said. Qin Chao was taken aback and said, "Senior, where are we going?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To destroy Century Celestial Palaces." Qin Chao's entire body trembled and he said, "Still destroying? Your Excellency, isn't it too dangerous? What if we run into 9 Marks Heavenly Dao Realm Powerhouse?" Yi Yuan smiled confidently and said, "If I want to go, can he stop me?" Qin Chao's expression relaxed. Nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice, he said, "Of course he can't. Ha ha ha." Several days later, the southern border central region Century Celestial Palaces were all destroyed. Another half a month later, the western region Century Celestial Palaces were all destroyed. Before Yi Yuan moved out, a 9 Marks Heavenly Dao Realm Powerhouse led a team and just descended upon the Sky South region, planning on starting to investigate the matter of the Century Celestial Palaces being completely destroyed when one news after another came in quick succession. The 9 Marks Heavenly Dao Realm was instantly flustered. Investigate what crap? An area at the Century Celestial Palace being completely destroyed could still be a coincidence. But dozens of Century Celestial Palaces being destroyed in a row, this sort of thing was definitely a huge conspiracy. They had no way of investigating even if they wanted to as well, because this was not a matter of the Sky South. People in all the lands of the southern border were instantly seething with excitement. ***. Investigate. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find them for me. At the Southern Century Celestial Palace, Palace Lord Originbright was unbelievably furious. 3 months had already passed. The southern border's dozens of Century Celestial Palaces were destroyed by someone, but they did not find even a trace of inkling. Originbright could not understand, no matter how he thought. A faction that could destroy dozens of Century Celestial Palaces in 3 months. How could they possibly not leave any clues behind at all? These dozens of Century Celestial Palaces seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Just the divine race's experts had 1,000 people who died. One had to know those were all late-stage 8 Marks mighty experts. This kind of loss had never appeared before in tens of millions of years to the divine race. The incident this time was too big. The subordinate said gloomily, "But, Your Excellency, this matter have no way to get started with the investigations. The Sentry Celestial Palaces that were destroyed, not only was everyone killed, even all the precious information inside the Sentry Celestial Palaces was also completely erased by people." Origin Bright's expression was grim until it was almost about to drip water. He said in a cold voice, "Didn't this matter start from the Sky South region? Then start investigating from the Sky South region. Go and question one sect after another. Can't find out. Kill for me. Still can't. Then destroy for me. Destroy one sect after another. Either way, the propagation ability of these ants is extremely strong and can't be killed off. I want to see whether they are scared of death or not. Yes. Also, pass this matter back to the clan. Ask Celestial Master Miluo to divine. I keep feeling that this incident is somewhat unusual." Yes. Very soon, a sanguinary suppression was set off in the Sky South region. The divine race investigated the whole story of the Sentry Celestial Palaces in an extremely violent manner. Several major sects had their sects destroyed because they could not find out anything. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Of course, the more frightened one was naturally still the Ziwei sect. The Ziwei sect's status was not considered high in Sky South. It was not their turn for a while. But the incident this time, the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace sent out a lot of manpower, checking until the Ziwei sect was also just a matter of time. In the Ziwei sect, voices of discontent were heard everywhere. That guy only knows how to kill to his heart's content, but he put us in a dangerous situation. Too irresponsible. This guy poked a hole in the sky, but wants us to bear the consequences. Sect Master, we should go and report that kid. As long as we turn him over, the matter this time should be considered over. Otherwise we'll face a catastrophic disaster. In Ziwei sect's main hall, there were complaints about Yi Yuan everywhere. Regarding Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace. They previously still felt delighted. But now, facing the divine race's bloody revenge, they could not feel happy anymore. Hearing these words, Mo Qingshan said with a gloomy look, "Report? Is your brain broken? You're going to tell the disciples that the divine envoy died in our Ziwei sect? Or are you going to tell divine race that our Ziwei sect's disciple is bringing that kid around everywhere to destroy Sentry Celestial Palaces?" The expression of the elder who spoke previously had an embarrassed expression on his face. He blurted it out previously without running it through his brain. Action. Now, hearing Mo Qingshan said it, he discovered that there was no way to whistle blow at all. Not saying the Ziwei sect might still survive. Saying it, they would die without a doubt. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the hall. "Martial uncles, I think I should be able to guess why that senior did this." Everyone looked over. It was the Mo Xiaoqiao who was sitting in the corner. Mo Xiaoqiao was also one of Ziwei sect's geniuses. Her cultivation talent extremely high. Therefore, she had the qualifications to sit in this main hall too. Mo Qingshan looked at his daughter rather surprisedly. He knew that his daughter had always been very clever. She might have some brilliant insights this time. "Xiaoqiao, tell us about it," Mo Qingshan said. Mo Xiaoqiao nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, senior destroying so many Sentry Celestial Palaces might be to save our Ziwei sect. Everyone don't get agitated. Listen to Xiaoqiao slowly tell you. If he didn't destroy the Sky South Sentry Celestial Palace, our Ziwei sect will definitely be exterminated. But just destroying the Sky South Sentry Celestial Palace, investigating until the Ziwei sect is still not difficult. But if dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces are destroyed in a row, and no traces are revealed at all, it would be virtually impossible to investigate until our Ziwei sect. Originally, hearing this opinion of saving the Ziwei sect, everyone wanted to refute it. But, after hearing Mo Xiaocao's analysis, everyone thought about it. It was really the case. Someone questioned, but why did he do things to this extent for our Ziwei sect? A hint of brilliance flashed across in Mo Xiaocao's eyes, and she said, naturally, it's because of Qin Chao. I can tell that Senior admires Qin Chao very much. Of course, he originally never planned on implicating our Ziwei sect either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to have us abduct him to the Century Celestial Palace. The others exchanged glances, abashed expressions suddenly revealing on their faces. Mo Xiaocao's analysis was very reasonable. He was thinking of how to save them, but they were grumbling about him here, and they even wanted to report him. Mo Xiaocao continued, of course, Senior's intention is probably not merely just so. Mo Qingshan's gaze flickered slightly and he said, what other intention does he still have? Mo Xiaocao said, a shot arrow has no way of recalling. Since this matter has started, it can't be settled anymore already. Therefore, this Senior should be deliberately making a big deal out of things and making everyone know about. He wants to tell us that the divine race isn't invincible. He wants to awaken everyone's hot-bloodedness and have everyone join forces to deal with the divine race together. Talking up to here, Mo Xiaocao's face also revealed a hint of respect and said, this Senior doesn't look old, but his breadth of vision is bigger than the sky. He is genuinely thinking about humanity's future. At this time, Mo Qingshan slowly stood up. Everyone could not help being taken aback. Sect Master, what are you doing? Mo Qingshan said, I feel that what Xiaocao said is very reasonable. I'll go and pay a visit to the various sect masters and hope that they can unite and deal with the divine race together. Actually, there was no need for Mo Qingshan to take the lead. The divine race's sanguinary suppression already made the various major sects unable to sit still anymore. This time, the divine race was clearly extremely furious. Therefore, they did not have the slightest scruples when taking action too. The moment they killed, it was in droves. In their eyes, these sect disciples were simply a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not happy, they would just kill. Hence, the leaders of these sects came to an agreement very quickly and planned on joining hands to deal with the divine race together. Yi Yuan slaughtering dozens of Century Celestial Palaces in a row already planted seeds in the hearts of all the various sects leaders. When the oppression reached the limit, even pigs and sheep would also rise in revolt. But, just as these sects reached an agreement and were about to make a move, Qin Chao returned. He came back alone. When Mo Qingshan saw Qin Chao again, he felt like he had met another person. Not seeing for a few short months, he felt like Qin Chao already underwent a thorough change. Senior went to the Southern Century Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's first words when he saw Mo Qingshan made everyone incredibly shocked. Palace Lord, things are bad. Someone forcibly barged into our Century Celestial Palace. Panicking for? Talking properly. Who's the arrival? How is his strength? The arrival is a young man, can't tell his age. His strength is F5th. Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Are those human guards all drawing salary without doing any work? Can't even deal with a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Also, why are you reporting to me about everything? What are you thinking? You go and find Yuanjin, have him go. Lord Yuanjin has already been killed by him. What did you say? Lord Yuanjin was already killed by that young man. Not just that, Yuanjie, Lu Feng, they all are all dead. Furthermore, he even identified you by name, and he wants to meet the Palace Lord, you. He said that he's the main culprit behind the destruction of the dozens of Century Celestial Palaces. What did you say? He alone exterminated dozens of Century Celestial Palaces? What a joke. Origin Bright's shock was by no means insignificant. He had once imagined countless possibilities, but he only did not think that dozens of century celestial palaces were actually destroyed by a fifth firmament heavenly emperor. When did the human race produce such a terrifying genius? Origin Bright did not quite dare to believe it, but he knew that it was impossible for his subordinate to deceive him. Even Yuanjin died. What was impossible about him destroying dozens of century celestial palaces? Go out and take a look. Done talking, his figure moved, and he went out of the century celestial palace. In midair, a youth in white garments stood with his hands behind his back, countless flying swords hanging around him, his sword energy threatening. Those human and divine race experts, not one dared to approach him. They could only wander around him. Seeing this scene, Origin Bright believed it. His gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "It's you who destroyed my divine race's 18th century celestial palaces." Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's me." Origin Bright laughed coldly and said, "Looks like Sky South's events made you unable to sit still anymore. Since you did it, you must already have some sort of awareness, right?" Origin Bright was not stupid. With Yi Yuan suddenly jumping out at this time, he must have sympathized with Sky South's humans. This sort of humans who resisted the divine race. They had seen plenty of them. It was just that Yi Yuan seemed to be a little more troublesome. But it did not matter as well. Since Yi Yuan came, this matter was considered over. Although the divine race's losses were huge this time, being able to destroy such a terrifying genius was also worth it. Otherwise, after this guy grew up until Deva Fifth Blight, that would be very tricky. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Come to what awareness? I think that you've misunderstood. I came just to inform you that Sky South's matters can end now. Otherwise, the entire southern border's century celestial palaces will be destroyed by me. Of course, if you have that many 9 marks powerhouses, you can dispatch one to every century celestial palace." Arrogant, looking down on everyone and everything, facing a middle stage 9 marks heavenly Tao realm superpowerhouse, Yi Yuan thought nothing of him at all. He did not come to surrender himself. He came to pick a quarrel. All of the divine race members opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Was this kid crazy? He thought that he could escape from Lord Origin Bright's hands? Yi Yuan went on a massacre earlier. They thought that it was just Yi Yuan's deathbed struggle. That was all. They did not expect that after he saw Lord Origin Bright, he still dared to be so impudent. Ha ha ha. When Origin Bright heard this, it was like he heard the most hilarious joke in this world, laughing wildly without ceasing. "Brat, you're very courageous. Being able to destroy 18th century celestial palaces, you're very strong too. But your understanding of 9 marks heavenly Tao realm is too little. 8 marks to 9 marks isn't your human heavenly emperor to Deva." Origin Bright laughed loudly as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It doesn't make any difference to me."
All right, Eva.
Already said what should be said. If you dare to make a move against the human race again, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around suavely and was about to leave like nobody's business. Seeing this action, not a single one actually dared to stop him. These people were already intimidated by Yi Yuan's killing. How can my century celestial palace be a place that you can come and go as you please? Stay for me. Origin Bright bellowed, the pressure of 9 marks heavenly Tao realm suddenly releasing. A horrifying to the extreme aura instantly enveloped all the space in a 100,000-mile radius. For Origin Bright to be able to suppress the entire southern boundary, how could his strength be ordinary? Even in the profound lineage, his strength could rank in the forefront too. The moment he took action, it was simply apocalyptic. Those human powerhouses almost felt like they could not breathe. This pressure represented heavenly Tao. It was too terrifying. The divine race was able to suppress myriad races and regard themselves as Heavenly Tao's envoys. This was also an extremely important aspect. However, facing such a horrifying Heavenly Tao pressure, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel anything, continuing to stroll away. Origin Bright snorted coldly, striding across the void with a flash and, arriving, the speed was swift to the extreme. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, countless flying swords arrived in quick succession. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. It was just that this time, the true Nirvana sword formation that overpowered all sides was unable to stop the powerful Origin Bright at all. Origin Bright was like a giant mountain. The moment those flying swords touched him, they immediately shattered to pieces. The flying swords rushed over but were unable to stop Origin Bright's footsteps at all. In an instant, he arrived 10,000 feet of where Yi Yuan was. Haha, kid. This kind of means is still barely passable to deal with 8 marks Heavenly Tao realms. But dealing with me, it's too weak. Stay for me. Action. Amidst the wild laughter, Origin Bright suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He was clearly only 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan. But his speed of advancing got slower and slower, right under his nose, but seemingly far away on the horizon. Terrific lad. Time law. No, wait, there's also source spatial law. Space-time. Synchronization. Even I'm unable to easily break through either. Who the hell is this kid? When did such a monster appear among the human race? It was not that Origin Bright was unable to break through, but for him to want to break through the constraints of space-time in an instant, it was
Impossible.
However, Yi Yuan did not need to entangle him. If he wanted to leave, no one could hold him back. Just like that, Yi Yuan moved 10,000 feet in a step, leaving the sentry celestial palace like he was strolling idly in a courtyard. When his aura completely disappeared from everyone's perception, only then did everyone feel like they woke up from a dream. What a terrifying young man. He actually comprehended space-time law. Furthermore, his spatial law even reached the level of source. My God, even Lord Origin Bright personally moving out actually failed to hold him back too. I still found it very funny when he was threatening Lord Origin Bright earlier. But now, I really can't laugh anymore. The threat previously, no one took it to heart. But at this moment, no one felt that Yi Yuan was joking. If really got on his nerves, he would really massacre the southern borders. Sentry celestial palaces clean. Send 9 marks Heavenly Tao realms to garrison? You got to be kidding. 9 marks Heavenly Tao realms were not cabbages either. There was no way to imagine how big the Heavenspan world was. Even if the divine race dispatched all of their 9 marks Heavenly Tao realms, it was also impossible to guard every sentry celestial palace. A subordinate asked carefully, Palace Lord, what should we do now? Origin Bright's expression was grim until it was practically dripping water. It was only to hear him say in a deep voice, pull everyone back. Send the news out. If anyone dares to deal with the Sentry Celestial Palace again, none of the local sects will be spared. Asterisk asterisk. Senior said, he'll take care of this matter. But everyone, please don't forget, we're humans and not pigs and dogs. Resistance will have sacrifices, but not resisting. We can only be pigs and dogs forever. Facing the leaders of a group of sects, Qin Chao delivered Yi Yuan's words calmly, but these people did not buy it. Humph! This matter was caused by him to begin with. It should be him bearing the responsibility himself. For him to be able to come forward himself, at least he has a bit of conscience. If not for him, would those few sects be destroyed? Also, you, this brat, to actually dare provoke the divine race, you caused us to almost be destroyed too. Mo Qin Shan, kill this kid and pay homage to those sects that were destroyed. There were also a few sect masters who were silent, but the vast majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble, guiding the fire onto their heads. There were even sect masters who wanted to kill Qin Chao to vent their anger. To the vast majority of the humans, they had long already become numb. A living dog was better than a dead lion. Destroying Sentry celestial palaces this matter, although it had a great impact on them, it was hard to make them risk their lives for it. To the various races that have been bred in captivity for countless years, many of them had long already turned this sort of life into a habit. As long as they did not take the initiative to provoke the divine race, they would not kill people indiscriminately too, right? Sure enough, when someone proposed to kill Qin Chao, many sect masters were eager to take action. Qin Chao did not have the least bit of fear. Instead, he responded with a sneer as he said, "If you dare to touch a hair of mine, Senior will definitely go and destroy your sects. Those present today, not one can escape." A sect master smiled coldly and said, "He already went to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. He's dead beyond a doubt. You're still using him to threaten us." Qin Chao had a disdainful look as he said, "Who told you guys that he went to court death? He went to warn the divine race, to stop them from doing anything to the human race anymore." That sect master laughed loudly and said, "Are you kidding me? Southern Sentry Celestial Palace's Palace Lord is a middle stage 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouse, an existence even stronger than Deva Third Blight. You're currently telling me that he can return?" Qin Chao said disdainfully, "I, Qin Chao, merely have a lowly life. If sect Master Wu dares to bet with your life, you can kill me right now." Got to admit, this sentence of Qin Chao's was very deadly. It was not that they believed Yi Yuan could return, but that they felt that their lives were much more valuable than Qin Chao's action. What if Yi Yuan really returned? Sect Master Wu's face fell and he said, "Not killing you, we can detain you temporarily. After news of that brat's death arrives, I believe that you won't get away by the skin of your teeth anymore. Right?" Mo Qingshan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Sect Master Wu, aren't you taking this Mo too lightly?" Sect Master Wu said disdainfully, "Doesn't this matter all due to your Ziwei
Secta's fault.
You guys kept the sects in the Sky South region all in the dark, making multiple sects get annihilated because of you guys. We haven't found you guys to settle the scores for this yet." Sect Master Wu's words immediately received many of the sects' agreement. Hence, they decided to detain these master and disciple 2 people. After the news of Yi Yuan's death arrived, they would punish the 2, to serve as a warning to the others. While Qin Chao had a calm look and said to Mo Qingshan, "Master, you rest assured. They detain us now. They will send us back respectfully later on." Mo Qingshan had a suspicious look and said, "That person was indeed very formidable. But Lord Originbright's strength isn't what those Sentry Celestial Palace's Palace Lords can compare to." The news of Yi Yuan being killed did not arrive, but even more explosive news came over. The main culprit who annihilated 18 Southern Sentry Celestial Palaces finally showed himself. It was a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor young man. No one could have thought that a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor could actually slaughter 18 Sentry Celestial Palaces. What was even more damnable was that he was a human. Of course, this was not the most explosive thing yet. The most explosive thing was that this young man went to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace alone, and he warned the Sentry Celestial Palace Lord Origin Bright. The young man went on a killing spree, killing several late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses as well as hundreds of powerhouses. Then, under the besiegement of Lord Origin Bright as well as several 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, he left suavely. As soon as the news spread out, the entire southern border was in a stir. Where did this young man pop out from? Why is he so strong? Lord Origin Bright, that's a character in the sky. Even he failed to hold this young man back. The divine race members who came to the southern border to investigate have all been withdrawn. This is also to say that his threat has worked. The divine race was actually forced to give in by a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This conclusion filled many people with astonishment. Only then did they know that turns out, Humans could be so powerful, challenging the Sentry Celestial Palace single-handedly, arriving elegantly, killing several hundred powerhouses, then leaving suavely. Although they did not see the scene, imagining it with their brain a little, they felt their hot blood boil with excitement too, passing through a million-strong army. Not a single armored warrior touched his body. This was the best portrayal of Yi Yuan's operation this time. There were too many people who saw this battle, it could not be hidden at all. After the news spread out, countless human powerhouses were greatly encouraged. When the news spread back to Sky South, the various sect masters were completely stunned. They gathered together overnight, discussing how to salvage this matter. Wu Tianxiao was naturally the first to bear the brunt. A sect master said while dripping with sarcasm, "Sect Master Wu, you're really impressive. The great idea you came up with, now you brought everyone into the pit." Another sect master said with a cold smile, "That lord is definitely already on the way here. Sect Master Wu, can you teach us how we should explain to that lord?" A sect master said with a gratified look, "Lucky we didn't kill Qin Chao. Otherwise, our sects will really be destroyed." For some time, Wu Tianxiao became the target of public criticism. Wu Tianxiao's expression was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Now all are blaming me? When I said to capture them back then, weren't each and every one of you all very excited? What's the use of saying this crap now? Rather than blaming me here, why not think of a way?" A sect master said, "What solution can there be now? Go and invite them out." Very clearly, Qin Chao delivering that lord's message indicates that he's already that lord's confidant. As long as we get his forgiveness, that lord definitely won't look into us. Present, they could not think of a better way as well. Hence, a large group of sect master level powerhouses came to the dungeon and invited Qin Chao and Mo Qingshan out. When Mo Qingshan saw each and every one of these people being extra careful, how could he still not understand what was going on? He was incomparably shocked in his heart. That young man really did it? Qin Chao smiled at him and said, "What did I say, master? His Excellency must have caused a great sensation in the southern border this time." Wu Tianxiao smiled and said, "Yeah, that lord has the talent to rule the world. Even the divine race was needed by him too. Gentlemen, it was all our fault this time. Can we invite you two out, please?" Qin Chao said with a smile that was not a smile, "Sect Master Wu, haven't you heard of this saying? It's easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. We're not going anywhere. We'll wait right here for Senior to arrive." Qin Chao said calmly. The expressions of the group of sect masters immediately became embarrassed to the extreme. If that Senior came, slaughtering all of them in his unhappiness was nothing difficult too. One had to know even Origin Bright, that kind of powerhouse, failed to keep Yi Yuan back. Furthermore, looking at the ruthlessness of Yi Yuan's actions, he would not mind slaughtering all of them. An emaciated sect master said with a pitiful expression, "Goodness gracious, my little ancestor, don't throw a tantrum anymore. This old man knows that we've offended you guys badly this time. Take pity on us, these old bones." Mo Qingshan looked at these sect masters with a look of surprise. It was as if it was his first time knowing them. These people normally all had their eyes growing on top of their heads. Apart from the divine race, they paid no attention to anyone. Now, they actually became this sycophantic appearance. Qin Chao suddenly sighed and said, "Senior said, pitiable people must have hateful aspects. If our human race can be united, why would we be bullied by the divine race until like this? The population of all the races added up is more than 100,000 times that of the divine race. Even if we used numbers to pile, we'd pile them to death too." When the sect masters heard this, they all exchanged glances. While that was true, just the population of the human race was as many as billions of trillions. How could it be easy to talk about uniting? Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. I'm not making you all go and court death, just letting you all know that being a human is much more interesting than being a pig or dog. Suddenly, a voice sounded out faintly. A youth in white clothes walked out of the void. The expressions of the group of sect masters changed wildly, already guessing who the arrival was. There were many powerful array formations guarding inside this dungeon. They were actually completely clueless when this young man entered. This shock was by no means insignificant. Originally, they had only heard rumors about Yi Yuan's strength, but seeing it with their own eyes currently, it really shocked them. Just based on this kind of means, it was effortless for Yi Yuan to kill them. When Qin Chao saw Yi Yuan, he had an excited look on his face and said in pleasant surprise, "Senior, you barged into the southern Century Celestial Palace alone and awed the southern border, bolstering our human races. Prestige, truly awe-inspiring." Although he was very confident in Yi Yuan, when he heard about Yi Yuan's deeds, he was still extremely carried away. That impressive sight, how great would it have been if he was present? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That was me taking by surprise, going too suddenly. They were not prepared, that's why it was like this. If they were prepared, I probably won't be able to come back anymore. 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm is indeed powerful. Don't look at how Yi Yuan came and went like the wind." Yi Yuan was still incredibly shocked, having witnessed Origin Bright's strength. Back then, he was almost killed by Origin Guard. At that time, he did not even have the strength to fight back and was also unable to experience the might of a 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm. Now, he comprehended 3 great sources, his strength virtually invincible in Heavenly Emperor realm. Only at this time could he truly understand the prowess of a 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm. If under the circumstances where the other party was prepared, even if he unleashed his sources simultaneously, it would probably be hard to escape too. However, Yi Yuan mentioned it casually, but it was completely not the case at all when the sect masters present heard it. The might of 9 Mark heavenly Tao realms did not need Yi Yuan to explain it. That was an existence that they could not understand. But Yi Yuan leisurely circled one round right under the eyelids of an incomprehensible existence and casually killed a few people. How could they imagine this kind of means? "Why, Your Excellency, we have no intention of being enemies with you. Your Excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let us go," Wu Tianxiao said sobbingly, and had long lost his majesty back then. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you all killed Qin Chao, I definitely have slaughtered your entire sex. But since he's unharmed, I'll let you guys off. However, if any one of you dares to be an accessory to a tyrant's crimes and help the divine race to bully your race, I'll kill once when I see once." Hearing this, the large rock in the hearts of the group of sect masters landed. Fortunately, this lord was not a demon lord who killed people without blinking. Action. Puff. In an extremely secret underground palace, a middle-aged man suddenly vomited blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. By the side, a white-haired old man asked, "Profound secrets, still can't divine it?" The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, "This child's secrets are too vague, as if it isn't in the operation of heavenly Tao at all. This kind of character, it's still my first time encountering. Witchcloud, this boy may be the key to our Peerless Genius Plan's success. We must find him." Witchcloud said in surprise, "You're actually so optimistic about him?" The middle-aged man's gaze was deep as he said, "Have you heard before any human fifth firmament heavenly emperor who can escape from under the hands of a 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm's subordinate? Furthermore, Origin Bright isn't an ordinary 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm. With his strength 10 Deva third, blights are not a match either." Witchcloud nodded and said, "This boy is indeed too monstrous, but logically speaking, such a terrifying talent, he should have been discovered by us long ago. Why did he suddenly pop up now? I feel like he jumped out of thin air." The middle-aged man nodded his head and said, "You're right. I've always been paying attention to the operation of heavenly Tao. But ever since several months ago, heavenly Tao seemed to suddenly have a trace of deviation and fluctuation. This trace of fluctuation is extremely minute. I believe that, with Miluo's ability, he can't detect it yet. It's also precisely after that this monstrous fellow suddenly appeared. If this is a coincidence, it's also too coincidental. Witch Cloud had a look of shock and said, "There's actually such a thing, such a major thing. Why did you only say it now?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "If not for the thing he did this time, being too heaven-shocking, how could I have taken notice of him? How can the unpredictableness of heavenly Tao be what ordinary people can surmise?" Witch Cloud thought about it and felt the same. That kid remained in obscurity. Previously, if not for challenging the Sentry Celestial Palace by himself and warning the divine race, stirring up a monstrous wave, how could they have paid attention to a measly little fifth firmament heavenly emperor? The middle-aged man said, "The matter brooks no delay. This matter is no trivial matter. I must make a trip in person. I'll leave deicide to you." Witch Cloud nodded and said, "Relax. We've almost entered orbit already. With me around, there won't be any problems." At the same time, inside the divine race's highest ruling institution, Titan Palace, an old man with white eyebrows was similarly vomiting fresh blood. Wildly, beside him, a robust middle-aged man said with a dark expression, "Celestial Master, even you can't divine this kid too." Miluo shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Lord Tianqing, it's as if this boy is outside of the 5 elements, jumping out of the 3 realms. I'm unable to divine at all." It's still Miluo's first time encountering such an unpredictable person, as if he appeared out of thin air. The robust middle-aged man beside Celestial Master Miluo was the divine race's heaven lineage's progenitor, the divine race's most terrifying existence. Tian Qing. They were similarly divining Yi Yuan. But even Heavenly Emperor profound secrets could not divine him. So let alone Miluo. Hearing what Miluo said, Tianqing's brows furrowed even harder and he said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Tao has always been under our control, but now an unpredictable person appeared. This boy must be eliminated. Inform all Sentry Celestial Palaces. They must find this kid's tracks at all costs." Suddenly, an obscure sect, the Ziwei sect, became lively. On this day, Origin Bright brought a white-browed old man and suddenly descended upon the Ziwei sect. Mo Qingshan and the rest were fearful and awed. "Sect Master Mo, you guys are really so capable." Origin Bright's words were full of derision. Clearly, his resentment toward the Ziwei sect was very deep. By now, Yi Yuan's connection with the Ziwei sect had naturally been dug out. Long ago, if it were in the past, the Ziwei sect would have long turned to ashes. But now, with Yi Yuan this sort of Damocles hanging up there, the divine race really did not dare to make a move on the Ziwei sect. Destroying a single Ziwei sect was merely a trivial matter. But once Yi Yuan was pissed off, the divine race would really find it impossible to defend effectively. Therefore, they could only endure it. Now, the divine race's top priority was to find Yi Yuan, and then eliminate him. This person's existence posed too great a threat to them. How could Mo Qingshan not discern the meaning in Origin Bright's words? He hurriedly apologized. "Palace Lord, please calm your anger. Our Ziwei sect is really not familiar with this person. We also don't know why he ran to my Ziwei sect." Origin Bright had a fake smile as he said, "Is that so? Then this Palace Lord wronged you." Mo Qingshan was alarmed and hurriedly bowed and said, "Palace Lord, calm your anger." Origin Bright sneered and said, "If that kid doesn't die, how can this Palace Lord's fury be appeased? Your dog head is temporarily left on your neck. After this Palace Lord kills that brat, I'll come and take care of you." Origin Bright did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. To him, a Measly little Ziwei sect could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Want to kill you, you did not even have the qualifications to flee. But saying these words out showed his apprehension toward Yi Yuan. If not out of fear toward Yi Yuan, why would he be standing here talking rubbish with a puny little sect master? This logic Origin Bright understood. Mo Qingshan similarly understood it. He was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Previously, it was widely rumored that Yi Yuan went over to threaten the Sentry Celestial Palace. But that was also mostly rumors. But today, seeing Origin Bright's attitude, he knew that it was definitely true. A fifth firmament heavenly emperor actually forced the entire divine race to back down. This kind of strength, he simply did not know what to say. Mo Qingshan did not dare to talk back. He just kept silent. Origin Bright gave a cold snort and said, "You all, bring this lord around to take a look. Wherever he wants to go, you guys will bring him there." "Yes," Mo Qingshan hurriedly answered. He did not know who this person was at all, and also did not know what he came here for. Celestial Master Miluo said coolly, "Bring me to walk around first." Mo Qingshan did not dare to disobey, bringing Celestial Master Miluo to stroll around leisurely. Wherever he wanted to go, Mo Qingshan would bring him there. This Celestial Master Miluo gave him an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was even more terrifying than Origin Bright. Miluo spent close to half a month's time and virtually went around to every corner of the Ziwei sect before leaving. But before leaving, Origin Bright still left a 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm powerhouse behind to garrison at Ziwei sect. Saying that it was garrisoning, it was actually surveillance. Along the way, Origin Bright asked, "Celestial Master, were there any discoveries?" Celestial Master Miluo's brows were tightly locked, and he shook his head and said, "Discovered a few subtle auras. It should have been left behind by this boy." But this Celestial Master couldn't divine where he came from. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. But as for his departure aura, it was deliberately concealed. This boy's means are inconceivable. Origin Bright had a look of disbelief and said, "This, even Celestial Master, can't divine it either? Could it be that we're going to allow this kid to carry on being free and unfettered? Lord Celestial Master, I say, do you think Mo Qingshan knows where that boy's whereabouts or not?" Celestial Master Miluo was in existence with the highest attainments in the path of divination in the divine race. Even he could not find Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Then wouldn't this boy remain at large? Celestial Master Miluo's expression was somewhat ugly as he shook his head and said, "This boy is very shrewd. It's absolutely impossible to tell Mo Qingshan his whereabouts. He and Mo Qingshan aren't familiar to that degree. Now, there's only waiting. He'll inevitably give himself away." After Celestial Master Miluo returned in defeat, another figure quietly sneaked into the Ziwei sect. Mo Qingshan returned to his residence and felt as if he had arrived in a different world. A world that was cut off from the outside world. In the house, a middle-aged man was currently sitting in front of his desk, pouring himself a drink. "Came back." The middle-aged seemed to be engaging in small talk. "See, came back. Wonder what this lord is finding this Mo for?" Mo Qingshan asked, cautiously. He was walking on thin ice every day currently, fearful of offending some great deity. Yi Yuan's matter provoked many legendary characters. He and ant-like existence would be gone with a puff from them. He had no choice but to be careful. "Sect Master Mo, you don't need to be so cautious. That Miluo is seriously too formidable. That's why I had no choice but to come up with this place. You might not have heard of me before. I'm called Jian Ruffing. Others all call me Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This emperor came for that young man. You should know who I'm talking about." The middle-aged man introduced himself. Mo Qingshan's entire body trembled, and he could not refrain from drawing a cold breath as he cried out in surprise. That white-browed old man was Celestial Master Miluo? He had not heard of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's name before. But Celestial Master Miluo's name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Mo Qingshan. This Celestial Master Miluo monitored the world. He could be said to be the divine race's eyes and ears, regarding the myriad races under the heavens. As long as there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, it could not hide from the divine race's eyes and ears. And the one who played a key role in this was this Celestial Master Miluo. One could say that Celestial Master Miluo was the nightmare of all the races. In the world, action, the myriad races not daring to resist the divine race. There was a very important reason involved. It was Celestial Master Miluo. If not for him, maybe the various races would have long revolted like crazy. Mo Qingshan did not expect that this Miluo that made people tremble with fear, when they hear, actually came to his Ziwei sect just like that. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "Such a major incident occurred. How could it possibly not alarm him? But you rest assured, even this Emperor can't divine that person, so it's impossible for Miluo to divine him." 2. These words revealed a strong self-confidence, which was also to say that he was confident that he was stronger than Celestial Master Miluo in the path of divination. Mo Qingshan stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape when he heard. When did such a major power appear in the human race? Sect Master Mo, you don't need to be so surprised. This emperor has already attained Tao for hundreds of millions of years. It's just that you're also aware of the heavenspan world's situation. If I show myself, I'll definitely differai horribly. Therefore, I've always been very low profile. This matter, I hope for Sect Master Mo to keep it secret for me too. After all, you and I are of the same race. If you report me, it's equivalent to severing the future hope of the human race. You should be able to weigh the severity and pros and cons. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said. Mo Qingshan's heart turned cold and he said solemnly, "Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if Mo Qingshan dies, I absolutely won't say a word out too." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, "I trust Sect Master Mo. These few days this emperor will be staying in Ziwei sect. I hope that Sect Master Mo doesn't mind." This wait was 1,000 years. In a hidden spatial rift, Yi Yuan and Qin Chao were currently cultivating. "Senior, you're really too formidable. I never dared to imagine that someone can comprehend these 4 great laws to such a level. But why have I never heard of you before this?" The longer he spent time with Yi Yuan, the more incredulous he felt. How could a person be monstrous to such a degree? During these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's space and time, 2 great laws could be said to have flourished with each passing day. His spatial law already reached rank 2 source. Time law already reached 1:302. One had to know these were 2 great supreme laws. Being able to advance by an inch in 10,000 years already had to thank one's lucky stars. But Yi Yuan completely surpassed Qin Chao's imagination. Yi Yuan gave Qin Chao a glance and said smilingly, "This matter, saying it is somewhat fantastical. I also don't know if teaching you swordsmanship is right or wrong. But since I came, I have got to do something." Qin Chao was confused and said, "What's wrong with teaching me swordsmanship?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "These things you won't understand. Even I don't understand it myself." In this world, Yi Yuan discovered that his speed of comprehending spacetime law was even faster than in the primeval war realm. He felt that this might be due to traversing through spacetime. It was just that his sudden appearance broke the balance of the original world in the first place. Then, was there still meaning in him cultivating these things? To teach or not to teach Qin Chao, he had also hesitated before. To kill or not to kill divine race members, he had likewise hesitated before. But later on, he figured things out. Since he came here, even if he did nothing, he had already changed the course of the world. Then what difference did doing more or doing less make? Right now, under this spacetime, the human race had clearly not risen yet. Yi Yuan did not know if this was that era in the last epoch. But since he came, there was no harm in leaving behind Tao teachings to make the human race become a little stronger. Seeing the human race being bullied by people like this but not doing anything, this was not his Yi Yuan's style. Hence, he went to do it without hesitation. He was very optimistic about Qin Chao, so he was willing to use 1,000 years' time to teach him swordsmanship. In 1,000 years, Qin Chao already went from Empyrean realm and broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Are you homesick? Or thinking of somebody? Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chao and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Chao's face turned red but still nodded his head very shamelessly. These few days, Qin Chao was always somewhat distracted when practicing the sword, so how could Yi Yuan not tell? This kid was thinking of Mo Xiaoqiao. All right, after not going out for so long, it's also time to go out and take a look. Yi Yuan got up and said. Qin Chao's expression changed and he said, Senior, you mustn't. You're currently already a thorn in the divine race's eyes. How can you risk your life? Yi Yuan smiled and said, They aren't qualified enough to capture me yet. Come on. Although the lesser Heavenspan mountain did not come with him, Yi Yuan discovered that he could mobilize the power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain across time and space, shielding heaven's secrets with the power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. No one could discover it. At Ziwei sect, the 9 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse had not left yet. Although they knew that there was little hope of finding Yi Yuan, Miluo did not give up. But Yi Yuan quietly entered the Ziwei sect. How could a mere initial stage 9 marks heavenly Tao realm discover it? Returning to Ziwei sect, the first thing was not to go and see Mo Xiaoqiao but to offer greetings to Mo Qingshan. Seeing Qin Chao, Mo Qingshan's heart shook wildly. You broke through to the heavenly emperor realm so fast. Before Qin Chao left, he was merely a 3rd firmament Empyrean. In just a short 1,000 years, he already reached the heavenly emperor realm. How could Mo Qingshan not be surprised? After offering greetings, Qin Chao smiled and said, Over the past 1,000 years, Senior went to great lengths to refine many miraculous medicinal pills. For me, roughly 100 years ago, I broke through to the heavenly emperor realm. Mo Qingshan opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. He never thought that Yi Yuan was actually an alchemy master. What kind of medicinal pills could push a 3rd firmament Empyrean to become heavenly emperor realm within 1,000 years? If becoming a heavenly emperor was so easy, then what was the point of cultivating bitterly? This young man was really mysterious to the extreme. In reality, spiritual energy was abundant in this era. Many spirit medicines that were not seen in later generations could all be found here. To Yi Yuan, casually refining a few rank 7 medicinal pills was truly too effortless. After a bout of small talk, Mo Qingshan forcefully pressed down his shocked state of mind and said to Yi Yuan, a major power of our human race, has been waiting 1,000 years for you in the Ziwei sect just to meet you. Wonder if you're willing to meet him. Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, Oh? What's going on? Let's hear it. Mo Qingshan recounted the entire sequence of events but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression suddenly became very fascinating. It was his first time seeing this young man have fluctuations in emotion. You said that he's called Profound Secrets? Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked. When the two people met, they were very calm on the surface, but it was already squalling heavily in their hearts. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was surprised by was that a Heavenly Emperor Realm martial artist appeared in Ziwei sect and he was actually completely clueless. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this Profound Secrets was not the other Profound Secrets. Then this person should be the father of that Profound Secrets of the future generation. He was the powerful existence who sacrificed himself to shield Heaven's secrets. Only all the way until this moment did Yi Yuan suddenly come to realize the truth which era he arrived at. He actually returned to the era of the future generation Profound Secrets. father in an accident arising from many causes. At this time, the heavenly emperor profound secrets in front of him had not died yet. Clearly, the colossal plan of the myriad races had not truly begun. Yet, then right now, was it the years before the human race's great prosperity? Am I revisiting history, or does this period of history really exist? Why do I feel like everything is a dream? What are time and space? Just what kind of existence am I? Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets Father, Yi Yuan's heart produced even more questions. He traveled through space-time, but did this period of space-time really exist? If it did not really exist, history was everything that already happened. But if it really existed, then what was he counted as? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Really miraculous. You're clearly standing in front of me, but why do I feel like you don't exist? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets broke the silence. First, exclaiming with a look of surprise. His attainments in the path of divination had long already reached the acme of perfection. Even the divine race's celestial master Miluo was inferior to him in this path. Could be imagined how formidable his strength was. Action. But a living person was standing in front of him, and yet he gave Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets an extremely unreal feeling. How ludicrous was this sort of feeling? He had imagined many kinds of meeting circumstances but never thought that it would be like this. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses from the shock and said with a smile, "Perhaps your feeling is right. I really don't exist. Or should I say that I'm a special existence?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted. He did not expect that. What he got was actually such an answer. A terrific special existence. No wonder this emperor couldn't calculate you. No matter how I calculated. Perhaps you're really sent by heaven to save the human race from extreme misery. It's worth it for me to wait 1,000 years. Here painstakingly, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "The one who saves the human race isn't me, but you, Senior." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted and he said with a frown, "Do you know something?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think I should know what it is. Looks like Senior has already started to move. Then coming to find me this time, do you want to recruit me? How did you know?" This shock of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was by no means insignificant. The existence of deicide was an absolute secret. Even among humans, there were extremely few people who knew about it too. He could confirm that deicide had never come into contact with Yi Yuan before. So how did this kid know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just take it as I guessed it." The matter of him traversing through spacetime was seriously too fantastical. Even for Grand Ancestor Spacetime Shanghang, it was also impossible to easily travel through time and space. Therefore, him transmigrating back was absolutely just an accident. Most likely, even Shanghang did not expect it either. But these words became even more mysterious and hard to fathom in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ears. His gaze turned dark, and he said, "All right, since you're not willing to say, then this ancestor won't ask anymore. But I think that our aspiration should be the same, right?" Yi Yuan's actions and behavior, he had taken it into his sights. Seemingly more brave than wise, but in reality, it was very meticulous. More importantly, the influence of Yi Yuan's battle was extremely far-reaching. One could say things that were not convenient for deicide to do, Yi Yuan did. Previously, some things launched by deicide became much more convenient. In these 1,000 years, although Jian Rufeng was not active in deicide, he received the news over there one after another. The invisible influence that this battle of Yi Yuan's gave to people was too great. In past understanding, the divine race was invincible. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely broke this curse. He told the world that as long as your law comprehensions were strong enough, you could defeat or even kill divine race powerhouses. And this was also precisely the reason why Yi Yuan did so. The human race was too ignorant. Their understanding had already been deceived. by the divine race and needed someone to come and break this inherent understanding, action. Since no one would do it, then it was up to him to do it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What Senior has done, Junior admires endlessly." Jian Ruffing said, "What you guessed is basically all correct, but there's something that you go wrong. This ancestor isn't here to solicit you, but to invite you to decide to be the chief instructor." This time it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. He thought that Jian Ruffing was going to focus on grooming him. However, Jian Ruffing actually invited him to go back and nurture others. He was truly unable to predict this result. "Senior, did you make a mistake? You look, I'm only a seventh firmament. Heavenly Emperor," Yi Yuan said suspiciously. Although 1,000 years had already passed, his realm only increased to late-stage world realm, equivalent to seventh firmament Heavenly Emperor. This bit of cultivation should be considered much when placed in deicide. Making him go and teach people, would those Deva realm powerhouses be convinced? But Jian Ruffing said firmly, "You don't need to suspect anything. This ancestor hasn't reached a point where I'm muddle-headed with age. Although there are many experts in deicide in terms of law comprehensions, they are far worse than you. What you're worse than them is just cultivation realm. This isn't impossible to make up for. In the eyes of true geniuses, cultivation realm was never a disparity. True disparity was in terms of laws. The various races were suppressed by the divine race, extremely limited in terms of law comprehensions. The human race looks like they have a huge population, but there aren't many true experts. Those Deva realm powerhouses mostly succeeded in transcending the tribulations by a fluke. In terms of combat power, some Deva realms are not even as good as the divine race's peak. 8 marks. Hence, it's not that the various races don't want to revolt, but that they are completely powerful to revolt," Jian Ruffing said with a solemn expression. When Yi Yuan heard, he revealed a thoughtful look. No wonder when he returned to the previous epoch, he discovered that the martial artists here were not as powerful as he had imagined. According to what he had seen and heard in the other time and space, the ancient times should have been when the human race was the most glorious. This era had countless powerhouses. Each one was a powerhouse who shocked the heavens. Especially the 18 grand ancestors, those were terrifying existences who could contend with the divine race's progenitors. But even a peerless genius like Qin Chao was pitifully weak regardless of whether it was cultivation method or martial technique. This was clearly not too logical. Even when Empyrean Vast Universe passed him the bone sword, he also had a contemptuous look on his face toward the later generation's human geniuses. As for Grand Ancestor Spacetime Shanghang, that went even more without saying. But when Yi Yuan returned to this era, he discovered that this was not the case at all. This was also to say that the human race had not reached its most glorious time yet. Hang on. Suddenly, Yi Yuan thought of a certain possibility, and his expression changed. Wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. The previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is still alive. The 18 grand ancestors have not appeared yet. The human race hasn't welcomed its most glorious era yet. The human race is weak, yet there are so many geniuses in this era. What they lack isn't geniuses but inheritances. Spiritual energy is abundant. Geniuses are plentiful like oxen hair. All prerequisites for the human race to be strong are already provided for. One can say that everything was ready except for a crucial element. Currently, the previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets asked him to go back and be the chief instructor. Doesn't that mean that the grand event that Shanghang spoke about had a lot to do with me? Could it be that the incomparably glorious era of the human race later on, it was actually single-handedly created by me? This is also too ridiculous, right? Yi Yuan's mind spun like lightning, a terrifying idea forming in his mind. Although this idea was extremely absurd, the more he analyzed it, the more likely he felt that it was. Because in terms of time, this era's heavenly emperor profound secrets should be sacrificing himself not long after. If not for him, who else did the human race have who could step forward and impart them the true great Tao? Jian Rufeng himself also said those so-called powerhouses were no good at all. In terms of law comprehension, although Yi Yuan's own law comprehensions had not reached the acme of perfection yet, the comprehension of laws varied from person to person in the first place. What he had to do was not to hold their hands and teach one by one, but it was to teach them how to enter the Tao. As long as he brought them along on the journey, they would develop powerful cultivation methods and martial techniques themselves and walk toward the true summit. Just like space-time reversal chaos, this move, if Yi Yuan's own space-time law continued developing, it absolutely would not evolve this move. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was filled with fear. This was too terrifying. Then what exactly was he? Was he a person of this era or someone of that era? His entire person became ruffled in an instant. Space-time. Space-time. What the hell are you? What on earth am I? Where the hell am I right now? Who in the world am I? Yi Yuan shouted crazily in his heart. He wanted to figure all this out. But no matter how he shouted, it was to no avail too. What's wrong with you? Jian Rufeng saw that Yi Yuan's expression was not right, and he asked rather surprisedly. This boy did not feel uncomfortable at all when he saw him. He invited him to be a chief instructor, and he was being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor until like this? How could he know how great the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was at this time? Was this space-time disorder, or a repeat of history? Did he exist in history, or was this another space-time? Or was this simply a dream? Everything, every single thing, they were unknown. Perhaps God knew, but it was impossible for him to tell Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, sucked in a deep breath and said, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, Jian Rufeng smiled. The Peerless Genius plan had always been in the middle of advancing. It was just that how much result this plan could achieve, even he had no idea in his heart. The human race's foundation was too poor. Under such a foundation, how long did it need before they could achieve great development and reach the extent of contending with the divine race? Jian Rufeng's accomplishments in the path of divination were indeed unmatched. But he was just a variant among humans. It was easy to pass on the flame but hard to produce something out of nothing. Want to create a powerful cultivation method out of thin air, create a formidable martial technique, let their clansmen comprehend laws. That was something as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan's appearance was like a beacon in the dark night. Jian Rufeng's last trace of doubt was also dispelled. Everything was ready except for a crucial element. Yi Yuan was that crucial element. Ha ha ha. Okay. With you around, this ancestor can rest assured. Jian Rufeng said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and bowed almost to the ground towards Jian Rufeng and said solemnly, "Senior profound secrets is righteous, exhausting. Your mind and body for the human race, till your heart ceases to beat. Please, accept a bow from Junior." Jian Rufeng's expression changed wildly, and he said in surprise, "What did you guess again?" Yi Yuan said solemnly, "Hundreds of millions of geniuses gathering together, there might be nothing at first. But after their talents are fully developed, how can that kind of astonishing aura hide from Celestial Master Miluo's eyes and ears? And to conceal the heaven's secrets operation of hundreds of millions of geniuses, even Senior can't easily accomplish it too, right?" Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan woodenly and only came back to his senses after a while, saying, "Being able to encounter little brother is truly the great blessing of myriad races. I still don't know what little brother is called."
Ye Yuan.
"But Senior, I only hope for you alone to know this name. In front of others, Senior can address me as Ji Qingyun." At the behest of supernatural powers, Yi Yuan made this request. Jian Rufeng was uncertain what it meant, but this request was naturally nothing. He agreed to it readily. There was clearly no footprint of his in the real history. Yi Yuan even felt that he never took part in the Doomsday Battle at all. Otherwise, with his talent, why would he be unknown to the public? Furthermore, how this matter would be still got to go and do before he would. No. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not plan on using his real name. But Yi Yuan, this name, Yi Yuan still told Jian Ruffing. This was respect toward him. Just like this, Yi Yuan left with Jian Ruffing. And the ones who left together with him were also Qin Chao and Mo Xiaoqiao. They became members of the Peerless Genius Plan, joining Deicide. In Deicide's underground palace, a group of higher-ups was all gathered here. There was a group of Deva realm powerhouses. Some were staring at Yi Yuan in
Surprise.
Lord, profound secrets left for 1,000 years. It was to wait for this kid? What capability did this kid have to actually be able to make his excellency put aside Deicide's affairs and wait for 1,000 years? This Jian left for 1,000 years. During this period of time, everyone has worked hard. Jian Ruffing's gaze swept over as he said. The moment everyone heard, they repeatedly said dare not. In Deicide, Jian Ruffing was the absolute authority. He created Deicide single-handedly, recruiting the top major powers and aspiring people of all races under his command. Deicide being able to develop to today's scale, it was virtually all due to Jian Ruffing's work alone. If not for him shielding heaven's secrets, how could what they do possibly hide from Celestial Master Miluo's eyes and ears? Gentlemen, from today onward, Deicide is establishing the post of chief instructor. This position, the status is second only to this emperor, controlling all parties. He can mobilize all of Deicide's resources and command everyone in Deicide. When necessary, it includes this emperor. Jian Ruffing's expression was piercing, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he said those words slowly. The moment these words came out, everyone's breathing became ragged. They did not know why the moment Lord Profound Secrets returned, he would suddenly set up such a position. But they naturally hoped very much that this position would fall on them. As for Yi Yuan, they never thought about it. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He was still a junior. Jian Ruffing thinking highly of him was just thinking highly of his future. That was all. Chief instructor, this position could be said to be beneath one person and above millions. It would not be handed to such a brat no matter what. A Deicide's higher-up said, Lord Profound Secrets, Lord Witchcloud toiled hard and rendered great merits. He deserves this position. Will definitely support your decision. Someone concurred and said, that's right, this position apart from Lord Witchcloud, there's no one more suitable. Although everyone hoped to be this chief instructor, they were all clear that no one was more suitable for this position than Witchcloud. Witchcloud did not speak. He just looked at Jian Ruffing with piercing eyes. He knew that this position was definitely his. Jian Ruffing waved his hand and said, all of our Deicide's aims are for the sake of the rise of the myriad races. We don't need things like being promoted in order of seniority. If the myriad races don't become powerful, so what even? If this emperor gives this position to him, we're still just a bunch of pigs and sheep being reared without any dignity. The chief instructor that I'm talking about isn't Witchcloud, but, as he said, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yuan and slowly said, him! Buzz! The entire main hall exploded at once. What? Letting a brat who's still wet behind his ears to be the chief instructor, keeping all parties in check? What kind of joke is this? This brat is just a seventh firmament heavenly emperor. What capability does he have to take on chief instructor this position? Lord Profound Secrets? Are you joking with us? This result was seriously beyond their expectations. Making a heavenly emperor realm junior be the chief instructor, what qualifications did he have? This position, even if they took turns one by one, it would also not be Yi Yuan's turn. Which of them did not do their best in a conscientious manner for Deicide, going through fire and water? But now, a brat who popped out from God knows where, he rode on top of their Heads all of a sudden. How could they be convinced? Even Witch Cloud also looked toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets in shock, as if it was his first time knowing him. At this moment, a sour feeling surfaced in his heart, unable to dispel. Between him and Profound Secrets could be said to be a life and death friendship, but today he had a feeling of being abandoned. The Alchemy Hall was a very important hall of Deicide. This hall shouldered the responsibility of all of Deicide's medicinal pill, refinement, and the one who directly controlled this hall was precisely Witch Cloud. Witch Cloud was the strongest alchemist in Deicide. His alchemy strength virtually reached the level of rule. But today the atmosphere in the Alchemy Hall was rather odd. Many powerful alchemists were swarming around Witch Cloud. Each and every one of them was extremely indignant. Your Excellency, that brat is clearly bullying you. The first day that he took office, he's coming to the hall that you're in charge of. Isn't this an opening gambit? I really don't know what's with Lord Profound Secrets, making a brat like this be the chief instructor, and even climb onto the top of Your Excellency's head. Your Excellency, you wait. We'll definitely take him down a notch today. Just based on the likes of him, a measly little Heavenly Emperor Realm kid, he also wants to meddle in the Alchemy Hall. It turned out that after Yi Yuan took office, the first hall that he went to was the Alchemy Hall, and the one in charge of this hall also happened to be Witch Cloud. In everyone's view, this naturally became Yi Yuan provoke Witch Cloud. This was deliberately suppressing him. At this time, there were already many people waiting to watch a good show. They all knew about Yi Yuan's combat power, but they had never heard before that Yi Yuan also knew alchemy. Even if they had heard it before, they would not take it seriously either. A Heavenly Emperor Realm brat coming to provoke the Alchemy Hall. This was looking for a rebuff. To talk about this Alchemy Hall's powerhouses, there was a very large portion who were groomed by Witch Cloud. Deicide's Alchemy Hall could be said to be the strongest of the entire Heavenspan world's myriad races. Not one of them. These people were all loyal to him. Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to come now, each and every one of them was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, mustering everything up to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Witch Cloud's brows furrowed and he said, "You all don't mess around." This chief instructor was decided by Brother Profound Secrets, overriding all objections. This boy must have exceptional aspects. After he comes, take a look at what capabilities he has first before talking. Of course, if he's just holding a position without qualifications, I'll never allow him to meddle in the Alchemy Hall. After everyone heard, they could only nod their heads, but their expressions were all indifferent. Entering the Alchemy Hall, Yi Yuan sensed this weird atmosphere. It seemed like everyone's gazes that looked at him were extremely hostile, but he did not care. Along the way, he had seen too many of such gazes. He naturally did not come to the Alchemy Hall to make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge, and it was also not in order to teach anyone a lesson. In his understanding, the divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy path. This was also to say that the previous epoc's human race's alchemy path was unprecedentedly developed. With so many top masters in the last epoch, the alchemy path must have contributed tremendous power. The Alchemy Hall, it could be said to be the factory for creating experts. Hence, Yi Yuan chose the Alchemy Hall as his first stop. Slowly walking in front of Witch Cloud, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and went straight to the point. "Senior Witch Cloud, I came today to witness the Alchemy Hall's strength." Witch Cloud's heart naturally would not be as calm as he was showing. No matter how he hinted at it implicitly, saying that Profound Secrets foresight definitely would not be wrong. He was not a jealous person, otherwise he would also not have been so trusted by Profound Secrets. But, having a Heavenly Emperor Realm brat ride on top of his head, he felt somewhat strange no matter what. Everyone's here. How does young friend G plan to witness it? Witch Cloud said indifferently. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's naturally pill refinement." Before Witch Cloud spoke, An elder sneered and said, "Refining pills? Lord, Chief Instructor, do you know how to refine pills? Yeah. Want to find fault? It's also not the turn of you, this little babe, to come and point fingers. Want to check our strength, shouldn't you yourself? Show a bit of strength first. If you don't have the strength, scram as soon as possible." Lord Witchcloud manages the alchemy hall in good order. This place doesn't need Lord Chief Instructor to worry about. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it immediately incurred ridicule. In their view, Yi Yuan might know alchemy, but it was definitely SOSO. Action. A dabbler wanted to show off in the presence of them. These masters? No way. Witchcloud wanted to open his mouth to stop everyone. But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. These old things naturally would not be so lacking in shrewdness. They did it on purpose, attempting to provoke Yi Yuan. The chief instructor completely fell out with the alchemy hall as soon as he came, see if he still had to face to come or not. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was only to see him smile faintly. He said, "Refining pills, huh? I still have a little understanding. Since everyone wants to witness my strength, then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously." The eyes of the bunch of old fogies lit up. This kid was here to look for abuse. An elder immediately stepped forward and said, "I'll compete in alchemy with you. If you were to lose, you're not allowed to come to the alchemy hall in the future." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "This senior, I have no plans on competing with you." The moment that elder heard, he smiled coldly and said, "What, not competing with me? Do you still want to find a 7-star disciple to compete with?" Also not out of the question. The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting. Laughter. In their view, Yi Yuan could only compete in alchemy with the 7-star and 8-star disciples. It was completely not on the same level as them. But Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Witchcloud and said, "Senior Witchcloud, I heard Senior Profound Secrets say that your deicide's alchemy path number 1 person, your alchemy strength astonishingly strong. Why don't you and I spar? Let everyone broaden their horizons as well." Everyone's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. Even Witchcloud himself also had a stunned look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge him. Although he said it tactfully, this was undoubtedly a challenge. Did I hear wrongly? He's going to challenge Lord Witchcloud. This kid wouldn't have lost his mind, right? I still thought that Lord Profound Secrets found some remarkable fellow messing around for so long. It turns out that he's a fool. After being stupefied, there was even more unbridled taunting regarding Yi Yuan's behavior and overestimated his own ability. They all turned their noses up in disdain, being filled with contempt. After Witchcloud was stunned for a moment, he also smiled brightly and said, "All right, this old man also wants to witness Chief Instructor's strength." Hence, amidst the waves of ridiculing, Yi Yuan and Witchcloud started the alchemy battle. Looking at the spirit medicines prepared in front of him, Yi Yuan had an envious look on his face. The grades of these spirit medicines were not high, but they had already gone completely extinct in the later generations. Yi Yuan had never heard of them before. The human race's alchemy path failing to be revitalized, it likely had a lot to do with this as well. "Young friend Ji, you can start then," Witchcloud said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Snapping his fingers, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly bloomed. A mysterious alchemy Tao source power suddenly descended. After the battle with medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao source already broke through to rank 3. Furthermore, he glimpsed the power of rule in that battle. He already integrated a tiny trace of the power of rule in his alchemy Tao. The moment he made his move, all of them, their expressions changed. Rank 3 source. Too inconceivable, a heavenly emperor actually comprehended rank 3 alchemy Tao source. Is this understanding a little? This kid can really pretend. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge Lord Witchcloud. However, Lord Witchcloud has comprehended rank 4 source. This kid will still lose. Feeling this surging power of source, everyone was extremely shocked. Only then did they understand what kind of concept was the slight understanding that Yi Yuan talked about. If rank 3 source was a slight understanding too, then wouldn't they become alchemy idiots? However, they were still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to be equally famous as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Witchcloud was naturally not someone easy to deal with, but he was currently also incredibly shocked. Just now, he actually harbored the intention of teaching Yi Yuan a lesson too, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. But who knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao realm was actually so high? Witchcloud thought in his heart, this boy's martial Dao talent is extremely terrifying. Why is his alchemy path attainments even above that of his martial path? Is there really such a monstrous person in the world?
No wonder Profound
Secrets chose him. Given time, this boy will surely make great accomplishments. It's just him being the chief instructor, is he qualified enough? In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already sketched out the embryonic form of a
Quasi-Dao pill.
When Witchcloud saw this medicinal pill's embryonic form, he was even more inexplicably shocked in his heart. This embryonic form could simply be rated as perfect. Witchcloud was an expert on alchemy Dao, so how could he not tell? Even he could not perform better than Yi Yuan too. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Witchcloud made his move. The moment he took over, his heart trembled fiercely. He discovered that the structure of Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was too exquisite. It was exquisite until he was actually somewhat in a difficult situation. A single carelessness and it would ruin the embryonic form of this medicinal pill. That way he would be defeated. The dignified alchemy path's number 1 person actually lost to a heavenly Emperor Realm alchemist? How would he still stay on in the alchemy hall in the future? Originally, he had the mentality of playing along with Yi Yuan action. But now, he had no choice but to perk his spirit up 120% and bring forth all of his strength. How can this boy's alchemy Dao be so terrifying? I'm facing his rank 3 source with rank 4 source, and I actually have a feeling of my ability falling short of my wishes. What is missing in this? Witchcloud felt like something was blocked in his mind. In the myriad races, Witchcloud, only admired one person. That person was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This was because other people were not worthy of entering his sights at all. But after witnessing Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao, his appraisal of Yi Yuan immediately reached the level of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Because he was inferior to Yi Yuan in terms of alchemy. If his and Yi Yuan's realm comprehensions were the same, he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. The two people went back and forth, bedazzling everyone who was present. This level of fight, it was still their first time seeing it. In the alchemy hall, there was no one who could debate on the Dao with Witchcloud at all. He was an existence towering above everyone, a godfather-level figure. His status was paramount. But today, when an opponent who was on par with him appeared, everyone truly realized how terrifying Witchcloud's alchemy strength was. If so, then how strong was the Yi Yuan who was fighting Witchcloud until they were evenly matched? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, especially the elder, who wanted to compete with Yi Yuan in alchemy previously. His face was currently completely red with embarrassment. His strength was not weak, but facing off against Yi Yuan, he probably could not even fight back. An elder's expression was ugly as he said, "Could it be that it's my misconception? Why do I feel that Lord Witchcloud seems to be lacking in strength?" Witchcloud was a godlike existence in their hearts. But before their eyes, this godlike existence really seemed to be straining very hard. Another elder similarly had an ugly expression as he said, "That's impossible. It must be your misconception. How can Lord Witchcloud possibly lose to this kid?" All of a sudden, Witchcloud felt the pressure ease up slightly. Halfway through the pill refinement, he suddenly felt like Yi Yuan's technique was not that perfect anymore. It suddenly became much easier for him to handle it. Witchcloud was delighted, thinking to himself that this boy was lacking in stamina. After all, refining a pseudodao pill was something that exhausted mental strength immensely. For someone who is at the heavenly emperor realm, it was still a little forceful. This way, Yi Yuan might be even more exhausted in the latter half. If so, then he still had a chance to win. However, things did not go as he expected. Along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan was level-headed like a giant mountain. No matter how brilliant the design, Yi Yuan could resolve it easily. Witchcloud became more and more alarmed. He gradually understood that it was not that Yi Yuan was lacking in stamina, but that he was giving ground to him. Yi Yuan was giving him face. This kind of minute changes, not being in the process of the pill refinement. How could one tell? In the view of the others, the two of them were fighting until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. But in reality, he was still a notch worse than Yi Yuan. With great Dao law descending, a pseudo-Dao pill suspended quietly in the air. The entire place was deathly silent. The impact that this battle brought to them was too intense. There was actually someone who could be evenly matched in skill and strength. As Lord Witchcloud, Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said to Witchcloud with clasped hands, "Senior, Witchcloud is indeed well-deserving of being the alchemy path's #1 person. This level of strength makes Junior admire." Yi Yuan did not have malice toward Witchcloud. He heard profound secrets mentioned it before. Witchcloud made tremendous contributions to deicide. He was the hero of the myriad races. After Yi Yuan came to the alchemy hall, he discovered that everyone's respect for Witchcloud was not fake. Being able to bring the alchemy hall together into a monolithic block, this in itself showed a lot of things. Of course, Yi Yuan had his principles too. He was extremely strict toward alchemy. He competed in alchemy not to beat his opponent, but in order to refine an unusual medicinal pill. Although he could defeat Witchcloud, the medicinal pill would not be able to reach consummation. Two people refining pills, the most important thing was harmony. This was like inside a wooden barrel. There was a high and a low, two wooden boards. Then it was definitely impossible for the water level of this wooden barrel to be higher than the lower wooden board. Therefore, Yi Yuan put up with the second best option, lowering his strength to cooperate with Witchcloud. This way, he would be able to refine a medicinal pill that was as perfect as possible. At the same time, this could give Witchcloud face and also form the pill. He did not see any reason why not. Furthermore, he also measured it. Witchcloud's strength was even slightly inferior to Medicine Ancestor. With Yi Yuan's strength, wanting to defeat him was not hard. But the strength of the present human race's alchemy path made him quite disappointed too. Witchcloud's expression flickered a little indeterminately, and he forced a smile and said, "Honestly speaking, when Brother Profound Secrets made you the chief instructor, I was still somewhat unconvinced previously. But having witnessed young friend Ji's strength, this old man is wholeheartedly convinced. Just based on this transcendent alchemy technique, you can live up to this position of chief instructor." Yi Yuan's giving ground protected his authority. If he still paid it no heed, that would be somewhat failing to appreciate favors. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Witchcloud is too kind. I was somewhat displaying my slight skill before an expert." As he spoke, he said to the elders, "How is it? Am I qualified to inspect everyone's strength now?" "Oh, of course." The faces of several elders were rather awkward, but at this time they had nothing to say. This young man's strength was actually evenly matched with Lord Witchcloud. He naturally had the qualification to witness their strength. "Yang Xiong, you first. Show your strength and let Chief Instructor take a look," Witchcloud said to an elder. Although he lost to Yi Yuan by a notch in the alchemy battle, he had the intention of showing off in front of Yi Yuan, and he also wanted to win back one round. These alchemists in the alchemy hall, he expended tremendous effort to train them. He was still rather pleased with himself on this point. No need. Everyone do it together, Yi Yuan said coolly. Together? This is also too sloppy, right? Yang Xiong said, doubtfully. This new chief instructor always did things unexpectedly. There were no less than 1,000 alchemists present. They were all the alchemy hall's elites. Refining pills together, what could he discern? Witchcloud was also very puzzled. But he still said, just do as young friend G says. Hence, 1,000 people refined pills at the same time. The scene was a grand sight. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, soul force spreading out, covering all those present inside. Witchcloud's heart shook slightly. This guy wanted to observe so many people's pill refinement through soul force? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Observing one person refining pills was nothing, but such a complicated thing. Like pill refinement, wanting to remember every detail of 1,000 people. This was virtually something impossible. Witchcloud was not saying that Yi Yuan's soul force was insufficient, but this act needed one's control of soul force to reach a hair-raising level. Even Witchcloud could not possibly fully understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Was Yi Yuan deliberately flaunting his skill, or puffing himself up at his own cost? Or did he focus his attention on a few people and would comment on them when the time comes? Witchcloud could not tell. He was waiting to see. A few days later, everyone finished the pill refinement. In fact, there were some people who had already completed their refinement early. Seeing Yi Yuan observing with soul force, they all had scornful looks on their faces. This new chief instructor was indeed here to posture. This kind of low-grade performance, did he really take them to be fools? It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but these people were still very unhappy with him in their hearts. After all, he rode on top of Lord Witchcloud's head. Action. Young friend G, can this alchemy hall of mine still enter your arcane sights? Witchcloud saw Yi Yuan withdraw his soul force and said with a slight smile. He was still very confident regarding the alchemy hall's strength. Teaching disciples everything would make the master starve to death. Many people would hold something back when they taught disciples. But Witchcloud taught these people without holding anything back. In the alchemy hall, there were several who reached rank 3 source. Therefore, he was very confident in his alchemy hall. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Senior Witchcloud, do you want me to tell you the truth? Witchcloud's expression choked up. Hearing this meaning, it was SOSO. One had to know the alchemy hall was already the human race's alchemy path's strongest place. Was this fellow still not satisfied? Could it be that he was really here to challenge them on purpose? Witchcloud's expression finally turned sullen. If there's any problem, young friend G, feel free to say, correct mistakes if any, and guard against them if none has been committed. Witchcloud's tone finally became somewhat unhappy. Yi Yuan discerned the displeasure, but he still said, to talk about strength, the alchemy hall is indeed very powerful. It's just that, wanna reach the degree where it makes the divine race wary? It's still far from enough. Heh! Looks like Lord Chief Instructor is looking down us people here. Lord Chief Instructor really doesn't feel backache when standing up and talking without any responsibility. Alchemy Dao is the process of accumulating, day in and day out. So how can wanting to improve it be so easy? Rules are intangible existences. Which one of us doesn't want to reach the level of rules? But under the divine race's rule, even getting a bit of spirit medicines makes one live in constant fear. How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a strong backlash. This alchemy hall was Lord Witchcloud's painstaking effort. Each of them also made great efforts for the sake of resisting the divine race. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it was like these efforts were not worth mentioning anymore. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, how strong the divine race is. I think that everyone is clearer than me. The alchemy hall is strong, but among the divine race, there are also alchemy path powerhouses who aren't inferior to us. We have to defeat the divine race. Do you all feel that with Your level, it's enough. The alchemy hall's strength was indeed stronger than the alchemy path of later generations. It was just that it was still not strong enough. This level was definitely not up to the level that made the divine race apprehensive. Heh, who doesn't know how to brag? Didn't Lord Chief Instructor observe us refining pills? Then about the problems we have, Lord Chief Instructor, please point them out. If Lord Chief Instructor can help us improve our strength, we're naturally willing to, Yang Xiong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, then I'll say them one by one. As he said, he came before Yang Xiong and held his palm out. That quasi-Dao pill suspended in the palm of his hand. Senior Yang Xiong's strength is formidable, but your foundation is too shallow, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Xiong heard, his lungs also exploded in anger. He was already rank 3 source. Yi Yuan actually said that his foundation was shallow. These words were really humiliating. Oh, why don't Lord Chief Instructor talk about how this old man's foundation is shallow? Yang Xiong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan ignored his anger and continued saying, when Senior refined until the 2/3 mark, do you have a feeling of the spirit being willing but the flesh is weak? The first half process of this medicinal pill can be rated as perfect. But later on, as the fusion of laws became more and more complex, the problem of your shallow foundation got exposed. Also, Senior's control over heat is similarly like so. Yi Yuan talked on and on in a flow of eloquence, pointing out Yang Xiong's problems one by one. Yang Xiong originally still had a disdainful look, but later on, the shock in his heart was already showing on his face. The problems that Yi Yuan pointed out did not have the slightest error. In the view of those people whose strength was lacking, his pill refinement had naturally reached the acme of perfection. But in the eyes of true experts, his pill refinement could be said to be full of flaws, especially in the latter half of the process. Even the expression on Witchcloud's face became more and more serious. He naturally knew about Yang Xiong's problems, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan observed so many people at the same time and could actually still see it so meticulously. With these many people, even he did not know, but Yi Yuan saw it. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Senior, are there any mistakes with what I said? Yi Yuan said. Yang Xiong opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but could not speak. Witchcloud sucked in a deep breath and said, what young friend Ji said isn't wrong at all. It's just that attributing these flaws to a shallow foundation is likely not appropriate, right? Yang Xiong is also a patriarch level powerhouse already. So how can he have this kind of problem? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, don't be anxious. The alchemy hall's people basically all have problems with unstable foundations. After I point out all of their problems, I'll talk about them together. Witchcloud's expression became uglier and uglier. These words were equivalent to face-slapping him. The alchemy hall was single-handedly established by him. These people were also taught by him single-handedly. In the end, they were actually issued with an unstable foundation comment by
Yi Yuan.
But Yi Yuan did not care about their emotions and continued making his comments. First was the rank 3 source powerhouses. Then it was the rank 2 source, so on and so forth. 1,000 people, just the reviewing took a lot of time. But the more everyone listened, the more shocked they got. Regardless of whether it was source-level powerhouses or ordinary 7-star and 8-star alchemy gods, Yi Yuan covered all details no matter how trivial, picking out all of the problems on them. Bit by bit, Yi Yuan said it very seriously. At first, everyone was still indifferent. But later on, when it was Yi Yuan's turn to review them, they immediately perked their spirits up 120%, fearful of missing any trace of detail. Of course, the problems that existed for each person were different. Some were major, some were minor. But no matter who it was, it could not escape the unstable foundation these words. This was the thing that Yi Yuan attached the most importance to. No matter how, he emphasized it was not overboard. Several days later, when Yi Yuan reviewed the last person, the whole audience was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly, as if looking at a monster. They were previously still questioning that Yi Yuan was just deliberately observing a few people. No one thought that he actually really saw each person's shortcomings. What was more frightening was that the flaws on each person, he saw it as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, not missing any trace of detail. Even it was the slightest minute difference when controlling fire, he could see it clearly. This kind of means was truly fantastical. You! Witch Cloud opened his mouth and looked at Yi Yuan woodenly, not knowing what he should say. But he finally understood why Yi Yuan could crush him in Alchemy Dao. This kind of horrifying to the extreme soul force control, even if he cultivated for another 100 million years, it was impossible to reach it too. From small to large was easy, from huge to meticulous was difficult. The control of soul force, the more meticulous, the harder it was to achieve. Being able to have a panoramic view of the pill refinement of more than 1,000 people present with heavenly Emperor realm soul force. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Action. Senior Witch Cloud, I know that you might be somewhat unhappy with me saying that their foundation is unstable, but I didn't have the intention of targeting you when I said these. You exhausted your mind and body for the myriad races. Junior admires endlessly. It's just that we need to be stronger. Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said sincerely. Witch Cloud forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said with a nod, You explained the reason why this old man naturally won't blame you. This old man still has this bit of breadth of mind. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I believe that everyone present should all know. 1,000-thread cloud folding hand. Right? Someone immediately said unhappily, 1,000-thread cloud folding hand is a rank 1 refinement technique. Who doesn't know? Lord Chief Instructor, you're completely looking down on us. Since arriving at this era, Yi Yuan naturally researched the alchemy techniques of this era too. This 1,000-thread cloud folding hand was the basic refinement technique in ancient times. Although the two eras' refinement techniques had differences in method, the principle was the same. With Yi Yuan's horizons, cultivating a foundation refinement technique was naturally effortless. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Okay, then you demonstrate it for me to see. The one talking was an 8-star alchemy god, also a major power of a region. Hearing Yi Yuan call his name, he laughed coldly and stepped out of the ranks to demonstrate the 1,000-thread cloud folding hand once. An 8-star alchemy god demonstrating a rank 1 refinement technique, it was naturally extraordinary. All around, there were cheering voices. After he finished demonstrating, he said to Yi Yuan as if putting on a show of force, Lord Chief Instructor, can it still enter your arcane sights? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Not bad. Indeed have some skill. He still smiled coldly and said, Your Excellency saying this, you're naturally stronger than me. I want to see what kind of trick Your Excellency can pull out of the hat with a measly little 1,000-thread cloud folding hand. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, curling his fingertips countless fine threads with substance shockingly formed. This was precisely 1,000-thread cloud folding hand. The 8-star alchemy god said disdainfully, Your Excellency's 1,000-thread cloud folding hand is stronger than mine, but what's the use of this? What has it got to do with unstable foundation? Yi Yuan ignored him. His technique suddenly changed. Everyone's faces suddenly changed wildly. 1,000-thread cloud folding hand was still 1,000-thread cloud folding hand, but the feeling that it gave everyone was already totally different. This technique suddenly became ever-changing in Yi Yuan's hand, bedazzling, like great Tao descending. Those who did not know would think that he was demonstrating a technique of Tao pill, but everyone present was very clear. This was 1,000-thread cloud folding hand. The shock before their eyes was seriously too intense. Witch Cloud's 2 eyes became even rounder, the glimmer in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He was standing at the summit of alchemy Tao to begin with. What he witnessed was naturally not what bystanders could compare to. Yi Yuan's 1,000-thread cloud-folding hand was already close to Tao, cultivating a rank 1 refinement technique to the level of Tao. Witch Cloud's breathing suddenly became ragged. He finally understood what the unstable foundation Yi Yuan was talking about, was referring to. He also finally understood why he lost to the Yi Yuan who was only rank 3. Source: the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was not a tiny bit. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his hand gestures. A myriad of brilliance suddenly converged. The entire audience fell into death-like silence once more. The 8-star alchemy god opened his mouth wide, wanting to speak, but he did not speak in the end. Yi Yuan really performed magic with the 1,000-thread cloud-folding hand. Saw clearly, senior? Yi Yuan looked at the witch cloud with a shocked face, as he said with a smile. Witch Cloud suddenly startled, only then, coming back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, "Understood. You're giving face to this old man. It's not that some of their foundations are unstable, but that all of our foundations are unstable. If one can casually refine a technique to the level of Tao, why would they worry about not reaching the level of rule?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Senior is an understanding person. Looks like there's no need for me to explain anymore. From tomorrow onward, I'll spread Tao in the alchemy hall for a year. Senior, call some more people over. I hope that the future alchemy hall will have someone who can reach the level of a true Tao pill in the future." Witch Cloud had a solemn look and slowly nodded his head. Hence, Yi Yuan started spreading his Tao in another spacetime once more. Witch Cloud, this alchemy path's number 1 person, also sat below, respectfully, listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on Tao. The more he listened, the more shocked he got. Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up another window for him. He finally understood why he kept failing to reach rank 5. Foundation. This extremely ridiculous thing in his view was actually the biggest obstacle to restricting his progress. In terms of talent, these alchemy path powerhouses in front of him were indeed stronger than later generations. Yi Yuan knew that as long as a clear path was pointed out to them, they would definitely reach the other side. He did not know how many Tao pill powerhouses appeared later, but Yi Yuan was certain that there should have been more than one. Otherwise, it was impossible for Origin Guard to have been so afraid. When the words stopped, everyone was shocked. This 1 year of preaching was undoubtedly a gluttonous feast to the people of the alchemy hall. Everyone was immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were still dissatisfied. Witch Cloud's reaction at this time was virtually the same as Sacred Ancestor High Priest's reaction back then. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan already became different. Previously, they were still worried that Yi Yuan was here to steal the limelight, but at this time they felt that there was already no need. This person did not need to snatch the limelight at all. This was a complete cultivation system. This was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Listening entirely to Yi Yuan preaching on the Tao until the end, they also finally understood what he meant by having an unstable foundation. Listening to Master Ji talk, Witch Cloud feels enlightened all at once. Master Ji is high above. Please accept a bow from Witch Cloud. As he said, Witch Cloud bowed deeply toward Yi Yuan. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This Lord Witch Cloud is actually treating Chief Instructor with the etiquette of a disciple. Master Ji can afford it. Just this preaching Lord Witch Cloud's title of number 1 person in the world is about to change hands. Master Ji wasn't the slightest bit stingy, demonstrating great Tao to us. He can bear this solemn bow. Let's bow too. After the shock, everyone woke up. Rank 3 source powerhouses took the lead to bow first. The rest also bowed down one after another. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Witch Cloud up and said, "Senior, Witch Cloud is killing me. Senior exhausted your mind and body for the human race. I can't accept this bow." Witch Cloud said firmly, Just based on this Tao preaching, you can bear it. Master Ji, you don't have to refuse. In the future, this old man will address you as Master Ji. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, fine then, that's also up to you. I'll leave behind inheritances in the alchemy hell. What you don't understand, everyone can come and ask me, but this alchemy hall still needs senior Witch Cloud to give a lot of care. Witch Cloud hurriedly said, this is within this old man's duty to begin with. Where's the talk of giving a lot of care? There's actually such a thing? This kid actually has such high attainments in alchemy Tao. Hearing that Witch Cloud actually addressed him as Master Ji, Jian Ruffing was shocked until he was dumbstruck with amazement. Before this, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything to him. When Yi Yuan went to the alchemy hall, he also found it quite strange at that time. His thinking was the same as the rest, also thinking that Yi Yuan went to suppress Witch Cloud and establish his prestige. Regarding this action of Yi Yuan, he did not say anything, but he felt somewhat disdainful in his heart. This kind of action was still a little too childish. He even doubted a little whether he made a wrong decision or not and used the wrong person. But hearing Witch Cloud's words at this time was no less than a clap of thunder. Exploding. He and Witch Cloud were life and death buddies, so he naturally knew his alchemy path strength and also knew how highly he regarded himself in alchemy. But he actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple toward Yi Yuan. He originally invited Yi Yuan back, hoping that Yi Yuan would leave behind the legacies of the few great laws. But who knew that there was actually still such an unexpected harvest? Witch Cloud nodded and said, I can't use having high attainments to describe anymore already. If anyone in this world can reach the realm of rules, it's undoubtedly him for sure. This old man is inferior to him. Far, far inferior. Jian Ruffing was shocked for a while before he slowly said, looks like, really, picked up a treasure. With him, our plan can be started in advance. Witch Cloud's face changed and he said with a frown, so fast? You. Jian Ruffing waved his hand and said smilingly, old friend, why is there a need to be like this? There will come this day you don't need to be sad. Moreover, I also won't die right away after entering the heavenly hidden world. The growth of geniuses requires the accumulation of time, and time waits for no man. Furthermore, the burden on you, old friend, is even heavier than mine. Dead, death squares all accounts. I won't know anything anymore after dying. But the ones who are alive will carry heavier burdens. Hence, an extremely huge project was carried out in secret just like that. This project looked simple but was actually complicated to the extreme. One had to know the century celestial palaces monitored the world. They knew about the various sex affairs like the back of their hand. Wanting to move these geniuses into the heavenly hidden world, it needed to hide from their eyes and ears, and could not reveal any clues or inkling. Once their suspicions were aroused, it would all fail just one step short of success. Fortunately, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had long already made perfect preparations. Implementing them now, things were done systematically. In the entire Heavenspan world, the myriad races geniuses were moved into the heavenly hidden world batch after batch. This was a colossal project. It was naturally impossible to be accomplished overnight. This process would likely last for 1,000 years. Yi Yuan was the first batch to enter the heavenly hidden world. He did not enter with the identity of a genius but entered with the identity of a chief instructor. Of course, there was also the first batch of geniuses who entered together with him. They were all selected by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Each person's potential was tremendous. They were the unpredictable children. However, the first batch of unpredictable children who entered were not many. There were just 100,000 people or so. The geniuses subsequently were still entering one after another. Of course, Jian Ruffing, Witch Cloud, and the rest, they all established a complete advancement system. These geniuses would undergo the cruelest competition. On this day, several young people gathered together, seemingly discussing something. A young man wearing a silk headdress on his head said, "Did you guys hear? Chief Instructor is actually just a seventh firmament heavenly emperor." Another genius could not help laughing as he said, "Shang Hang, what nonsense are you talking about? How can a seventh firmament heavenly emperor possibly be our chief instructor? His strength is likely not even our match." This young man who was wearing a silk headdress on his head was precisely the Grand Ancestor Spacetime whose fame shook the world later on. Shang Hang. Shang Hang shook his head and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. You guys know that Qin Chao, right?" Another person said disdainfully, "Of course we know. It said that he has connections. He's that chief instructor's personal disciple, and he has already been designated as a core legacy disciple." Shang Hang nodded and said, "The news came from him, it won't be wrong. No way, right? Seventh firmament heavenly emperor, this is also too much of a joke. We entered the heavenly hidden world for the human race's future. But those lords upstairs actually used a seventh firmament heavenly emperor to hoodwink us. This is truly preposterous." The moment another genius heard, he immediately exploded. "Yeah, it's been 2 years. That guy never even showed his face. It's really outrageous. What are the heads of those people upstairs used for? Can't they see it?" Shang Hang smiled coldly and said, "Ever since this chief instructor entered the heavenly hidden world, he has been in close seclusion in Inquire Heavenly Palace. No idea what he's trying to do either. He doesn't take us to heart at all. The few of you dare to rush into the Inquire Heavenly Palace with me. Or not." The moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed drastically. Entering the Inquire Heavenly Palace was a major crime. The few of them could not resist backing out. Shang Hang sneered and said, "What? Like this and you're scared? Facing the divine race in the future will be 10,000 times more dangerous than this. You guys don't even have this bit of courage, and yet you all are talking about killing divine race for what? Lord Wanshui, we've already come to the heavenly hidden world for 5 years, and haven't even met the chief instructor. This cannot be justified no matter what, right?" Shang Hang said with a forthright look. In front of him was an old man with a long beard. Honestly speaking, he was also very puzzled by Yi Yuan confining himself inside this chief instructor that Lord Profound Secrets sent for wouldn't be making use of Deicide's resources to only care about his own cultivation, right? His Excellency is currently in close seclusion, so it's not convenient for me to disturb too. Heavenly Emperor Wanshui was sent to serve as Yi Yuan's follower by the higher-ups. Although he was a Deva powerhouse, he was still a head lower in front of Yi Yuan's identity. After all, Yi Yuan was beneath one person and above millions. Shang Hang sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "Heh, this chief instructor is really taking it easy, making use of Deicide's cultivation resources every day, and in the end he doesn't care about anything. Lord Wanshui, if he doesn't come out today, we won't leave. Whatever for the sake of overthrowing the divine race's rule. Fuck that bullshit, we're not entertaining anymore." The current Shang Hang was simply a hothead, being far less level-headed and imposing compared to his future character. Wanshui also leaned toward their opinion in his heart. He also felt that Yi Yuan was going somewhat overboard, but Yi Yuan gave the orders. No one was allowed to disturb him, so Wanshui was really in a dilemma. Wanshui let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, honestly speaking, I also don't know why upstairs let him be the chief instructor. But since it's an order, this emperor must carry it out. You all are not to cause a racket." Lord Chief Instructor. Shang Hang's eyes suddenly lit up, looking in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Wanshui was stunned and could not help turning his head. A hint of cunningness flashed across in Shang Hang's eyes, his body already floating toward Inquire Heavenly Palace. Wanshui was alarmed and said, "Fine lad, wanna rush over from under this Emperor's hands? No chance. His reaction was extremely fast too, but just as he made a move he suddenly discovered that something was not right. The surrounding spacetime had been distorted to varying degrees. Although this could not stop him, in just this short while Shang Hang already flew in. Wan Shui turned pale with fright, secretly thinking to himself that this brat was so impressive to actually comprehend spacetime law at the same time. But just as he was surprised, Shang Hang retreated with an even faster speed. All of a sudden, he landed on the ground, footsteps retreating repeatedly, only barely managing to stand still after several dozen steps. Shang Hang had a pale face, his eyes full of shock. Spacetime law. Shang Hang never thought that there were actually also others who grasped spacetime law. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he could not catch up even if he whipped his horse. A figure slowly walked out, as if walking over from the fog. Everyone could not see him clearly at all. This person was clearly standing in front of them, but they could not see this person's features clearly. Unfathomable. At this time, this was the thought in the hearts of all the geniuses. The arrival asked nonchalantly, "What's your name?" Shang Hang's expression was rather ugly. He still answered, Shang Hang. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that traveling through spacetime he actually arrived at Grand Ancestor Spacetime's youth era. But, thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. Spacetime reversal chaos was the heaven-defying martial technique of Shang Hang, and he triggered Shang Hang's spacetime reversal chaos in later generations. Traveling through spacetime should also be related to Shang Hang. But the current Shang Hang had a look of immaturity, being far from the future version of him, showing disdain on all under the heavens. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, that sort of aura that considered all beneath his notice, was not the slightest bit diminished too. You can comprehend spacetime law at the same time. Very good, Yi Yuan said, with a smile. Shang Hang had a look of embarrassment and said unwillingly, "Is your Excellency mocking me? What does my bit of meager cultivation base count as in front of you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not as good as me right now, but you'll surely achieve great things in the future. Even that divine race's progenitor. Where's the harm in battling?" Shang Hang yearned for it as he listened, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency is thinking too much. These two power of laws are overly abstruse. Junior is already feeling somewhat struggling to make ends meet now." Yi Yuan did not follow up, but asked, "Then, what did you guys forcefully rush? Inquire Heavenly Palace for?" Upon hearing this, Shang Hang was invigorated. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's strength, he was like a deflated balloon, immediately shriveling up. They originally wanted to challenge Yi Yuan, but just now Yi Yuan did not make a move at all, just mobilizing the power of law a little, and he returned to his original spot involuntarily. This kind of means was truly inconceivable. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill him, it was merely a matter of a single thought. "Your Excellency, you as the chief instructor have never appeared in 5 years. It's chilling the hearts of the myriad race's geniuses," Shang Hang said forcefully. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "It's only been 5 years, and you can't wait for this bit of time too? You guys are also too impatient." Shang Hang smiled coldly and said, "Who knows what your Excellency is thinking? If we didn't come to forcefully rush inquire Heavenly Palace, your Excellency probably won't leave seclusion for 10 years, even 100 years too, right? Lord Profound Secrets inviting you to be the chief instructor, it is not to let you cultivate yourself daily, but it is to groom the human races. Powerhouses. No matter how strong you alone are, how can you deal with the divine race's major powers?" Yi Yuan fell silent. He could feel Shang Hang's desire to grow strong. That sort of obsession was almost bursting out of his body. Action. These few in front of him were all like that. It was precisely this sort of powerful desire that let them become that powerful, right? When Shang Hang saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he still thought that he was acknowledging that he was in the wrong, and said with a cold smile, "Nothing to say. Someone like you isn't fit to be the chief instructor at all. You are the moth of deicide." These words were said rather nastily. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Is that so? You guys follow me." Finished talking. He turned around and flew in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Everyone was uncertain what it meant but still followed after. What kind of tricks is this person going to play? Shang Hang, you're dead for sure. You said it so nastily just now. He's definitely going to punish you underhandedly. Humph. Scared for what? What I said is the truth. The few people followed behind, whispering quietly. However, entering Inquire Heavenly Palace, everyone became dumbfounded. What are these? When Shang Hang saw the scenery before his eyes, his entire person was stunned. In front of him, there was a series of complicated to the extreme grand arrays. These array formations were linked with one another, being incomparably complicated and profound. Glancing over, it was like a dreamy ocean. It was exquisitely beautiful. With their horizons, they could not see through the actual situation in front of them at all. Even Heavenly Emperor Wenshui was also stunned at this time. These 5 years' time he was tinkering with these things inside. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, "Don't you guys want to become strong? These array formations can help you all become strong. I've been thinking on how to impart the power of laws that I comprehended to you guys to the maximum limit. It's just that preaching Tao to you guys every day is clearly not a good idea. Some things can only be understood and not expressed with words. Now I've integrated all that I've learned during my lifetime into these array formations. As long as your talents are sufficient, you'll naturally be able to comprehend." Shang Hang opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face, wanting to speak, but he discovered that his throat seemed to be blocked. He was unable to speak no matter what. ***. When Yi Yuan set up formations, he had always accomplished it at one stroke. The array formation that he set up for 5 years, it could be imagined how complicated it was. During these 5 years, he could be said to have exhausted his mind and body, connecting his comprehensions and source laws to the maximum limit, expending a lot of energy. These inheritance grand arrays not only contained his own comprehensions, but they also contained the cultivation methods for 5-element laws as well as lightning law. Although Yi Yuan did not cultivate the 5-element laws, he had fought with Wan Zhen before and had his own unique understanding of the balance of the 5-element laws. Although his realm was not high, his horizons were extremely far. It could be said that the height he was standing at now was unmatched by anyone. He was standing at the height equal to heaven. There were thousands of great Taos. Reaching the extreme was arriving at the same destination via different means. Regardless of which kind of law, what it pointed to in the end was all Tao. He did not cultivate the 5 elements, but it did not hinder him from helping other people cultivate the 5 elements with array formations. These inheritance grand arrays were extremely cumbersome, but in the end, there were only 18 grand arrays. After Yi Yuan finished setting it up, he himself also jumped in fright. These 18 grand arrays, didn't it correspond precisely to the 18 grand ancestors later on? Could it be that the 18 grand ancestors were all nurtured from his grand arrays? Didn't you all want to become stronger? Alright, I'll go and test it out then. I want to see which of you have the highest talent, Yi Yuan said with a look of amusement. Yi Yuan's expression triggered everyone all at once. Didn't you all say that I wasn't teaching? Now I've built the house. Just see if you guys have the ability to carry it away or not. Shang Hang gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go." As he said, he plunged headfirst into the spatial grand array. Shang Hang just entered the grand array and was immediately bounced back, severely wounded and vomiting blood. The group of geniuses had shocked faces. How to play like this? Yi Yuan looked at Shang Hang and said, "Start from the beginning." Don't reach beyond your grasp. Is your foundation really laid solidly? These grand arrays require you all to start over from the top one step at a time. Rashly rushing, the formation will be life-threatening. Shang Hang had a gloomy look as he said, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In order to make you suffer a bit." Shang Hang rolled his eyes, but he realized that justice was not on his side. He could not say anything either. Entering the formation again, the geniuses were all very cautious, starting from the beginning. They chose the inheritance grand array that they were most adept in and entered inside. The longer Shang Hang stayed in the array formation, the more alarmed he got. This spatial inheritance grand array seemed to be tailor-made for him. Yi Yuan did not put his spatial law into the grand array, but he formulated a whole set of training methods. This kind of training method could let him comprehend spatial law faster and more thoroughly. In other words, he was teaching you how to grasp spatial law and not teaching you what was spatial law. Shang Hang felt alarmed. What kind of height was he standing at to be able to set up such a heaven-defying array formation? Heavenly Emperor Wenshui's horizons were extremely far. He also saw through the inklings very quickly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan immediately became different. Your Excellency really made contributions that will remain eternal for generations to come. I think that some of them already have considerable harvests. Your Excellency's inheritance grand arrays really broaden people's horizons. This old man has never seen before that power of laws can actually be passed on like this. Wenshui exclaimed in shock. Inheritance grand arrays, to these geniuses they were tantamount to a good rain after a long drought. Such an advanced training method opened up a door for them. Entering for the first time would be when they benefited the most. The effects could be said to be instantly seen. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Each person's path is different. The laws that they comprehended will also be different. Although cultivation methods are good, the achievements are limited. Teaching them the way to cultivate and letting them go and fumble their own Tao. This is the king's way," Wenshui exclaimed. "A terrific giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Lord Profound Secrets indeed has a sharp eye for discovering able people, with your Excellency being the chief instructor. Overthrowing the divine race is right around the corner." Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. During these 5 years' time, his own gains had also been tremendous. In the past 5 years, his space-time law became increasingly profound. This was also the reason why those geniuses could not see Yi Yuan's face clearly. Even if he did not deliberately mobilize the power of space-time, it was as if he was situated in space-time too. Naturally, he could not be seen clearly. Being able to set up these 18 grand arrays required him to expend tremendous effort in the first place. This was similarly a systematic training to Yi Yuan. The angle at which he stood at, it was even more unimaginable for bystanders. But after these 5 years, Yi Yuan faintly had a trace of feeling. It seemed like it was not far away from the time he had to leave. In the end, Wenshui could not resist too, entering the grand array. Yi Yuan just watched quietly by the side. He was observing these geniuses. A month later, many geniuses already could not hold on anymore. When their gains exceeded their abilities, they would not be able to stay in the grand array anymore. They needed time to digest these improvements. The earlier one came out, the worse their talent. The later one came out, the better the talent. Action. Among these people, it was indeed still Shang Hang who was the last to come. The power of law that he comprehended was the hardest, but he was the one who lasted the longest. It was also no wonder that he could become Grand Ancestor Spacetime in the future. Your Excellency, I was wrong. After Shang Hang came out of the formation, the first thing he did was not to get excited but to come before Yi Yuan with a look of shame and admit his fault respectfully. He cultivated for a full half a year's time in this grand array. This half a year's time his spatial law advanced by leaps and bounds. It was almost comparable to his 10,000 years of effort in the past. Concerning the power of this grand array, there was already no need for him to say any more. He also deeply understood how valuable these grand arrays that Yi Yuan spent 5 years to build were. Perhaps the rise of the human race depended on these 18 grand arrays. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why are you wrong?" Shang Hang said in shame, "Your Excellency is a celestial being. This disciple shouldn't have blamed Your Excellency wrongly." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with your desire to become strong. Previously I was just cracking a joke with you. You and I still have fate in the future. This destined meeting shall span spacetime." Shang Hang discerned Yi Yuan's overtones and said in surprise, "Isn't Your Excellency leading us to resist the divine race together? With Your Excellency around, the world will be ours in the future." He examined his own conscience and felt that his talent was extremely high. But in front of Yi Yuan, what did he count as? Yi Yuan was the human race's true future. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to fight side by side with you. But it's just a pity that some things can't be helped. But you rest assured, some things can't be avoided. No matter where I am, I'll fight with the divine race to the end." The group of geniuses felt baffled as they listened. These words seemed to have the intention of beating a retreat. Could it be that this chief instructor was scared? They simply could not understand what spacetime reversal chaos was, because even Yi Yuan himself was unable to understand it. "Is it possible that Your Excellency is afraid of death?" Shang Hang just admitted his fault, but the expression on his face at this time became gloomy again, toward Yi Yuan's behavior of cravenly clinging to life instead of braving death. He was very disapproving. Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter and said, "You'll understand in the future." Shang Hang had a sullen face as he said, "Humph, all excuses. Who can know about the future? Even Lord Profound Secrets can't possibly calculate events of the future too. So how would you know? In fact, you don't even dare to show yourself with your true self." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I said this before. You'll understand in the future. The destiny between you and me isn't over." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left, leaving behind the stunned looking group. With the inheritance grand arrays, Inquire Heavenly Palace became the land of inheritance. Every day, countless geniuses gathered here, cultivating inside the inheritance grand arrays. This place became the manufacturing plant of powerhouses. When Profound Secrets and Witchcloud and the rest learned of this, each and every one of them was inexplicably surprised. At this time, no one felt conflicted with this decision of Profound Secrets anymore. On the contrary, they felt that he was extremely wise. As for Yi Yuan, he dwelled in deep seclusion these days and rarely showed his face, becoming mysterious. But very soon, another incident happened that made the entire Deicide's upper echelons become depressed. Poo work. Jian Ruffing vomited fresh blood, his entire person appearing very downcast. This was already the 7th time he vomited blood today. These days, the frequency of his blood vomiting had clearly increased, dramatically casting a shadow over the entire Deicide. "Didn't you say that there's still at least several thousand years' time? Why, is it like this?" Witchcloud's expression was ugly as he said. Jian Ruffing had a haggard face, but his spirit was very healthy. He smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, old friend. This is a good thing. With your intelligence, can't you guess why is it like this?" Witchclouds frowned and mused for a moment. Suddenly, his 2 eyes went wide, and he exclaimed, "You're saying that the inheritance grand arrays, which young friend G created, made the auras of the heavenly hidden worlds geniuses skyrocket? That's why it added a heavy burden on you, and it hastened the arrival of this day." Jian Ruffing nodded slightly and said, "This boy is truly a rare genius of the current age. With him around, why worry that our great cause won't succeed? Witch Cloud frowned and said, "But don't you feel that he's a little strange? Recently, I heard the people below say he said that he won't be taking part in the war with the divine race. Could it be that he's actually someone who clings to life and fears death?" Jian Ruffing waved his hand and said, "How can someone who clings to life and fears death challenge the Century Celestial Palace by himself? My old friend, you make the arrangements. 3 days later, my Jian family's 100 people shall die martyrs in the performance of our duties and permanently shield heavenly hidden world." Witch Cloud's expression changed. His eyes were glimmering with tears as he said, "Must it be so fast?" Jian Ruffing smiled and said, "What difference does a day earlier make? What does a day later matter? What's coming will always come. Oh right, have ye Yuan come too? I have some words to say to him." 3 days later, several 100,000 geniuses gathered. The Jian family's 100 major powers stood behind Jian Ruffing in silence. Many geniuses already had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. The silence currently was the prelude to a tragic song. Everyone knew what was going to happen next. When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he felt sorrow in his heart too. He did not expect that because of his inheritance grand arrays it actually accelerated Jian Ruffing's death. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the present era's top major power. But his power alone was insufficient to shield heaven's secrets. Hence, these 100 major powers of the Jian family would be martyred together. With him, the Jian family was really an admirable family. Yi Yuan saw that there was a child beside Jian Ruffing, who vaguely had the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets of the later generations. Yi Yuan was astonished. He did not expect that he could actually meet the next generation Profound Secrets here. Jian Ruffing stood proudly, his gaze sweeping over the group of geniuses, revealing a look of relief. Seeing these geniuses mature well one by one was the drive for his willing martyrdom. These geniuses were the human race's future. Seeing you all grow so quickly, this ancestor feels relieved. This ancestor, dying in the cause of justice, isn't considered a major event originally. But calling you all over today, it's to awaken the hot blood in your hearts with my death. Resistance will lead to death. Today it's this ancestor dying for the cause of justice. In the future, the vast majority of you guys will similarly have to be martyred. You all remember this. Dying is very easy. Those who are alive are the ones carrying the burden and advancing. The burden on you all is thousands of times heavier than this ancestor. I hope that from this day forth you all will go and cultivate with 1,000, 10,000 times the effort to exchange for the future hope of all races. Do you all understand? Each of Jian Ruffing's words was heavy, shocking the soul. The geniuses present all choked up. Jian Ruffing used his lofty sentiments to infect everyone present, including Yi Yuan. At this moment, the blood within his body seemed to be immolating too. How much did he want to stay behind, to fight side by side with these lovable people? Yi Yuan thought of this. It was just that he knew that that was impossible, because the feeling of him leaving became stronger and stronger. He seemed to be able to feel an inexplicable call. Understood. The reply was as loud as a clap of thunder. Jian Ruffing looked at the child next to him, a hint of doting flashing across in his eyes. He's called Jian Harem, this ancestor's youngest son. He possesses this ancestor's bloodline. After I die, he'll be the next generation heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Jian Ruffing said, "We pledge our lives to protect young Master Harem." The group of geniuses said in a clear voice. But Jian Ruffing shook his head and said, "There are no cowards among my Jian family's men. Harem, although you're young, father's unfulfilled ambitions need you to fulfill them. Can you do it?" Although Jian Harem was young, under Jian Ruffing's influence he already had the air of a general. His childishness had yet to shed, as he said in a childish voice, "Our Jian family occupies the destiny of the human race, and we should be the first to bear hardships and the last to enjoy comforts, devoting my life to duty till my heart ceases beating. Jian Ruffing laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Indeed, my good son." In such adverse circumstances, the Jian family could become such a leviathan. They indeed occupied the human race's destiny. But Jian Ruffing did not pat himself on the back, and instead regurgitation fed the human race with the Jian family's destiny, which was truly able to evoke praises and tears. Yi Yuan felt touched. Jian Haoran said this, and his family also did so. Even after tens of billions of years, his original intention never changed. 2. The Jian family's people were indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Jian Rufing's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, and his pupils could not help shrinking. He had not seen Yi Yuan for some time already. Seeing him again at this time, he discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body underwent a huge change. Yi Yuan, this person, was clearly standing there, but it gave him an extremely unreal feeling, as if he was independent outside of this world. He could not help but recall those rumors. Could they be true? But what in the world was going on? Ji Qingyun, can you stay and save the myriad races from extreme misery? Jian Ruffing asked, being rather uncertain. Originally, he was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. With him around, that was why he would leave with peace of mind. But if Yi Yuan was not around, then would their efforts still succeed? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, waiting for his answer. Everyone used expectant gazes to look at Yi Yuan, hoping to get his affirmative answer. Presently, everyone understood the significance of Yi Yuan's existence. He was too important to the human race. Seeing these expectant gazes, Yi Yuan also could not bear it in his heart. He knew that these peerless geniuses, including Shanghang, would not be able to escape the fate of demise in the future. Very sorry. I'm afraid that I can't do it. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, "Buzz." The geniuses present exploded at once. Originally, this rumor was just some gossip. Many people did not believe it, but when Yi Yuan personally confirmed it, they could not accept it at all. Why? Lord Chief Instructor is the deity in my heart. He's actually so afraid of risking his neck. With his excellency around, why worry about not being able to overthrow the divine race? Why is he such a person? My God, the perfect image in my heart has collapsed. Following the appearance of the inheritance grand arrays, Yi Yuan was pushed up the altar. The growth in strength was visible to the naked eye. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses growing at the same time. This kind of increase could be rated as terrifying. Someone as powerful as Jian Ruffing could not endure it anymore as well. The delight of having growth in strength was something that no one could give. To them, profound secrets could shield heaven's secrets, but it was also just to not let the divine race discover them. Could not make them become stronger. The person who made them become stronger was Yi Yuan. This kind of means already surpassed their imagination. So these few years, Yi Yuan had already been regarded by them as an existence, on par with profound secrets. Even a fool could also tell how great the significance of these 18 inheritance grand arrays was. But now, Yi Yuan, who they viewed as a god, actually did not dare to face the divine race. This fact, they were seriously unable to accept it.
Yi Qingyun.
Where did the drive when you wiped out the Century Celestial palaces and faced countless divine race powerhouses by yourself back then all go to? Witch Cloud shouted angrily and berated painfully. He was disappointed to the extreme with Yi Yuan's answer. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer him, this alchemy path's #1 person. But that was all established on the basis of overthrowing the divine race. Now, he discovered that Yi Yuan was actually such a person. This made him unable to accept it. Facing the questioning voices that filled the sky, Yi Yuan was just silent. Only Jian Ruffing was absorbed in thought. Waving his hand, he said in a solemn voice, "All right, you all don't have to be like this. No matter how he chooses, that's his own business. No matter what, young friend Ji's contributions far outweigh his faults. It was him who brought us hope. Even if he chooses to leave, we don't have the qualifications to question him too. Finished saying, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, young friend Ji, no matter what, this ancestor represents all races and thank you. As he said, he gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly returned the bow. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. Although they were unable to accept it emotionally, they understood that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's words were not wrong. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance, this plan that was carefully planned by Deicide might just be an after-meal joke to the divine race. But with Yi Yuan's inheritance grand array, everything was different. After bowing, Jian Ruffing turned to his clansmen, his face revealing a reluctant look, as he choked up and said, gentlemen, having you all die together with me today, I, Jian Ruffing, have let you all down. Heavenly Tao, samsara, if there's an afterlife, I, Jian Ruffing, am willing to toil like a slave to repay you all. As he said, he also gave a deep bow toward his clan members. The clan members were greatly alarmed and returned the bow as they said, family head is overwhelming us. Family head is doing it for the people of the world. We're willing to follow in death. Jian Ruffing's gaze turned intent and he said in a clear voice, good, you all are my Jian family's fine sons. Let's get started. Everyone said in unison, we follow family head's orders. This conversation did not have any pretentiousness for effect. It was full of a stirring and solemn noble spirit to die. Hundreds of thousands of hot-blooded men, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm were they? But at this time they were already sobbing too much to talk. These hundreds of thousands of people, many of them were personally scouted by Jian Ruffing. Jian Ruffing was very heroic and generous as a person with a leader's temperament that brought people into submission. Toward these juniors he had never put on airs, rather like a brother being long-winded. Just like with Yi Yuan, after meeting him, Jian Ruffing directly designated him to be the chief instructor. This kind of breadth of spirit, even Yi Yuan was brought into submission. The rise of the human could not do without Yi Yuan, much less without Jian Ruffing. Yi Yuan only left behind inheritances. But this foundation was forged little by little, with Jian Ruffing expending countless years. To talk about contributions, Yi Yuan really did not dare to take credit. Why did the Jian family develop into the Heavenspan world's #1 major family in the future? This was not unrelated to what Jian Ruffing paid back then. Regardless of whether it was the human race or demon race or fiend race or other races, they would all give the Jian family face. Therefore, the Jian family's forces spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world, but no one dared to say anything. Amidst the sobbing sounds, Jian Ruffing held his palm out. A blazing sun slowly rose in his palm. That blazing sun shone with boundless radiance, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The incomparably vigorous aura blotted out the sky and sun as if blocking this heaven and earth. His gaze swept over the faces of his clan members and he said in a solemn voice, I need your strength. Who's first? His voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance in looks to Jian Ruffing slowly walked out and said in a clear voice, Big brother, I'll go first. Jian Ruffing's face twitched, but he forced a smile and said, Ha! Good. Brother, you go first. Big brother will follow right after. That laughter virtually carried tears. This person was Jian Ruffing's younger brother, Jian Ruyun. Jian Ruyun did not say a word, traces of power gushing out of his body, and merging into the blazing sun in Jian Ruffing's hand. Jian Ruyun's body was also becoming fainter bit by bit, turning lighter. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Jian Ruffing's eyes were long already wet with tears. A man would not easily shed tears until his heart was broken. Even for someone as strong as Jian Ruffing, how could he bear it under such circumstances? After Jian Ruyun, one powerhouse after another from the Jian family also followed closely behind. With the members of Jian family passing away one by one, it moved everyone present greatly. The originally sobbing sounds gradually turned into wailing sounds. The Jian family is righteous. Even if Shanghang is dashed to pieces, I'll also suppress the divine race for all of eternity. Today I swear in the name of heavenly Tao, if I shrink back in front of divine race one day, I'll never reincarnate for all of eternity. Shanghang swore to heaven in tears. I, Qin Chao, swear to heaven, I'll definitely expel the divine race in this lifetime. Nothing will shake my resolve. In the crowd, Qin Chao similarly swore. There was no idea how many swore an oath to heaven like them. It was also precisely starting from today that their aspirations became incomparably firm all the way until the doomsday battle erupted. The blazing sun in Jian Rufing's hand became larger and larger and increasingly hotter. Finally, the Jian family's 100 powerhouses were all dead, while Jian Rufing's tears had long already been dried by the blazing sun. Next, it was his turn. His gaze looked in Witch Cloud's direction and he said, "Old friend, I leave everything in your hands." As he said, an astonishing aura surged wildly. Jian Rufing's aura pierced the horizon as if going to punch through the sky. He was too strong. Action. Being able to surpass the divine race's strongest celestial master, Jian Rufing's strength was beyond a doubt. From his body, countless filaments emerged, injecting into the sun crazily. The blazing sun slowly rose and flew higher and higher, heading straight for that horizon. His figure also gradually became illusory. Lord Profound Secrets, take care. Lord Profound Secrets, farewell. The geniuses knelt down one after another and paid obeisance towards Jian Rufing's gradually dissipating figure over and over again. The bitter and painful atmosphere spread throughout the entire world. Suddenly, a drizzle floated down from the sky. Perhaps even heaven was moved too, right? Yi Yuan's throat choked up. Even if he had long already known the ending, he could not resist weeping at this time too. Cultivators who did not hope for longevity, did not hate to part with the secular world. Even Yi Yuan was unable to rise above conventions too. Did Jian Rufing not have any reluctance to part with this world? Of course he had. Yi Yuan saw too much reluctance in his eyes. He could not bear to part with his younger brother, his youngest son, and could not bear to part with the foundation that he created. But he still left resolutely, as if this world already had no one who could hold him. How much courage did this require? If there was a clear future, Jian Rufing's sacrifice might be very meaningful. But Yi Yuan knew that everyone present had too many uncertainties about the future. Among them, it included Jian Rufing himself. If his sacrifice could not exchange for the rise of the myriad races, if in the future, the divine race suppressed the myriad races, then his sacrifice would have no meaning at all. But he still went to do it unswervingly. At this very moment, any words were feeble. Jian Rufing might not have been the strongest person in 2 epochs, but he was the #1 virtuous person in 2 epochs. Fully deserving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan saw that the resolve in the eyes of the geniuses was unprecedented. Jian Rufing was burning himself and igniting the hope of the myriad races. Ji Qingyun, is your heart made out of stone? Facing everything that Profound Secrets has done, don't you feel ashamed standing here? Do you want him to die? With his eyes open, all of a sudden, Witch Cloud burst out, questioning Yi Yuan. Everyone knew what Yi Yuan's existence signified. If Deicide originally only had one spiritual pillar, that would be Jian Rufing. But all these had quietly changed following Yi Yuan's arrival. Very soon, Deicide became a dualistic structure. Jian Rufing and Yi Yuan were both the leaders in everyone's hearts. Now Jian Rufing was about to pass away, Yi Yuan was the best successor. But Yi Yuan actually had no intention of taking part. Hence, Witch Cloud wanted to use this shout to redeem Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Witch Cloud, it is not that this G doesn't want to, but that I can't. You Just why is it? Witch Cloud's eyes were full of incomprehension. He could clearly feel Yi Yuan's emotion, but just what was it that made him so full of misgivings? Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Turns out that's how it is. Right at this time, Jian Ruffing suddenly burst into laughter, as if realizing something. His figure already became extremely illusory and might disappear at any time. He looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said, "Old friend, don't make things difficult for him anymore. The things that he's shouldering are what we cannot comprehend. Everyone, listen. From today onward, Ji Qingyun will be respected as a saint, titled Saint Azure. I hope that everyone will pass down his achievements and contributions forever. Everyone, remember, his contributions are far above this ancestors." Witch Cloud was greatly surprised, not understanding why Jian Ruffing said so. But he knew that Jian Ruffing definitely saw a trace of heaven's secret on his deathbed. Just what was it that he saw? Who in the world was this Ji Qingyun? Jian Ruffing looked at Yi Yuan again, his gaze already becoming different. That look carried heavy surprise and wonder. Jian Ruffing gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for young friend's help. Please accept a bow from this Jian." Yi Yuan naturally knew what he saw and said with a sigh, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. Everything is foreordained by heaven." Jian Ruffing shook his head and said, "Heavens will has destiny and has variables. Heavens will mocks men. And don't people affect heaven's will? The cause and effect, probably even heavenly Tao can't explain it clearly, right? This Jian will be going. Young friend carries a heavy burden and has a long road ahead. Please take care." Yi Yuan also bowed down and said, "Senior seeks virtue and acquires it. This junior definitely won't let you down." Jian Ruffing smiled slightly, his entire person turning into a wisp of light, breeze disappearing, and that blazing sun also gradually rose above the sky, emitting waves of terrifying undulations, completely covering up the heavenly hidden worlds, heaven's secrets. Since then, 2 suns floated up in the sky of the heavenly hidden world. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling like his body was hollowed out. The crying gradually ceased. What replaced it was a deathly silence. There were several 100,000 people present, but not the slightest bit of sound was emitted. Clearly, they were all immersed in grief, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. No idea how long had passed either. Witch Cloud heaved a long sigh and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed, but old friend's words on his deathbed, it definitely won't be a careless remark." He thanked young friend Ji, and this old man thanks you too. From today onwards, you are Saint Azure. As he said, Witch Cloud directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This old man Witch Cloud pays respect to Saint Azure. Paying respect to Saint Azure. Everyone knelt down toward Yi Yuan, the shouting shocking the heavens. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and was somewhat melancholic as he said, "Seniors, words on his deathbed. This Ji doesn't dare to refuse. But Senior Profound Secrets' actions are sufficient to be conferred as a saint. The saint will posthumously canonize him as Saint Profound. Everyone doesn't have objections, right?" Witch Cloud bowed and said, "Yes, we obey Saint Azure's words. From today onward, you and old friend will be called Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Saint, a saint, men of great talent and virtue for eternity. To get this qualification, one must be respected together by all races." Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said with a sigh, "Senior, this saint knows that you're filled with puzzlement, but you also know this. Heaven's secrets can't be divulged. Some things, this saint really can't explain it." Witch Cloud's expression flickered incessantly, but he nodded his head and Yi Yuan arrived in front of Little Profound Secrets, and he forced a smile as he said, "Good job. You definitely won't be worse than your father in the future." you are also someone who has the qualification to be conferred as a saint. Little Profound Secrets was still young, but he already quite had the air of his father. Hearing that, Lit Profound Secrets nodded and said, Saint Azure, rest assured. Harem definitely won't let you and father down. Yi Yuan smiled and arrived before Shang Heng again, and he said smilingly, I hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. All right, Saint. Profound has already passed away. It's also time for this saint to leave. Farewell. Finished saying, Yi Yuan took a step out and already vanished in front of everyone. Jian Ruffing triggered heaven's secrets before dying. Yi Yuan had a foreboding that his time here seemed to be coming to an end. Hence, Yi Yuan went out of the heavenly hidden world. Several years later, the entire heavenspan world was plunged into endless darkness. A violent storm suddenly raged above the boundless and endless sea of East. Below, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. A figure disappeared from this space-time. 3 years have already passed, and yet that kid hasn't woken up yet. Most likely, he won't be able to wake up anymore. Heh. Good that he can't wake up. If not for that punk, it would have been impossible for me to not even obtain the 10 major inheritances. Best that he'll be a living corpse in the future. Haha. Brother Carefree's resentment towards him is very deep, but thanks to him, we can cultivate for 1,000 years more in the primeval war realm. That's right. Haha, if he knows about this in the space-time turbulence, he'll probably be angered until he vomits blood. Right? In the primeval war realm's celestial beast plane, several young men had just finished a great battle and were currently discussing about Yi Yuan, who was swept into the space-time turbulence. One of them was precisely noble carefree Yutanji, who harbored deep resentment toward Yi Yuan. 3 years' time had already passed in the outside world since Yi Yuan was swept into the space-time turbulence, which was also 300 years in the primeval war realm. The primeval war realm was indeed a holy land for cultivation. These 300 years, to them, these unpredictable children, their improvement had been tremendous. The strengths of Yutanji, these people were already able to enter the celestial beast plane to kill fierce beasts. Because of Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets made the exception and let the unpredictable children continue staying in the primeval war realm to cultivate. As for the outside world's affairs, he could only request those big shots to come forward and monitor the divine race's activities strictly. Fortunately, in these 3 years, the divine race did not cause too big of a commotion. Both parties were currently in a stalemate. Among the few people, a youth in black robes said with a cold snort, You, Tanji, you're a little too narrow-minded. If Yi Yuan really can't come back, that will be a massive loss to our human race. Perhaps our human race will fall into a state of eternal damnation. At that time, I hope that you can still laugh. But Yutanji said disdainfully, Wanjun, don't you scare this young noble anymore, saying it like we haven't witnessed the divine race before. Let me tell you this. Before this young noble came in, I've already had a taste of the divine race's powerhouses. 2 words, merely thus. They are indeed much stronger than ordinary human powerhouses, but to us, these top unpredictable children, they are not considered very strong. Whether that punk dies or not doesn't have much influence on the battle situation. Moreover, do you feel that someone can escape from the space-time turbulence? Yutanji made no attempt to hide his dislike for Yi Yuan. Because of Yi Yuan, he could not even enter the top 11, losing an opportunity to become stronger. Oh, is that so? Then, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Just as Yutanji was gloating over others' misfortune, a voice seemingly came from eternity, making everyone present jump in fright. Yutanji's expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, Who? Who is it? Playing tricks? Get out for this young noble. He spread his divine sense out, but could not find any clues at all. But right at this time, a shocking scene appeared. The void had an opening torn open by someone. This kind of tearing was not just traversing through the void, but space-time being torn apart at the same time. As if someone crawled out of the long river of time and space. A figure walked out of that opening. Yi Yuan. Wan Zhan's pupils constricted, looking at this person in disbelief. This figure was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who had traveled back from the previous epoch. When he went, it was him who triggered heaven's secrets. But when he returned, it was Jian Rufeng who triggered heaven's secrets, connecting the two spacetimes. Perhaps it was inevitable. Maybe it was accidental. But the trip to the ancient times touched Yi Yuan's heart deeply. This journey he felt like he had spent as long as tens of billions of years. Clearly just a few thousand years of life, but he felt like he had experienced seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. When he returned, his mentality was already completely different. All the way until he heard Yu Tanji's voice in the spacetime turbulence did a sense of warmth arose spontaneously. When he saw Yi Yuan again, Wanjin felt like he did not know him anymore. The person was still that person. But the feeling that he gave him was totally different. Originally, when they looked at Yi Yuan, he was like a little brother. But the current Yi Yuan standing in front of him, he seemed to be facing a major power who had experienced the accumulation of countless years. Somewhat like Grand Ancestor Spacetime. No, he was even more archaic than Grand Ancestor Spacetime and made people not dare to look directly at him. Why Yi Yuan? How is this possible? You were clearly swept into the spacetime turbulence. How can you possibly return to reality? Yutanji had an expression like he had seen a ghost, even stammering when talking. Yi Yuan looked at Yutanji, shook his head, and said with a sigh, being able to go naturally means being able to return. What's strange about it? Also, that kind of ignorant words just now, don't say them in the future. The divine race's true elites haven't appeared at all. You're being ignorantly boastful. Here, who gave you the courage? The ancient times myriad races majors had immensely formidable means. Which one wasn't stronger than you? But they were nearly completely annihilated under the divine race's cruel oppression. Really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Yi Yuan had witnessed before the ancient times geniuses. In terms of talent, temperament, and courage, they were virtually 100 times stronger than you. Tanji. It seemed like the human race had indeed been comfortable for too long. Yutanji smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What are you being cocky? In front of this young noble for? In these 300 years, this young noble, cultivated bitterly, my cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. I'm God. Knows how many times stronger than back then. But you drifted in the spacetime turbulence for 300 years. Right now, you're not this young noble's match at all. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young noble?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being unable to stifle his laughter. In ancient times, he was already canonized as a saint. Although his strength had not reached the apex, his aura of a sovereign was already formed. Was this Yutanji blind to actually not even be able to perceive this, to actually provoke him? Only to see him stand with his hands behind his back as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then bring out the strength that you've cultivated bitterly these few years, and let me take a look." Yutanji grinned hideously and said, "I had precisely that intention. You caused this young noble to fail to get the 10 major inheritances. Today I'll take back a bit of interest first. After going out of the primeval war realm, this young noble will make you regret being born in this world." After talking, Yutanji released his divine essence, his aura skyrocketing. He had actually reached peak 9th firmament heavenly emperor already. He was just half a step away from Deva realm. To him, there was no difficulty in transcending Deva first blight at all. And his power of laws was also several times stronger than before. These 300 years, he worked harder after knowing humiliation, and his strength was indeed no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, the Wan Zhan by the side revealed a strange look. Before Yi Yuan left back then, he could still see Yi Yuan's actual situation clearly, but now he could not see through Yi Yuan at all. The present Wan Zhen, having obtained the 10 major inheritances and also having experienced 300 years of bitter cultivation, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, when he faced the current Yi Yuan, he did not even have the courage to attack at all anymore. Did you Tanji, this guy's head, have a hole? Can't he see how powerful Yi Yuan was? Ha ha ha. Go and die. Yutanji released his strength fully, smashing over towards Yi Yuan like a group of meteors. This move could likely even forcefully contend with Deva powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not have the intention of making a move. A second ago, Yutanji's momentum was astonishing, as if going to decimate this world. But in the next second, his figure backed away involuntarily. After a bout of tossing down, he actually returned to his original point. Again, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. He thought that Yi Yuan became very strong, but he did not expect that he became so strong. Just now, Yi Yuan merely relied on spatial law, and he forced Yutanji back to his original point without even making a move. This is also too strong, right? Why did his strength become even more unfathomable in the space-time turbulence? Originally thought that he had a slim chance of surviving, but who knew that? He already made all of us look up to him. The shock that this scene earlier brought to the group of unpredictable children was too intense. Originally, Yi Yuan still needed to use the true Nirvana sword formation to deal with them, these unpredictable children. But 300 years passed, Yi Yuan did not even need to make a move, and he forced Yutanji back. One had to know, this was the Yutanji who had already made great progress, and not the Yutanji back then. Impossible. Impossible. Why is your spatial law strong to this kind of extent? What on earth did you experience inside the spatial turbulent flow? Yutanji said with a dazed look. This exchange just now, it hit him too hard. Although the previous Yi Yuan was monstrous, he did not exceed their imagination. But now, he already could not see Yi Yuan clearly anymore. Yi Yuan already reached a level that he was too far behind to catch up. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, "A cleansing of the soul, a tragic song of blood and years. Of course, you may never be able to understand these." Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. Just then, several powerful auras burst out of the sky. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and the rest felt the fluctuations in space-time, they rushed over. When Profound Secrets saw Yi Yuan, he was overjoyed at first. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. There was also Shanghang, who had virtually the same expression as him. "Senior, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura seems like a person?" Profound Secrets felt that his mouth was a little dry. That person he would never be able to forget. He had never seen that person's true face before, but that person's aura, he would never forget it. It was him and his father. They were the ones who were called Azure and Profound Dual Saints. It was him who created an unprecedented flourishing age. Shang Hang's expression had an indescribable shock as he muttered, This is impossible. How can this be possible? In the long river of time, the time that person existed was merely a snap of a finger. But it was that snap of the fingers that created a new era. Yi Yuan superimposed the Yi Yuan in front of him together with that figure who traversed the endless long river of space-time. They were actually exactly the same. At that time, he could not see that person's true face clearly. But now, he could see this person extremely clearly. Hang on. This must be an illusion. How can this sort of thing possibly happen? Shang Hang had a panicky look. The others did not understand what it meant and did not know why these two great sovereigns would suddenly become so panicky. Although Yi Yuan's return was miraculous, it was also not to the extent of making them become like this, right? What in the world happened? Even Ancestor Lightning had a blank face too. He did not know what could make a supreme major power like Shanghang have such a visible change in countenance. What in the world happened to Yi Yuan? Senior Shang, what's wrong with you? Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Ancestor Lightning said in confusion. Shanghang trembled, only then abruptly startled awake and said, Right. Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Misconception. Ha ha ha, it must be a misconception. Isn't that so? Profound Secrets brat. He turned to look at Profound Secrets and discovered that Profound Secrets was currently looking at him extremely seriously. Shanghang was immediately like a deflated ball. Profound Secrets shut his eyes and took a deep breath as if digesting something. After a long time, he opened his eyes again and slowly let out a turbid breath as he said, Senior Shang, I think I understand. Shanghang's expression was ugly as he said, What did you understand? Profound Secrets said solemnly. That person appeared bafflingly and left, similarly incomprehensibly, just like he appeared out of the blue and disappeared into thin air again. Do you still remember what he said? It wasn't unwillingness, but couldn't. Why couldn't? Because he doesn't belong to that era at all. Do you still remember my father's sudden enlightenment? While on his deathbed, the heaven's secrets that he saw through must be this. Also, do you remember what he last said to you? Shanghang's entire body trembled, his eyes widening and looking toward Yi Yuan. Hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. You and I still have a bout of destiny in the future. This destiny shall span space-time. Even after endless years, Shanghang still remembered that person's words extremely clearly, because that person affected his whole life. Are you really Lord Saint Azure? Shanghang used all the strength in his body and asked Yi Yuan. Hearing Saint Azure 2 words, Ancestor Lightning's whole body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, titanic waves being set off in his heart. This name, there was long already no one who remembered it in this epoch. But in the last epoch, he was one of the 2 people that the myriad races admired. When he entered the heavenly hidden world, Azure and Profound Dual Saints were long gone, but their great names had never been cut off from his ears before. It was Saint Profound who won time for the myriad races with the shielding of heaven's secrets. It was Saint Azure who set up 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors. Without these 2 people, there would not be today's Heavenspan world too. With these 2 people, there would not be him, this Ancestor Lightning. But how could this blazing sun-like name be connected to this immature youth? Before his eyes, Yi Yuan was silent all along. But at this time he smiled brightly and said, Shanghang, long time no see. You've done very well. Thud. Shanghang was filled with a multitude of feelings, tears streaming down his old face. He actually directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Shanghang is incompetent and failed to completely defeat the divine race. I've let your excellency down. This supreme powerhouse who was akin to a divinity was crying like a child at this time. Ancestor Lightning, Wanzhen, Yutanji, Pangzhen, as well as the numerous powerhouses present, all opened their mouths wide, shocked until they were unable to think. They had long already known about this old man's identity. He was the strongest person since time immemorial, and not one of this person was in existence who could have a showdown with the divine races. Supreme powerhouse, Tianqing. He was the well-deserving human race's #1 person. But he actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Although a lot was said, they still did not understand what in the world happened. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. The muscles on Profound Secrets' face twitched endlessly. But in the end it turned into a long sigh, and he also knelt down beside Shanghang. Jian Haoran pays respect to Lord Saint Azure, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. No matter how complicated this was, Yi Yuan's identity of Saint Azure was undoubtedly ascertained. Saint Azure was in existence on par with his own father. When he saw Saint Azure, he had to kneel. If say Shanghang's kneel was still within the scope of everyone's understanding. Then profound secrets' kneel subverted everyone's understanding. No matter how strong Shanghang was, he was presently just a wisp of remnant. Thought too. How strong he was, these unpredictable children could not imagine it too. Time was sufficient to dilute everything. But profound secrets was the present era's #1 person. To some extent, his status was even higher than Tao ancestors. Tao ancestors were strong, that was strong in power. But the Jian family's tens of billions of years of operation, their forces, spread to every corner of the heavenspan world. The great name of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, there were none who did not know in the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He was the strongest person living at the moment. His kneel represented that the heavenspan world's top powerhouse today bowed his head in submission in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of surprise could not be described using words at all. The group of unpredictable children exchanged glances, shocked beyond recognition. What on earth happened? Yi Yuan merely made a trip into the space-time turbulence. So why did Lord Profound Secrets kneel towards him?
Saint Azure.
Who the hell is that to actually be able to make an ancient, supreme powerhouse and the present era's strongest person kneel down at the same time? Yi Yuan's age is merely a few thousand years old. So what right does he have to make two supreme powerhouses kneel? A belly full of questions was like a cat scratching, making them uncomfortable to the extreme. Just a few centuries ago, Yi Yuan was still competing with them for the supreme inheritance. But making a trip to the space-time turbulence, it was as if the whole world had changed. Seeing these two people kneel, Yi Yuan was also filled with a multitude of feelings and said with a sigh, "All get up. The seas have already changed into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. I'm just Yi Yuan, not
Saint Azure."
But Profound Secrets shook his head firmly and said, "Saint Azure is Saint Azure, unless the myriad races are destroyed. Otherwise you'll always be
Saint Azure.
Without you, there wouldn't be the myriad races 10 billion years of stability. Without you, the myriad races will still be trampled under the divine race's feet. Even if seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas, it also can't cover up your achievements." Talking up to here, he turned to everyone again and said, "Everyone, all come and offer greetings to Saint Azure." This sentence carried an unquestionable majesty. He was not discussing with everyone, but he was commanding everyone. Yutanji had a look of refusal to comply on his face as he gritted his teeth, and said, "What bullshit, Saint Azure? Based on what? He's merely a brat who's still wet behind his ears. What right does he have to make me kneel?" "Yeah, Lord Profound Secrets. Did you get the wrong person? He's Yi Yuan, not this Saint Azure you're talking about." The group of unpredictable children could not get over this hurdle in their hearts at all. Making them kneel towards a peer, they could not do it. But Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Yutanji, "Insulting Saint Azure is regarded as insulting the myriad races. Yutanji, you have been disqualified. Everything that you obtained in the primeval war realm, this emperor will also take it back." Profound Secrets' eyes turned dark, pointing a finger at Yutanji. Yutanji's entire body trembled, feeling like something in his body was stripped away. His strength was regressing rapidly. Very soon it returned to the level when he had just entered the primeval war realm. He had a look of horror and said, My strength." Profound Secrets' gaze was cold as he said, "The primeval war realm was created by me. As long as your consciousness hasn't returned to your body yet, I can take it back at any time." Profound Secrets could strip these countless inheritances from the ancient battlefield. Wanting to strip away the strength that Yutanji obtained was naturally accomplished with ease. He worked hard here for more than 1,000 years. He did not expect that in the end, it was all for naught. He actually did not obtain anything. At this time he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. If he had long known it would be like this, why did he have to run his mouth earlier? Except, he completely did not understand what kind of existence Saint Azure was in the eyes of Profound Secrets and Shanghang. The group of unpredictable children was transfixed like wooden chickens. Clearly, they did not think that it would play out like this. At the same time, they also came to understand how sacred and inviolable Saint Azure's status in Profound Secrets' heart was. Wanjun was a sensible person, so he took the lead to kneel first. Profound Secrets might recognized him wrongly, but it was impossible for Profound Secrets and Shanghang 2 people to recognize wrongly at the same time. Clearly, judging from these 2 people's expressions earlier, they themselves also felt that it was too inconceivable. They had always been denying this fact but also had no choice but to accept this fact. But even so, the 2 of them still knelt down without the slightest hesitation. This was sufficient to show how lofty Saint Azure's status was. This kneel, Yi Yuan was deserving of it. With Wanjun taking the lead, no matter how unwilling the other unpredictable sons were, they had to kneel too. Otherwise, if they had their strength taken back by Profound Secrets, that would be awkward. Hence, the others knelt down one after another. Profound Secrets' gaze looked at Yu Tanji coldly as he said in a chilly voice, "Why? You aren't kneeling yet." Yu Tanji, being looked at, felt as if he fell into a bottomless ice abyss, and he knelt down with a thud. Having his strength taken back, and he still had to kneel. Yu Tanji even had the thought of wanting to cry at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was an existence that he could not provoke. Even his family's ancestor, if he really provoked Profound Secrets, he would be annihilated with a snap of a finger. In this heaven-span world, apart from Tao ancestors, there were none who could contend with the Jian family. Everyone knelt down one after another, leaving only Ancestor Lightning still standing there alone. Profound Secrets said in a cold voice, "Pang Tian, have you forgotten who bestowed you this crown of Tao Ancestor?" This time, Profound Secrets did not call out Ancestor Lightning, but he called his real name, Pang Tian. This was reminding him not to forget his origin. Without Azure and Profound Dual Saints, there would not be today's Ancestor Lightning. Ancestor Lightning's expression flickered incessantly. Others could kneel, but he was the paramount Tao Ancestor. How could he kneel? However, as an ancient existence who similarly survived from the previous epoch, he was deeply aware of Azure and Profound Dual Saints' status in that era. He was also clear that there was nothing wrong with Profound Secrets' words. He took a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, "Are you sure that he's Saint Azure?" Profound Secrets nodded and said, "Irrefutable." Before this, his body didn't have that aura. But this time he retrieved the aura that belonged to him, originally from the space-time turbulence. Therefore, he's Saint Azure. Ancestor Lightning was silent. Finally, he still knelt down slowly. "Everyone, kneel thrice and kowtow 9 times. Pay respects to Saint Azure," Profound Secrets said in a clear voice. "We pay respects to Saint Azure." Under Profound Secrets' lead, everyone carried out the etiquette of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows in Yi Yuan's direction. This was the highest level courtesy. After the ceremony, Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said with a bitter smile, "All, get up. Not just you guys, this saint also feels that it's inconceivable until now. But since the 2 of you recognize this saint, then it also confirms that this isn't an empty dream, it's just that this is a little too inconceivable." Profound Secrets nodded and said, "It's naturally not an empty dream. The 18 inheritance grand arrays created the human race's eternal prosperity. Nobody is able to erase this." Done talking, his gaze swept over all of the unpredictable children, and he said in a solemn voice, "I know that you all feel dissatisfied, feeling that Lord Saint Azure is peers with you guys, and isn't worthy of accepting the ceremony of bowing and kowtow. But without him this world won't have you all. Lord Profound Secrets, your words are too much, right? Without him, there won't be us? These words sound really strange, Pang Zhen said in a solemn voice. At this time only he dared to speak up. But his words indeed represented the inner voices of the unpredictable. Children, Profound Secrets did not speak. But Shang Hang laughed coldly and said, "That's because you all don't know how great the contributions Azure and Profound Dual Saints made to the myriad races. These two people created an era." Saint Profound, who is also Profound Secrets Brat's father, offered up the lives of 100 Jian clan members as the price to ignite the Sun of Heaven's secrets and conceal Heaven's secrets, winning a respite for the human race. Saint Azure left behind 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors as well as countless powerhouses for the myriad races. Otherwise, who do you all think these 10 billion years of prosperity and stability were captured by? If you all don't know how strong grand ancestors are, then this ancestor will tell you guys. As he said, he pointed at Ancestor Lightning and said with a proud expression, "When this ancestor was at my prime, even if he's augmented by rule, he might not be this ancestor's match too. Of course, if Heavenly Tao takes back his power of rule, it's as easy as turning my hand over for this ancestor to kill him." Hiss. All around came a series of cold air being sucked in sounds. This statement completely subverted their imagination. Weren't Tao ancestors invincible existences? This old man before their eyes was actually so strong at his heyday. The 18 Tao ancestor-level powerhouses. This was simply unimaginable. This kind of horrifying strength actually lost to the divine race. The divine race was actually so strong. Profound Secrets nodded his head and added, "The last doomsday battle was fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, mountains and rivers shattering. The 18 grand ancestors all died. The myriad races had countless powerhouses who perished. But even so, we failed to completely defeat the divine race too. You all can imagine how strong the divine race is. Therefore, without Saint Azure, even if my father ignited the Sun of Heaven's secrets, the myriad races would have ultimately ended in failure too. If that was the case, it would have likely caused a catastrophic blow to the myriad races. Where will you all come from? Therefore, you all can be disrespectful toward this emperor, but absolutely can't be disrespectful towards Saint Azure. From today onwards, if anyone dares to be disrespectful towards Saint Azure, once it reaches this emperor's ears, this emperor will hunt him down to the ends of the world." The group of unpredictable children was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. This secret from 10 billion years ago, they had never heard it before. The era was too distant, they were simply unable to imagine what kind of extreme misery the myriad races were living in back then. These two people's words exploded in their ears like claps of thunder. Only then did they know how tragic the previous doomsday battle was. Only then did they know how strong the ancient time myriad race powerhouses were. Compared to the ancient times, the current myriad races powerhouses were simply trash. No wonder Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would raise such a big rumpus, gathering 1,000,000 unpredictable children to undergo the battle of geniuses. Pang Zhen had a dumbfounded look and could not resist asking Ancestor Lightning, "Ancestor, is what he said true? Aren't Tao ancestors invincible existences?" Ancestor Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still nodded his head and said, "When Senior Shang was at his prime, he can annihilate Deva fifth blights with one hand. His space-time law already reached an inconceivable level. If this ancestor doesn't rely on the power of law, I'm not his match at all. How is this possible? Not Tao ancestor, but stronger than Tao ancestors? Can a person's strength actually reach such a terrifying level?" With Ancestor Lightning acknowledging that he was inferior to Shanghang, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Even a Tao ancestor was not a match. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Then what kind of monster was the Saint Azure who could groom such a terrifying existence? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Were all these really done by him? Yu Tanji's expression flickered indeterminately, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Profound Secrets, but what has this got to do with Yi Yuan? What Saint Azure has done, this junior admires endlessly too, but Yi Yuan is someone from 10 billion years later, so how can he possibly go to the ancient times to teach you all? Furthermore, just his bit of strength, what right does he have to have taught a character like Grand Ancestor Spacetime? Also, even if he traveled through spacetime this time, he wasn't even born yet 10 billion years ago. How could he have taught you all? Could it be that everything that happened today is actually still 10 billion years ago? None of these makes sense. Clearly, he still did not believe it. Yu Tanji's series of questions was the key to this issue. 10 billion years ago, Yi Yuan's grandfather's grandfather was not even born. Yet, how did Yi Yuan go and teach them? Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he could not answer this question either. But he was certain that Yi Yuan was Saint Azure. This was indisputable. Saint Azure came out of thin air and also left baselessly. Before my father died, he saw a trace of heaven's secrets too. He said that the things that Saint Azure is shouldering were all unable to understand it. But now this emperor understands. Profound Secrets said in a solemn voice. Action. Yu Tanji was still unrelenting as he said, if all these were just a coincidence, didn't you, Lord Profound Secrets, not have seen Saint Azure's true face too? As long as he proved that Yi Yuan was not Saint Azure, everything could be discussed. What right did Yi Yuan have to become Saint Azure? But these words really stumped Profound Secrets. Humph! You brat, what the hell do you know? The profundities of time and space, these two great supreme laws. Forget about you, even this ancestor can hardly get a complete picture too. At this time, Shang Hang snorted coldly and said, do you know why spacetime? Reversal chaos, this move is called this name? Haha, this ancestor has only used this move once in my lifetime. That's in that battle to deal with Tian Qing. Because once this move is used, even I can't control the direction of time and space too. This ancestor can't beat Tian Qing and can only exile him to the space-time turbulence. Under this move, space-time will turn chaotic. Those who are exiled will forever be lost in the chaotic space-time. Lord Saint Azure triggered the space-time reversal chaos. A reverse chaos happened between these two space-time. The events of the two space-time really happened. It's just that, because of the disorder of space-time, the order is already not important. Or, should I say, the space-time of these 10 billion years is all chaotic. Now, Lord Saint Azure returned. Only now is the space-time of these 10 billion years considered complete. These 300 years, he leaped across space-time and took back the name of Saint Azure. These 10 billion years of space-time, it is merely Saint Azure's place to cultivate. His accomplishments in space-time law in the future will be far above this ancestor's. As long as he's given sufficient time, he'll be able to sweep away the divine race by himself. In terms of understanding space-time law, no one in this world could compare to Shang Hang. This explanation of his shocked everyone even more until they were dumbstruck with amazement regarding the space-time samsara of 10 billion years as his own training land. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Space-time law, it was simply hard for ordinary people to surmise. They were not tangible and material like other laws. They really existed but could not be touched at all. Furthermore, when they reached an extremely profound level, it was even harder for ordinary people to imagine. Ha ha ha. Tian Qing, finally returned from the space-time turbulence. Shang Hang, so what even if you exiled me into the space-time turbulence? This ancestor returning like a king. Who can stop me in this era? Ha ha ha. Not long after Yi Yuan returned to the primeval war realm, a middle-aged man dressed in ragged clothes, rushed out of the void, laughing wildly without ceasing. His voice was akin to rolling thunder, virtually making the entire world tremble. Although this middle-aged man was in tattered clothes, the aura on his body was virtually smashing through this firmament. With every action, it was as if heaven and earth moved along with him. This middle-aged man was none other than precisely the Tianqing who was exiled into the space-time turbulence by Shang Hang. An epoch later, he finally returned. Tianqing's appearance immediately caused a great panic. He did not conceal his aura. Within a radius of 10 million miles, all of the powerhouses trembled endlessly under his pressure. Even some reclusive heavenly emperor old monsters were alarmed one after another too. Tianqing. Who is Tianqing? How can he be so powerful? Too strong. I feel that this is simply facing heavenly Tao. What does this person want to do? His aura seems to be different from ours. He wouldn't be of the divine race, right? Some people were frightened until their faces turned green, fleeing for their lives in a panic. Action. The heavenspan world had as many powerhouses as clouds, but even ninth firmament heavenly emperor mighty experts could not cause such a terrifying commotion too. The divine race's supreme expert coming into being, it immediately alarmed countless powerhouses. Suddenly, Tianqing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Sure, enough, the present heavenspan world has already been occupied by these ants. A bunch of ants who overestimate their own ability to actually dare affront the might of heaven. Today, I'll make you all disappear from this world." Done talking, he flicked his finger. An invisible stream of force tore across the air. An apocalyptic power instantly covered a vast expanse of open ground. Boom! Several cities that were not far from him were instantly turned to ashes. The billions of powerhouses in these dozens of cities were left without corpses. The power of a single strike was utterly appalling. Tianqing's face was indifferent, as if he just killed a bunch of ants. However, he was clearly not satisfied yet, his figure moving, disappearing from his original spot. Very soon, cities of varying sizes completely disappeared from the heavenspan world one after another. This commotion immediately caused a huge wave in the heavenspan world. This undulation was too terrifying. There was no way for them to not know too. In the divine race camp, there was elated dancing and cheering. Ha ha ha! We finally waited it out. With Lord Tianqing returning, it's time for us to sweep across the heavenspan world. Those foolish humans think that we're scared of Tao ancestors. They completely didn't know that we were waiting for Lord Tianqing's return. An epoch of waiting, and finally, it's time for the divine race to reign over the world again. Among the divine race's 8 lineages, the heaven lineage was revered as supreme. The heaven lineage respected Tianqing as supreme. Tianqing was the divine race's god. His might could not be measured using words at all. Destruction with a snap of a finger, it was referring to him. His battle with Shang Hang back then riddled the heavenspan world full of holes. Shang Hang fighting against him with space and time, 2 great laws, was a notch inferior to him too. Finally, Shang Hang had no choice but to activate space-time reversal chaos, exiling Tianqing. Only then was there the human race's final victory. Now Tianqing returned, and Shang Hang was already no longer here. Who was Tianqing's match? Father, things are bad. The divine race's progenitor, Tianqing, returned from the space-time turbulence and struck violently in the heavenspan world, destroying thousands of cities. Ancestor Water, Ancestor Fire, Ancestor Wind. 3 great Tao ancestors took action at the same time. After a great battle, Tianqing escaped back to the divine race with heavy injuries. The 3 great Tao ancestors also sustained severe injuries. Jian Yunxin entered the primeval war realm in a panic, bringing in this earth-shattering news. Everyone fell into shock. What did you say? Tianqing returned from the space-time turbulence. Profound Secrets' entire body trembled as he said absent-mindedly. Ancestor Lightning's expression also changed wildly and he said, "The three of them joining hands wasn't Tianqing's match." Each and every one of the unpredictable children present was shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. His power alone seriously wounded three great Tao ancestors. This kind of strength was simply too terrifying. It turned out that Grand Ancestor Spacetime was not boasting. The divine race strength was really too powerful. Only then did they understand why these ancient era powerhouses were so apprehensive of the divine race. That was Tao Ancestor. Especially Yutanji, his face was deathly pale. Only then did he know how ignorant he was. Senior Shang, this Profound Secrets could not refrain from looking at Shanghang. Shanghang's eyes flickered. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, "With Saint Azure returning, the spacetime reversal chaos ended. It naturally can't stop a character like Tianqing anymore as well." Profound Secrets said absent-mindedly, "How can this be? Senior Shang has already passed on, while Saint Azure has yet to attain Tao. Who else in this world can still stop Tianqing? Could it be that our human race can't escape this calamity in the end?" At this very moment, it was as if the sky had fallen down in the primeval war realm. Even Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning also lost their wits at this time. No one could have expected that, on the eve of the Doomsday Battle, such a huge change would actually occur. Tianqing's return shattered all of their hopes. In the previous era, because Saint Profound shielded heaven's secrets, the myriad races cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the heavenly hidden world before they finally dragged the divine race down from their altar. But now, there was already no time to let the human race geniuses grow up. Even if Yi Yuan rebuilt 18 grand arrays anew, it was also impossible to groom a powerhouse like Grand Ancestor Spacetime. They all believed that if Yi Yuan grew up, he would surely be able to stop the divine race. But he was running out of time. "Lord Saint Azure, what should we do now?" Shanghang suddenly asked Yi Yuan. In this place, it was also just him who could maintain a trace of composure. With him saying so, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Yuan. If say that the human race still had hope, then this hope might lie on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been silent all along. Hearing Shanghang asked, only then he slowly said, "We still have time." This battle, although Tianqing exhibited powerful strength, it also proved one thing: he isn't invincible. After this battle, I think that the divine race will still be afraid of Tao ancestors' strength. Furthermore, Tianqing probably also wouldn't dare to make a move. Within a short time, Profound Secrets' expression was ugly as he said, "But heavenly Tao will be taking back the power of rules very soon. At that time we won't have any reliance at all." Yi Yuan asked, "How long is there still?" Profound Secrets said, 100 years at shortest, 1,000 years at the longest. Yi Yuan fell silent again. This time was indeed too short. Although his cultivation speed was fast, it was also impossible to reach Tianqing's realm in a short 1,000 years. Moreover, the divine race's powerhouses did not just have Tianqing alone. Each one of the divine race's 8 lineages progenitors could not be underestimated. Even if they were inferior to Tianqing, they were absolutely not beneath Profound Secrets too. Only after being silent for a long time did Yi Yuan slowly say, "Since that's the case, then there's only to fight."